He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to playoffs here at the Thunderpick World Championship, and we're going to be jumping into the quarter-final games today. But these two boys that you can see joining me have sort of energized me in the morning, so hopefully we're going to be energizing you a little bit as we do go on with this stream. But of course I'm joined here by the wonderful Nexus and Teo. How are you doing, boys? Start with you, Nexus. How are you doing? You've already got to see some of this playoff bracket. How have you been enjoying it?
I've been enjoying it fairly well, or fairly quite a bit actually. I don't think there's been a terrible game so far, or any too bad of a experience we've had. We've made fun out of every single game we've had. And as for today morning, I'm enjoying a, not going to mention any specific brand, energy drink. You may sponsor me if you wish. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm enjoying this, so I'm ready, energized, and I'm going to be skipping about on my feet as we go along the day.
Well, we're going to need some of that energy, but I don't know how much of the playoff bracket you've actually got to see so far, but have there been any games that massively stood out to you? I think me and Nexus are certainly looking at one of them.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Yesterday, was it? Yeah, it was yesterday, absolutely. Yesterday, we had the chance to see Passion. They performed beautifully. It was a tough series to watch, perhaps, to a degree, given... a few mistakes were made against the Wolves, and later on, I think we watched Sinners as well take a win against Alliance. But I gotta say, today, well, I think I'm most excited for the ENCE Partizan combo. I think that one is going to be a banger. I hope Partizan is going to be on the level. And then Passion UA versus 500. As much as I would love to see HOTU and Sinners personally, we won't get to see it ourselves. But hell, man, that match is also potentially a good one.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of really exciting series throughout the day, to be fair. I think one in particular for me that sort of screams out is the fact that reason we're even able to take down Nexus. I think the fact that we've been able to get a map off of Nexus in itself is a huge props to them. But they went on to actually win that series after losing the first map 13-9 as well. Ended up sort of dominating Nexus on train as well in that third and final map. So I think for these guys here, for this to be our first game of the day, I'm super excited to see if they're able to bring any more of that form over. So I think let's have a jump into these rosters in particular. I think we can save Reason for a little bit later. But touching on Betclic, I don't know what you boys think of this. Look, we have seen a little bit of movement in Apogee recently, obviously with Diha being bought in about a month or so ago. I don't think he's necessarily hit the ground running. I don't think we've seen the same level of form that we saw on Monte. And strangely, for me, it kind of felt like this roster move was a bit of a slam dunk. Instantly, big upgrade to this team. But the results haven't necessarily been backing this up, have they, Nexus?
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong at all. Some of the results lately have been a little bit hit and miss. Betclic, Apogee, we've been watching them closely for the last few, as you said, even months perhaps to a degree. But it's more about the fact that right now it seems like it's very reliant upon the individuals. It's very reliant upon, if Jacob or Hypex or Demho will bring out those big numbers. Without them, they seem to be a bit lost in the wind.
Yeah. Look, I think it's the exact situation, and I feel like this just, for me at least, maybe it's just I've been really unlucky when I've watched this team. But there have been a couple of times where, like you said, those individuals have gone missing, and it feels like alongside the individuals, the team kind of just falls apart at times. Then, sure, I feel like the structure's there, but it feels like it is heavily reliant on the individuals doing their thing. And if they're not quite there, if Jacob isn't exactly performing to his level, if Diha isn't stepping up, if someone along the sidelines isn't having big moments, you can sometimes feel like we see this team fall apart. And then, a bit more often than I'd like to see, I've probably seen Prism with a few sort of massively clutch maps where you can feel like he's the one trying to inspire everything. Obviously, as the leader, you're not necessarily hoping that he's the one at the top of the leaderboard, but I've seen a couple of those results recently. But hopefully for Betclic, this is going to be something a bit more consistent for them. As on paper, they could have a bit of an easier time. Nexus, look, we've got Reason here. we got to watch this game yesterday or the day before, I want to say it was, but they took down Nexus. What were the sort of major highlights that you ended up watching from that game? Who were the individuals massively that sort of screamed out to you?
To a degree, I don't think it was the reason playing the absolute greatest game by any means, but it was Nexus played a losing game that slowly was going away from them, I think. They even played that game without BTN present, without their IGL. That already cost them a little bit there. And then you just didn't... They looked like they hadn't played a train, really, ever. So reason they just played a very fundamentally sound train in my eyes. That was, like, the big takeaway there, in my eyes. Besides that, it feels like a game that should have probably gone the other way. I don't know. We remember enough. And we're gonna see Nuke again. You remember Frontsider 5-7 Ace? That put him into overtime. The only reason they got there. So, it's a crazy situation that they are kind of here. That they did manage to get through Nexus. They then did close it out on Train. And this is, in fact, the exact same maps they played against Nexus in the exact same order as well. So it's an interesting thing where we can at least look back on those maps and be like, yeah, we at least know what they were all about then. Now we need to know what they're all about today and how instead they're going to play against Betclic.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I suppose there aren't going to be any of these sort of question marks in terms of Nexus, obviously, without their in-game leader. It did feel like their T-sides haven't been great in the couple of series that they haven't played with BTN. It does feel like they sort of sometimes feel like they're sort of on top of one another and not exactly knowing the timings of when to go. And it does feel like there's been a big loss for Nexus for BTN for however long things are going to remain that way. But look, they're against a similarly established team here with Betclic. There's not going to be any question marks as to, oh, they're missing Prism, they're missing whoever. And I do think Reason are going to need to play a good game here. But so far in Thunderpick, look, we've seen them be able to take down FAVBET, an established team there, Eternal Fire, similar thing, and now Nexus. And the question is going to be for me is, look, Teo, we've seen the vetoes. Yeah. We've seen what Reason are about already on a few different series. What is the end goal now for Reason? Is this already sort of, they've done their work, they've shown some really positive things, but is this where they're going to fall?
I feel like that has to be the answer, right? I mean, look, I don't want to make it seem like they have no chances, but I'm nearly certain that at best, you know, they might get a map here, right? Surely. I mean, at this point, we're in the playoffs. We're in the final stages of this competition, and I'm not expecting them to be able to get to semifinals, to the finals. Like, maybe it's just me, but even getting past their own countrymen here in Apogee, I think is going to be a big challenge. If they do so, congratulations. But their success has already been measured in this tournament, and I think it's been quite a good one.
Is that a similar sort of mindset to you, for you, Nexus? Do you feel like this is a game where Betclic, Apogee, that they are just significantly the favourites? They've arguably got the firepower advantage when players like Jacob, Demo, Hybex, Diaz on the server. Do you think this is maybe where Reason's time here, Thunderpick's run its course?
I think so. I think the way Tail puts it as well is fairly nice. It feels like their time is up. The result they've gotten here to get to the quarterfinals, I think, is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
But you can't keep rolling up the hill the entire time, and it's going to stop eventually. The Boulder, in this case, Betclic, I think they are going to roll over Reason.
Yeah.
I mean, look, for me, hopefully, I feel like we've painted already a pretty bleak picture for Reason before we're even in the server, but I am hoping at the very least for this side, they can make a competitive series, similar to what we did get to see in the previous games versus Nexus. I mean, look, they haven't dropped a series yet, but I am hoping for Reason at the very least that we are able to just see a bit more of a competitive time. For Apogee, I want to quickly touch on, if Diha isn't stepping up, if Jacob isn't stepping up, who do we feel like the second, the third stars are on
Demo.
this team?
Demo.
it's
It
gonna
has
be
to be
demo?
demo. Yeah, it has to be demo. I don't think Prism's gonna show us much today. Like for the last few days, it feels like the last time I saw Betclic, Prism was definitely on the quieter side. It didn't seem like he was, you know, everything was right there. So I feel like Demo's the one to watch today for Apogee, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do think on paper that this Betclic side kind of can be stacked with individuals. It's just, it always feels so tough to get these guys active at the same time. And it feels like this has been an issue that probably Prism has to try to sort out, really, because he's got so many stars at his disposal, but it's just trying to actually get the best out of them still. Maybe we're still going to need a couple more weeks before we get to see this peak Apogee come through. But for now, hopefully this series is going to be a step forward and a step in the right direction. But boys, we are still waiting for a final couple of connections onto the server. So we are going to be jumping to a short break before we kick things off with Mirage here and map number 1 in this series. So don't go anywhere, and Mirage will be underway very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we are ready to go. It was not a long one, as expected here. Everybody is good to go, and as such, we're here for Mirage, Apogee's T side, and they're starting with plenty of utility here. Name is Nexus, in case you forgot. I'm here with Overseer, and we've got Charlie, the sideline reporter, waiting with his own questions at the end of this one. I feel like, well, questions maybe not so much, but he's got statements, hot takes. We know he's a fan of many of those. You don't want to miss those. For now, though, we start. It's a very slow approach. There's nothing except a B approach coming out here for Apogee. That is apparently as far as they're going to go for the moment. Prism trying to fake things out towards mid as the rest of his team will shift out towards B. Utility goes in. P250 waits. Barbecue. Swanko, they look to defend, hold him back for a moment. They've done so admirably. Everybody's gone.
They got the round. There we go. Reason. They got round 1 in their hands. That's how it's going to work. Spavaku, another player that's been around for a very long time. That's, you know, that I've been watching. I think all of us have been watching, really, I should say, for a very long time. And I say very long time as if that was, you know, that was
year.
5 years. No, it's been less than a year. Well, a year, I guess. Yeah, it's been a year to this date since yesteryear. Like the first time I saw him was Permita. I've never forgotten him since. And well, I've seen him very little recently, but a young gun on the rise on the Polish scene. And the whole of Reason, of course, rebuilding that old Polish, let's say, honor. I don't know. I'm losing it here. Never mind. Let's move on. Let's move on. I kind of fumbled the bag there. It's gonna be a B hit. Perhaps Apogee don't fumble it this time. At least get a bomb down. Reason, they're ready so far. Frontsider gets headshotted. A bit unfortunate. Demo spots the player underpass. And they pull back. They play it safe.
They're trying to get some CTs out of position here. Put him into awkward fight. And Swanko is going to be in one. He'll get overwhelmed. The Glocks continue to join as Barbecue's on short the next victim. This is 3 kills for a full eco. Make it 4. And now we start talking about a round because Jacob started to clean up here. He's down to 21. Fnatic does have a good position, however, at the moment. Broken Connector might force his hand that he wants to get inquisitive. Finds the right timing. He has. Jacob down and Hypex remains.
1v1. 40
Full eco.
seconds. The thing is, yeah, it is a full eco. He does not have Kevlar, so a single bullet will be enough. And Fnatic does seem to have the right idea here. He's going to hear him bomb plant. There we go. And now Hypex better have the quickest gun in the west. And the east. And the north and the south. As Fnatic will win.
Yeah, south is where that round will go for Apogee in the end. Although, if you look at it from a larger perspective, that is a massive win. They take 4 kills, they get a bomb down. What that immediately does is, well, just put Reason in the situation where they cannot afford to lose almost anything in this round, and Apogee, they're more than well equipped here. Reason, just about barely, they're missing a bunch. Abilities missing. I'm looking at kids, what do they have? Still just 2. Yeah, no, this is a terrible season to be Reason here.
Seems like there will be a reason required. Power Q, pushing Palace. Very passive play so far from Apogee, by the way. They've taken it somewhat, but rather focusing on just holding their back lines. Seems like a full A execution is in store. Now let's see if our Polish friends will revert to their baselines. Reason definitely the underdog. No, baselines, defaults. I meant defaults, right? You know, straight executions into a...
Polish.
Yes, our Polish, let's say, residents, which are Apogee in this case in the tournament, and Reason as the newest kid on the block, if we may say so. The one that tries to overcome.
So? Apogee may also say they don't want to mess about in this one. That's what a very simple cleanup.
They just walk out.
They're going to find and set the baseline here in round number 3 without much hassle, apparently. No problems. Frontsiders left alone. 1v5, and even this M4 save isn't a guarantee, because Demo is fairly aggressive in top mid if he pushes forward. Perhaps same with Prism, we see him still in T-spawn, he's thinking about it. There is a very likely chance Frontsider may not live to see tomorrow. Waiting for the contact. There it is. And up close already, Demo has the drop. Here comes the party.
Here comes the party indeed. First round for Apogee. Okay, let's get out of this little bit of kerfuffle. I mean, we start off a little bit slow. Apogee kind of take a B push to the next level, lose it, and then kind of try to figure out what the hell they'll do on half buy. But a quick reaction on the gun round, and they'll be right back in the saddle. It's round 4. Reason bring up pistols and Kevlar. They full reinvest. Frontsider even goes for a FAMAS. Who would have thought? The French are back again. And perhaps it dispenses baguettes, perhaps it dispenses free wine. But right now, Reason, they'll have him dispense bullets. He needs to hit. Ooh, Prism spots the player. And Frontsider instead gets clapped. Easy. Deca, free entry on short. That's the FAMAS gone. And it dispenses neither the baguettes or the wine. Just a little bit of relief. That's going to be round 2 for Apogee. Secured easily. No problem whatsoever here.
Yeah, there we go. We as well, right? When we looked at the last game Reason played here against Nexus, they had a 7-5 CT start here. was on that second half where things did fall through. The T side was one where they couldn't really get past what was a insane game from Nexus in all accounts. Individually, they did step the hell up, but I'm not sure so sure if ARCRED are in that sort of same boat where they are a massively CT favored team or have those CT individuals on this specific map. So it'll be interesting to see how this one goes, because we should have a largely different game. However, time will tell. For now, we focus on round number 5. There's not going to be a lot here for the CTs, unfortunately. Desert Eagles, 5-7s. That's a lot, in case anybody doesn't know. Yeah, no, that's not amazing.
I mean,
no.
depending
overall,
from your
actually,
perspective.
Reason CT side is really... sorry, no, Apogee CT side is insanely strong here. They've got a 68% win rate on it.
I think
They've only lost the most recent game they played against the GOAT himself, Simple, who's yet to lose a game on a VC game. That's the only map Betclic have lost in these last few months.
And Apogee, we've seen them recently. As I said, their CT seems to be far more in tune, right? As you said, the numbers support that. Not just that, you know, in general, the CT side seems to give them a bit more leeway. Oh, SPARTA. Nice little entry on Prism. The Opera is down, but it is going to be an action towards B here. 3 players entering through apps. There should be a 4th one joining them as the flank. And antivirus, well, it's obsolete. That's what it is. The Trojans got through. And it seems like the city is falling as Mr. Swanko, I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to say that, but...
I mean, that is an O right there.
It is an O, yes, but it just sounds better. It's Swanka, you know. Swanka, da, 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 da. It reminds me of a song, sorry. There we go. Reason, well, you've lost 3 in a row now. Starting strong, but find yourself on the full buy. Spavak, there's the AWP, there's the rifles, a little bit of util. No defuse kit. Helmet on frontsider. Interesting choices. A full A play. Hold up. Oh, Nexus. It's a full A play. They're going to rush through Palace. Oh, no, the full spray is missed. Oh.
The rest of the defense, though, it is more than good. Initial spray, the only part of this round where problems arise for Reason. Apogee is going for these confidence plays or ego plays, if you want to call them. I don't blame them. I like to see them. You know, if you get away, these are things we've been talking a lot about as well in the last few days. More specifically on maps like Dust 2, where you can cement yourself in the lead with so much just by a single play of like a B-side rush or something. Here, it doesn't exactly work. I don't think that's even a word. It doesn't at all work. They get one kill, that was it. And Antivirus even gave them the opportunity with the full misspray, I think. So, they didn't really have any excuse for not succeeding in that one. Oh, that's a good shot. This time they're focusing on these mid-rotations. They don't want Apogee to, or excuse me, Reason to have those readily allowed toward the A side. I think the bomb to play is still towards A lingering. I feel like we have an idea where Apogee are going here.
I mean, it's pretty obscure, yes, but I think if you read the scrolls, you can see that it indicates A. As Fnatic, well, he better be fanatical about this. He needs to clear all 4. That's as simple as is. Need to get a multi-frag, at least 3. Not a single person. Oh my goodness, Jacob. Well, he's certainly taking it on the cob.
Oh my god.
You know what? Jacob is giving them the cob. That's a fact right now. And Reason, well, if you save both, maybe you can buy next, but...
Yeah, that was very corny of you, Till.
I know. You know, I'm a dad jokester. You know, even though I'm not a dad, I like dad jokes. Is it so bad, shall I say? Is it really so bad?
No, that was just not really as much of a dad joke as it was just a bad joke, which I'm usually a big fan of.
Yeah. The bad jokes write themselves. As reason, they need a reason for this one to buy. I don't think they have one, but maybe that op could be compelling enough. Get another FAMAS out. Get a rifle for Suonka or Fnatic. Yeah, I think they could handle the pressure, shall we say. There goes the double M4. Spavak, will you drop one? Or are you going to be stingy? No, okay, there's the FAMAS. That's all good.
All right, then let's see how this one gets played out here. Abji already as well, with the fact they've got this lead going on, although just barely. They're going to be in a very good position, right? Even 5-6 rounds here, if they end up on it. Looking at the CT numbers, it's very hard to deny. The only games they lost, as mentioned, the only one they've recently lost was against now the GOAT himself. Before that, if you take a look at when have they last lost the game on Mirage, well, that would have been back at Bucharest against Aurora. They beat Astralis, then lost against Furia and Aurora at the earlier part of the year as well. Different Aurora this time. But they only lost this map against supposedly great teams. BT Games still to be determined how well they'll gel, but I mean, hey, they've got a
dude, they've got
a lot of hype around them.
GOAT. Yeah, they got the GOAT. They don't need to gel together. He's just going to be running and gunning. Like,
oh, hello. Bye-bye.
oh,
That's what. Suonka gets away with it.
That's all the info, though. Rotations should be going towards A immediately. They've pushed all the way to T base. I don't...
It's a terrible position to be in right now. You can't even go back. Not unless you want to risk it, then potentially give away another kill, because you've got these players, and Dempo more specifically, set up for that mid-crunch.
Oh, they expect them.
Sight. Openings are perfect, but a quick double for Fnatic. And D has alone. A clutch required. 2 more needs to find him, but he's not even thinking about ramp, just leaves himself exposed. Suonka will find plenty of impact here. We're going to be tying it up 4-4, and this is just a constant battle for buys. Everybody's got money.
It's also, let's be honest, a little bit of a battle of...
It's a battle.
I don't want to go overboard. I'll remain quiet for the moment. I won't complain just yet. But what I really don't like is just the spacing of Apogee, the way they handle their map control, and the way they approach the round at a minute on the clock. In any case, it's going to be round 9 as... Wow, Prism just runs out mid. Goes down mid. Under
How's
window.
That for map control?
That's fine. I'm down with that. Reaction is there at least. Not like previously. Where they should have cleared the back lines. Yeah. Rotations for a reason.
Ran into mid, gets a kill, utility's still being thrown to window. He's got underpass. Demho's just here now to keep them locked in here for just a moment. You still have 2 on B, however. Blanco waits on the site. In the kitchen, frontsiders the man on site, out on short as well. You're gonna have the next one at the barbecue down frontside, and multi-kills required. He's delivered 2, biding time. Give your teammate something to work with before it's too late. But into the open Hypex. Fnatic far, far away in a galaxy, also far, far away, called the A site.
And I'm surprised Demo was able to lurk his heart out again.
Oh, I lied.
A little bit unsuccessful recent rounds, but yes, number 5 is Apogees, and as you say, we're just trading gun rounds here. It does feel a little bit hectic, a little bit chaotic, perhaps a little bit less structured than we would like to see, given where we are, bro. We are in the quarterfinals. Like, come on. We're expecting more from everybody here. There's no more, second chances. There's no more coddling. There's no more being nice. This is the final stages of the Thunderpick series here, of year series 2, and we're expecting every team at this stage to be at the very highest level, or at least on their, top level, if they can be there. Otherwise, it's just a bit of a mismatch. As Apogee, we're expecting them to win. I think we all agreed on that. I think I can say that wholeheartedly. Reason, though, good fight so far.
There's the
Okay.
opening. Take
Okay.
it 1, 2, 3. Fourth, they've heard him. And things are going swimmingly.
You know how I said their reason is fighting good so far? Well, I guess so far was the important word I should have used there.
Thankfully, this round holds very little consequence
Water,
for reason and future endeavors. Just the eco. They're still fighting for at least 5 and 6 here, but Apogee have secured themselves a even halftime at the least, or at bare minimum. There's the start, and a very strong one. Right? We talked a little bit about the individual prowess and the what-ifs of Apogee. What if you don't have your Jacob online? What if you're still missing a little bit from, as you mentioned, Demo, Hypex perhaps as well? Body, huh? I mean, Jacob's at 12, everybody else is on 5. So far, when you look at how these rounds played out, I think Jacob obviously, yes, well, yeah, those kills have been very consequential. But it has been a lot of this, not to call it supporting cast, but at the moment, what is the supporting cast of everybody doing their own jobs. As we saw Prism running down mid, calling for Prism go kill, get map control, Demo stay lurking sort of thing.
Yeah.
Everybody is fitting into these T-side rounds as of so far fairly well.
Well, there's a few exceptions here and there, yes. But...
Yeah. But fitting well enough that the machine is running. They've got a good result as of so far. It's not flawless. That would be impressive as all hell, and we would be having a totally different discussion with, I believe, circus music in the background, perhaps. But as of now, you have Jacob online individually.
What?
That's what you need. Demo just drops in. Fnatic at his very clutch position gone. Instead, you only have to focus on one challenge, one avenue. That's going to be toward the stairs somewhere. And one remains at the end of this, but it's just blood being spilled on both sides. Well, Jacob's down to 8, Swonka's on 21. Everybody's looking for this, and a great named fly over. That is kill number 14, round number 7. And a very, very heavy round toward the A side, where everybody is arrived on the scene.
Add on top of that, Apogee, they were telegraphing their moves. Reason had 4 players defending.
Yep.
And they still failed to hold the site. And now that doesn't necessarily mean anything, or it can mean everything. You know, it's a little bit of a conundrum because, as we say, there's a difference between these two teams, and we see Reason as definitely the weakest, amongst the weakest teams here in this final stage of playoffs. So it's hard to imagine how they'll even beat Apogee, honestly. Though, they're giving it a good fight. 4 rounds so far is not bad, and more to come surely. As the second map perhaps will look more promising, given it's going to be their pick. And once again, I just want to point out, Apogee have been telegraphing their whole plan all this time. They have not been shy in running, gunning, and just kind of moving about the map as if they own the place. And that is a problem that Reason has not dealt with. That is a problem that Reason has not yet even, approached. And there is a reason why they're losing.
Damn, good round out of Yeehaw.
Yeah.
Oh, at the end of the half as well. Kind of like Charlie mentioned, so far Yeehaw hasn't hit the ground exactly running, right? It's not like the results have been bad. He's at like 0.04, I think, ratings in recent times, something now for this team. But I feel like we can still get a lot more out of him. Or in terms of individual prowess. Like when you look back at the start of ENCE,
Yeah.
It was him and, oh my god, I can't believe I'm saying this, Flamesy, who were like the most consistent at the very start of that international roster. Almost forgot that, almost slipped my mind. Yeah, no, they had it.
Sounds so,
I think.
That sounds so weird when you say that.
I'm not making it up, right?
I know,
gotta
no,
make
you're
sure I'm
not.
not gaslighting myself. Hold on.
No, you're right. You're
From
right.
endpoint to ends, right? That's what happened. No. Endpoint to OG. Oh my god, no. I was the Spinks.
Spinks. It doesn't matter.
Spinks.
Point is, I know what
Yeah.
you're trying to say. I get where you're
like
coming
at the start
from.
of the start of that time, they were the most consistent on that
Roster, yeah.
yeah.
Deha. Love the guy. Well, he's doing a great job in Reason, Apogee so far, and well, definitely doing a great job against Reason. Excuse me, words are hard when you speak. And well, we are going to be seeing a B rush. Reason don't waste any time through middle, through short, and through apps. Good nade, bringing down a few of them. Jacob holding B. Oh no! All three of short are gone. I blink and I miss it, and they're gone, folks. They're gone, absolutely gone. That is going to be a round over for the side of Reason, as Apogee's about to take it to 9. I don't see any other option here. I just don't. Like, Reason, love you, love the fact that we see young Polish players on the scene, that we see a young, not a young team, but a team rebuilding, you know, trying to bring up the talent from nothing to the heavens. Unfortunately, today might just be the one they fly a little bit too high.
Too close to the sun.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to go for all the historical, not historical, mythological.
No, I feel like that's history of my uncle, so it happened.
Yeah, fair. My uncle's like, hey, you know, hey. Yeah, there we have it. Here we go. 9-4, Apogee. I mean, do we need to say more? That's the question, right? Do we need to even say more? It's very simple here for Apogee. It's what we expect. Jacob is leading. Dika is there with him. I'm happy to see Dika here. When he came onto the scene a very long time now ago, as you said earlier, right, when he was picked up by Sprout, I think, was it? Or was it, I don't know who was it. I think it was ARCRED, so it was the TAS team, Aristocracy, that I first saw him in. That was the first real, you know, experience I had with Dika. And since then, yeah, I mean, he's been gaming, man. Reminds me a little bit of Snacks in terms of just the commitment, but it's gonna be definitely a very one-sided ending here by the looks of it all. Hard to see how Reason find a way out of all of this. They're going for mid control. Big hectic, looking to take short, maybe even con. Ooh, counter push on short. Swan call. Good trades. They have the advantage right now.
I wanted to mention how willing Apogee were to fight the entirety of mid here, but they kind of just went for it. I didn't have any time to mention it. They've got a position on A, which Hypix might be ready for to a degree. The demo's watching for a lot of this. We're still looking at, however, Fnatic to make a big play. Hypix will approach carefully because he's not all too sure. Maybe they're here. Now that the bomb has been planted, you're certainly thinking of somebody could be close. It's a two-man swing to CT. SPARTA left exposed, naked and afraid, back at spawn. This is where Demho will approach. He's made a little bit of noise, and he'll spot them just enough.
No way!
Enough. An elbow is all it takes. Ripple his opponent, win out the round, and that's 11. It looked so tough for a moment. Reason had a way back in. That gets ripped away. 15 HP. The swing they chose to go for. Just a little bit too close to the wall. You couldn't see Demo on the other side. Counter-Strike, man, it's really a game of just so many different things. And here it's movement, positioning that screws you up.
The angles, man. It's the angles. In Slovenian, we call them kotki. Like small angles, kotki. Like it's a kot is the real word for an angle, and
here we call that something different. We say "tää vittua,"
exactly.
and just ask how did he do that? How he do that?
Yeah, and yeah, the angles, man. They're out to get you. As it's going to be Reason now on a 13th Reason, potentially, because this is looking like it's going to go 12 for Apogee. Good nades, good counter battery. Still, they got 1 kill. So right now we're looking at a 4v4, and Reason have a chance to enter through short to B. But I don't think they're realizing that Apogee is expecting an A play, and they're ready for whatever they throw at A.
You still have 1 versus 1s. That's the little blessing Reason at the moment to have it. And D-Hot in a jungle might be that way in. I like the position he's playing here. Slow to clear this. Waits a couple of seconds and antivirus. He'll be the one to administer the first headshot. He's even heard the drop down and Jacob can approach with him on this. In an underpass now, they're looking for the second.
They're going
up
B,
on short, they hear noise. And out on B is where the T side have made their move. They're still looking for 5 to deny map point. We said Apogee, their CT side is more than strong. 68% win rate. That's not a coincidence. That's not something you could just stumble onto. But for now, they'll deny map point. Keep this game alive. Till we can maybe start talking about confidence rounds.
Not yet. I don't
Get a
think
couple,
right now.
get a couple at least here.
Get 5 in a row, we can talk about confidence rounds. I think if you reason, like, not to again put them down or anything, but in this position, unless you can get a lot of rounds in a row and close the gap, I don't see confidence rounds making a difference.
I see you might be a little confused as to confidence rounds here.
I know what you mean.
No,
I know what you mean.
you don't.
No,
Confidence
I know.
here on map 1, then you know you're gonna lose this, or you're gonna lose it, and then map 2, you're feeling good. I don't see
that's
how
exactly what
9
I'm trying
would
to
even
counter.
be needed. No.
No, that's what I'm exactly countering. It's like, yes,
No.
get 2 or 3 rounds and then maybe lose. I don't think that's going to be enough for Reason. That's what I'm saying. I think they'll need to get closer in order to get that little of edge, you know, to get that feeling of, damn it, we came so close. Look at how good we could have been, how much we could have won. Map 2 will do that. You know, that I think that's the thing. The difference between the two teams is noticeable, man. You got to admit, Apogee is on a bigger, like on a better level. Right now, there's a difference not only on the individual level, but also the team-wise level. And Reason, I think they need to get very close in order to have the next map for them, even as a possibility.
All right, buddy, you're over 30. Opinion rejected.
No, sorry. I have wisdom and intelligence up in the sky, so it's fine. You know, the older you get, the more wise you get. They say. Dementia's yet to kick in, so I'm good. I'm good, brother.
I'm halfway in the grave.
Oh, yeah. Wait, I'm digging my own hole already out back. It's going to be Apogee with a force buy, though. I can't say I'm a fan, but I can't say I hate it either, because it's kind of mid. Definitely big mid. What? Did you see that? How does Spavaku just survive?
Oh my. What is... They just ran at them, apparently. This is a round, to be sure. Everybody's going on the aggressive here. Apogee, they decided, yeah, let's go around, let's see what we get here. Focus a lot more on the A part of the map, and Reason said we're going mid and B.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody achieved what they were looking for. That's something, at least. That is going to be run up a 6 as well. They're still denying map points, so if they manage to get towards, let's say, like 7 or 8 here now, and Apogee still are not at that map point, this starts to change to a different sort of conversation. The control is to be cemented that much.
I'm not entertaining that yet. It's not happening.
Not yet. But
not yet.
The opportunity still is there, of course, with the CT side.
Yes.
And your financial struggles you're going to have sometimes. But the firepower as well has been undeniable, right? Diaz had his moments. Ended the half with a neat little 4K. And Jacobs had his multiple moments. But the CT side now, I would like to see one of these sorts of tricks or setups that they have working out, right? Like I wanted to previously mention the 4-man mid setup they wanted to play with, or 5-man mid setup. Yeah. They went for it. It didn't necessarily go the way they would have liked. They still pick up the round in the end from a clutch. But I want to see what more they have. How they will be able to set themselves up without just everybody facing at the same time. What other tricks do they have, kind of thing? We'll get there. For now, we'll get to one of the A side. There's going to be nothing here except D-Hut to block the smoke. So suddenly you've got a slightly worrisome position. Perhaps.
What is happening? That's another rifle. That's 3
Don't
AKs.
overcook this. Do not overcook this on reason. They still have to worry about stairs now, suddenly. They actually don't have to anymore. But they're so slow on this.
Bro, they have one molly. They can't take the site without taking straight fights.
Oh,
that
no.
means the AKs can win the duels. This is disastrous.
They're making a play on B.
I mean, it's
but
a fake, right?
Yeah, no, it's... I don't know what they're trying to do here, honestly. You have bombing sandwich. One on... Not even a B. He's underpass.
One else.
This is just such a poor round for a reason. Now they're making this in 30 seconds. You have to make this run B immediately if you want to.
No, they're going to commit A. They have to commit A. They don't have a choice. There's a big flank from B, yes, but look at how long it's taking them.
It's so over. It's so over.
It's over.
It's Jover, man. It's Jover.
It's Joe Ever.
It's Jacob.
It's Joe Ever. Oh my god, this is so bad. Oh, this is so bad.
They fumbled it.
Bro.
They fumbled the bag against an eco.
I'm not gonna lie. What is this? What is this flank from Swanko? Like, what is this lurk from Swanko? Come on, man. Just commit to one thing, not all things.
They had the smokes down.
they
Nobody
had
was
it all.
pushing through them. Nobody's pushing through the util, and they're just saying, let's wait. They're gonna push. They're gonna come out. That's all right, boys. Have your weapons out, ready to go. Where are they? Did we show them the wrong place?
I don't think so, man. Charlie's gonna have a field day with this one. I'll tell you that much. He's gonna really enjoy breaking this one down.
I heard he once broke a man mentally just by calling him a stinky poo-poo head. He's really out to get people every now and then. He's got very much a... He's very sharp with his words, I'll say.
He's Batman. In any case, it's gonna be...
I was not expecting that.
Apogee, they lose the first, that's Prism, yes, but with the rest still being alive, this is nowhere near done yet. Hypex, there's the first to confirm. Oh, Jacob just lets loose a spray. It's Demo with another. It seems like we're coming to the end. There's no end to it. It's over. Antivirus, well, we know they're obsolete. They've been for about 20 years, but here, unfortunately, there's just not enough against the Trojan horse that arrives here. Apogee will take map 1. That's Mirage. Nexus, I don't think you even have final words. Charlie, take it away and break it down for us. How did it all go so wrong for Reason or so right for Apogee?
Yeah, I mean, that certainly was a interesting finish, to say the least. And I finally did feel like we were starting to get Reason just find something in that game there towards the end, something that maybe they can build upon. Not necessarily for Mirage, but maybe for a map like Nuke. The issue is, it felt like a lot of the fundamentals that Nexus was talking about for Reason kind of just fell by the wayside on their T side. There's a nice couple of rounds that they did end up winning, but a lot of it was reliant on someone like Spavak finding the opening kills. He had a decent game in general, but it felt like if Spavak wasn't finding the opening kills, there wasn't a lot of room for Reason to actually be able to break open any sort of rounds. A lot of the individuals weren't quite there. I mean, understandably, they were getting outgunned by Betclic. Everyone was having a great game. I was sort of mentioning Diha didn't exactly hit the ground running as much as I would have liked him to. He's not been awful on Apogee by any stretch of the imagination, but he's a player that I think undoubtedly we want to see more from, just due to the caliber that this guy does play at. He was very key in terms of opening kills for Betclic, but he definitely wasn't the only player. Every player sort of just was winning these early fights. It always felt like Apogee, particularly when they were on their T side, in fact, they just found so many of those sort of first bloods, which just allowed them to sort of spiral these sort of kills into a round. It looked positive initially for Reason Gaming after winning the pistol and the conversion, but as soon as the weapons were out, I mean, it was night and day between the two teams, on Mirage at least. I think we had a streak of 13 rounds where Apogee ended up winning 11 of them. There was a huge disparity between the teams. It was just a couple of rounds of one-off individual moments from Reason where they even able to get anything substantial on their CT side. I even do think the scoreline was a little bit inflated due to the pistol round victory. I think as soon as the weapons were out and it's full buy versus full buy, I think Betclic, without a doubt, looked like the better team today. Or at least on Mirage. I think the biggest concern I've got for Reason is we have seen them play Mirage. This is the exact same veto that they played against Nexus. So I suppose they at least have some positives that they've played this map recently. They played all of these maps. They've had some decent goes on it. They did lose Mirage to Nexus, but at least it felt a little bit more competitive there. It doesn't feel a massively competitive map between these two so far. I mean, look, Reason, they do get a couple of rounds towards the end to maybe inflate the scoreline in a bit more of a positive light. It certainly could have easily been a 13-4. But then you do look at that round where they were up against the Eco. Sure, there was a one saved AK, but the issue is, you can see Reason, I don't know if it's maybe they're feeling the pressure here of this quarterfinal or what, but very hesitant just to push into the A-bomb site to commit. So instead, they slow things down. They allow Apogee to pick apart certain players, retrieve better weapons, and you see this long flank through B. I don't have an issue with the players trying to search for something. The issue is when the whole round is contingent on this player finding something, that's where you're leaving a lot up to sort of the gambling game, really. And there's a couple of moments like that from Reason where it feels like their T-sides weren't quite as good as I wanted them to be on Mirage. Look, maybe this just isn't a good map for them. We've seen them play it quite a few times recently. It's not been brilliant in general. They're sitting at a 29% win rate, maybe even worse after that game now. It's not been necessarily a great look. So hopefully we are going to see better things on Nuke. I think they're going to need to. Their Nuke is a significantly better map for them. But I think maybe just with the individuals, players like Jacob, the way he played in map number 1, if this can be translated from Apogee easily from map 1 to 2, look, I can easily see a world where this could just be a bit of a speed run to the semi-final. That was a pretty great display there from Betclic, and this is more like what I've wanted to see from this team, who has struggled a little bit with consistency since D has been brought into the roster. But before we talk about whether a 2-0 is going to even come through, we still got to wait for Nuke. And before we jump to Nuke, we are going to be jumping into a short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with map number 2 very shortly.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to this quarter-final here between Betclic, Apogee and Reason Gaming. I mean, look, so far, boys, the prediction that you've had, it's going to plan. We saw a pretty comfortable Mirage there for Betclic. It didn't look like they were really tested all too much. We saw a couple of rounds towards the end from Reason, but it's never anything too substantial. Next, I'm curious, what do you think needs to go the way of Reason for them to be able to take things on Nuke? Sure, this is a pretty good map for them, but it does feel like if Betclic can just play anything like that, they can probably still take things.
I think to a degree, yeah, they can kind of keep playing the way they were, but Nuke to them is just a tougher map all in all, right? Like, in terms of closing out games, it's very much a 50-50 for them, because they get a lot of closer calls here, and that goes both ways, mostly on the side of them ending up losing. So, I think that is going to be a big factor, right? They may not have a good start to the game, and as long as that's the case, I feel like Reason do have a very good opportunity.
Well, we'll see if Reason can take that opportunity as boys. We are going to be heading into Nuke now. Can Reason Gaming bounce back and make it 1-1, or are we going to see Betclic with a swift 2-0? Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much for the support and, of course, for the giveaway here. Apogee, they're going to give us a chance on Nuke, or rather Reason are, as we open up with the pistol. Nexus, we're looking forward towards this one, aren't we? Reason, there has to be a reason they chose this map.
Oh, you surprised me with your commenting, you good sir. I hate you.
As, well...
You truly are on another level.
I know. Demo, how do you roll this? Oh, you roll this nicely! 2 for him. Perfect.
Advantage taken, B-side fallen, yeah, but D-Haw's already here. Got control, and suddenly the rest of Reason, they're second-guessing themselves. Hypex is on ramp, he's... not ramp. Towards B, he's having found one. Fanatics, they wanted to find this flank, and Prism's guard lets them have control toward the A side and back if they want to go, and that's exactly what they've done. Front side punches the digits in. Hypex approaches and is rapidly sent away. Bit of a shame with him being the man with all the utility as well. But that does make the retake a little bit easier. Diha can just walk up the heaven ladder and not have to worry about anybody being up there. And as such, next duel, out in lobby. Frontsider, the Glock is good, and Diha one more. No kit, time is ticking. That's an issue. He has to nail this shot instantaneously, and if not, we dare say it's too much. He gets off it, and that is the Glock to deliver the round. Reason pistol on the board. And he's just muted himself. He's talking to the sky. Tails blasting off. I can see him realize his own mistakes. He's like, yeah, I'm muted. Oh, shit, I'm muted!
Yes, and what a start to the pistol. What a long pistol as well. Apogee, I mean, they start off with Demo on a double on B, which is a hard position to hold on from where he was in Titanic, aka Dark. But round 2 starts off with a force buy. Why wouldn't it? You know, Apogee, they've got MP9s, they've got a FAMAS, they've got a Scout, they got a little bit of a damage dealer kind of setup. Can they get a few kills, though? Is the question. Oh, I love the slow poke. Like, Reason, this is where I like them taking it easily. Not easily, but rather easy, taking it slow. That's the way to put it.
Now they're also taking it easily. That's the first one. Prism gets removed and secret stairs opened up. Nobody else is even going to be nearby, and Jacob, who was thinking of that rotation, he gets chopped in half. He's gone. Demho, next one involved in these fights, and he's looking to make a heroic play. You can't really blame him. I like the effort or the commitment, at least for him. Maybe if it is slightly poor, it could have waited just 2 seconds for Hypex, but at the same time, you gotta make some sort of heroic plays in a round like that when you just down to nothing already. Be the hero or a 0, and that's what Apogee at the moment still have. 2-0 should be 3. Life a reason to start off Nuke, as I said. They need a good start. Don't let Apogee get into the game early on and just keep delaying them.
Exactly.
And if they get around, just bounce back immediately. Don't let anything scare you. Easier said than done.
Also true.
There's a lot of statements like that in Counter-Strike, and that's that we could just keep talking about.
I mean, there's an endless...
Now play your own game.
Look, there's a reason ChatGPT exists. I'm sure if I write up a short summary, it's going to give me like a 10,000 word essay on this, so, you know, it's fine.
Oh god. I didn't know you were a cringe lord.
No. I don't use... I have never used it, bar for playing...
Jacob, hello. Hold on.
Well, that's a lot of damage.
He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
What? No.
Again,
no.
another eco, another pistol round. Same as on Mirage. Jacob's gone nuclear, and it's 1 more to go. Well, he's letting antivirus slip away from the site. That's the timing now missed. Yes, he waits and waits. Antivirus also does the same. Surely on an eco, you don't have a kit. Time is so far ticked already. Even if Apogee, even if Jacob doesn't win this round, he's not going to stick this 10-second defeat and get it done. It's still going to be a win.
That's a...
Exact repeat of Mirage Kill.
He knows. Oh my god, he actually gets it. I mean, he will potentially die, and I think he does die. Yeah, but that is 5 kills on an eco. Now
he's dropping it off.
The
He's going to drop it off.
buy round. Yeah, absolutely he is.
Oh?
No? No, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. What a round.
That is sick. Yeah, I like the fact that we were concerning ourselves with the fact that, you know, what if the individuals aren't going to be online today? Actually.
Let me let me tell you something. In any case, Apogee.
The fact that they've done that twice.
That's so sad.
Twice they've got away with the exact same route. They've limited the reasons, fiscal year and state at the moment to just worrying about round number 4 and nothing else. It's insane. Timeouts. What have we got here? You happen to have a reason for me, big man. He's currently searching, knees deep in the swamp, going through it, wading through the scrolls to tell us what exactly is the issue.
Reason is the problem. They are the ones to call this technical. So I don't know what the issue is exactly, but they are the ones to have called it.
Right.
I'm just thinking on how is Jacob capable of pulling a 4K out of thin air, no Kevlar, and it kind of resonates with what CMD said earlier as well in the breakdown, how Apogee clearly, individually speaking, are on a next level, really. You know, Dicha, perhaps he was a little bit quiet in the first few rounds of map 1. Didn't really start off running, but
he had one good one at round 12, but then again, almost nobody had these massive moments on Betclic bar 4, and I don't want to keep beating this very much alive horse of Jacob at the moment, but he was the one who went above and beyond. Everybody else, as I sort of mentioned it during it, they just fit into the puzzle. And this one was one that Apogee, they did solve at the start. But now, we're back. Count ticks and all that, we are counting down. A reason? It's time to go. It's time to get some more here. Stop Apogee from taking these rounds early on. Feels like Reason have already defied the odds a little bit to be here. The game against Nexus, though you weren't there to witness it, but something crazy happened. Something real crazy happened.
I'm sure you'll share the knowledge with me, the lore, but right now what matters is Reason has 3 rounds. If they can get 4 and 5, they'll be in a very well set place for this first half to start. Now the question is, how do they deal with the op? Hypex has it out in Garage. We've got massive presence out of the CTs. First nade to open up the smokes, see if they can find any targets. And Reason is looking to approach outside. Smokes deployed. Looks like a closer smoke to main. That's the more aggressive one where you're going to be posting players close to that edge. Possibly pouring into Garage as well. Leaving options for a potential ace strike to still be kind of available. But they're taking too long. The smokes are passing. They're taking too long. Reason still get one. That's Diha.
There's the openings to work with now. Jacob, he's here to defend. First one. He'll pass the test, stay alive. They are going to give him chase. It's SPARTA running him down with the AK. Just about buys time for Demo to make his way toward the slower side as well. He's got 30 still on the clock. And a play up the vent. You've got only one here. And it's Prism. Cannot get much done. His brain might be big. But here it is too big a target. Demo continues the round. Keeps it somewhat alive. It's not really looking great, though, and as time goes on, we're seeing Demo just thinking twice about it. He'll say, no thank you. Walk away. Try to save the AK-47, even join Hypex on ramp, perhaps. It is 4-0. And we've got an alive Reason here in the gun rounds as well. May not have been the cleanest one. But they still had their plan Bs here, and Prism being called out on A, that's just a individual entry that they managed to get. Right, I imagine he finds that first one, he'll have time to adjust as well. And we played our round out somewhat differently, but in this situation. Reason found a small gap, made use of it, and they get paid a round. That's 4-0. Physical status of Apogee as well, they need to stretch it a little bit thin just to afford everything, but they're going to be good, they'll be fine, they'll still have 2 timeouts remaining as well. Now they recognize as well how much they might be given away here. Historically, somewhat CT-sided, presently not so much. I think Nuke has just become a very 50-50 with time passing. That's just the meta changing. The nades, new smokes, lineups outside, everybody's gotten better.
I mean,
and Nuke's one of those maps that has been fun to watch the evolution of in different iterations.
It's a new age of Counter-Strike, honestly. We can't deny that game is changing. And Valve is not really doing much to fix things that need to be fixed. People are adjusting to the new age. As Apogee,
this is nice.
Do they adjust to the new strategy? This is going to be a push down secret with one, Mr. Fnatic. The rest are possibly... No, they're following suit, sure, but they're taking their... Why are they taking so long? Hotpicks, 3 kills.
Oh, no. Fnatic's not even committed to the fight. Doesn't have anybody to support him. He's taking the duel alone. And he cannot force his way to take the kill with Diha. If either one of those players on stairs, by the way, was with him, they can secure that frag. They're going to get the opening. Instead, now they'll have to go back and hope that something goes right. Hypex is not scoped in. Watch the flashbangs walk right back in, and that's back to a 4-on-4. 50 seconds remain. This is an insanely messy round so far, but one where this can go either way, especially with the shot from Demo. Jacob having found the next one. The SPARTA try to make his way up heaven. And frontsiders 1v3 is required. 2 in garage, they'll swing this one together. Not to give him an opportunity. And Apogee first round is on the board. That is just poor. Like I say, they're waiting too long. And then when they're taking a fight toward the B side, it's alone! You have 3 secrets! That could have been your goal site. That could have been the B site. Instead of they said, yeah, I'm just going to molly it. Maybe we're going to fake them out. No, not really.
The initial impression I got was they're going to put one in secret that's going to lurk and the rest are going to go garage. That was the initial impression I got. And then they walked with a late smoke already basically kind of disappearing with the nades flying, and they got caught in the smoke, losing the first, got into secret, got nothing done, and everything just kind of collapsed. Apogee, that was a free round if I've ever seen one. Perhaps they lose a few, but they seem to be back on the road again. Demo, this time! Detracked, derailed. It's going to be Frontsider with an excellent entry.
This is fast at least. Toward the lower side this time, they're fully committed to it. Prism, he'll be looking to play off of Jacob. And doesn't even get much opportunity. Jacob's found the first few. Frontside again, left alone here. You had the site, you had access to it, and that's when the players on Apogee and the fast rotations they played just very quickly caught up with you.
I gotta be honest, I'm surprised they did not run B immediately after getting the kill. You know, that's usually the play in ecos or half-buys, because you just want to get the bomb down. Alas, well, they poked their nose a little bit too deep, and they pay the price. Reason will be now down to a 2-round difference. They've got the buy, they've got to deal with Apogee. With very little utility on antivirus, nothing really. There goes Frontsider. Jacob again starts off strong. It's going to be Swanko on Silo. Looking to engage, looking to find the Opera outside. Potentially Hypix has played already in Garage. And if I'm seeing that right, they're hard aggroing towards lobby. They've got all the info they need. At this point, really, I mean, Dika's already back in their flank on Silo almost. They've made it down to secret, yes, but they're going to lose their outside lurk. They're expected on B. It's an open and shut book and a case. This is too easy for right now Apogee.
Oh, it gets worse.
Look. Let's take a step back and just kind of try and see what exactly went wrong for Reason. For me, the one thing is they had nobody lobby. Nobody. For like a good minute almost, nobody was in lobby. Let's say 30, 40 seconds. And you're slow walking outside into secret. And you're not even running. When you get to secret, you're not even going down. You're staying outside and waiting.
Yeah, you can't really get away with that all too much. Like, maybe at times. At the same time, we can say Diha can only get away with that play once or twice. Now that's the once. It's a very important round as well.
Vital.
But all of that could have been avoided if they, A, were faster, yet again, perhaps. Or if they did have somebody anywhere nearby. Lobby, perhaps. Further back outside, Silo, anywhere. Top mini, like is often the case. None of that so far. This is... Yeah, I get your frustrations.
It's a full eco towards ramp. I think it should get them towards B at least, because Demo so far has been missing a few shots. Good
Oh,
nade.
that's good.
Not bad at all. The crossfire. Demo.
Okay, hold on. Oh,
There's two. Okay, he stops it. He stops it. All is good. Balance has been restored to the universe. Spavak. That's good. Punish them for the mistakes. I like this. You know, I like this because, honestly, you know, they are overly aggressive here, if you ask me. Especially when you see pistols and they're not specifically running against you to take those straight fights, especially the player that came in rotation to Demo that should have been, you know, second contact, not first contact, kind of, you know, puts them in an awkward position. That could have spun out of control if Demo does not double. With that, though, we spin into control for Apogee and a little bit out for Reason, as it is a 4-4 tied scoreline. Not bad, though. Reason T-side, I mean, if you get 4 or 5 rounds, you're already in a decent spot. Let's say they'll get 5 at the bare minimum, I'm expecting. Oh, this spot, Diha. I love you, brother. This spot is amazing. Usually unchecked, but I think Reason is smarter than that. Diha even realizes perhaps it's a little bit too egregious.
Are they waiting out the smokes? If Spavak walks now when the smokes have faded, I'm going to be real upset. But yeah, they'll patch up the outside smoke wall. Shadow advantage to Diha.
Oh my
and he'll
God.
take 2.
Another mention here. They burned 30 seconds before finding Dika, only to lose 2. Luckily, frontsider though. He's big, he's strong, and he's going for the front. And he will get all 3. Perfect.
Something goes right. Individually, they can try to count on that for a good while. Hype for the moment. 1v3 turns 1v1. He's sharpened the shots. We talked very little about him so far. But you put him in a clutch, he is your man on this side of Apogee. The best one that they have in late round situations, statistically, and even beyond that, in practice. Having fired those first few. Time is ticking. No kit. Maybe
No,
there's still one on site, but...
He has a kit.
He does. Sorry, my bad. Doesn't matter. He's dead.
Doesn't hit the shot, though. That is true, so the kit doesn't matter in the end. But regardless, reason, it's number 5. Like I said, there's a chance for them to break out here, and even with 5 rounds on the first half, I think you can be very thankful. T-side is not easy to play. In the new changes to the economy with CTs receiving more money definitely makes it a little bit harder because there's going to be an 8 or 2 more usually. Now, I'm still a big proponent of changing it up to 500 per player bonus per round if the CTs kill all 5, so 100 per head. I think that would be the real balance there, but it's going to be Diha again. Diha is easy to find Fnatic, and a second on Antivirus as Prism just walks out lobby again in the flank.
This is Apogee taking the initiative, noticing as well how much attention is actually put outside. They are finding themselves so much to work with. Swanko is just waiting to see where this man on top is. He'll find Jacob. But left in an unwinnable situation. As the time it is drawing to a close, he's got about a minute to decide how he wants to handle this L. And he's choosing to fight.
I like it, you know. Show them
Still not
you mean
actually
business.
That impossible when you look at it. His first kill to D-Hot, 1v2 suddenly.
They're giving him
he's not
these
gonna pull this
fights.
off, but he has to fight his way out. Prism will deny. Hypex there to back him up as well. It gets closer than it should have been. 1v5, Apogee, like you say, they have been taking a couple of too many fights, perhaps. And that as well does go to show. You can play slower, you can play more patient. They give it a bit of a push. And that also takes away a little bit of that economy that we're looking to build up here. But reason they're not going to play off that, they instead only have a hero rifle, everybody else on pistols. Antivirus stuck at a Glock as well. Unlucky, buddy.
Poor man.
But he's looking at bigger things than just this round.
Got the Tech 9 at least, so there's that. But it's Prism that finds Frontsider, so there goes their entry. He was pretty consistent, and yeah, again, the entry, and again into main this time. The one thing that we thought earlier would happen, Prism, if he does not recognize this, it's a problem.
No.
As they're about to ready to push, Pavaku. He did get one Swan cost, Pavaku. It's more than enough. 2 for each, and it's down to Mr. Hypex left, open hand. Hard to imagine how he clutches this one. Did I say hard to imagine? What the actual hell? Oh my goodness, Hypex, don't give me palpitations. Oh, another quick one.
And he goes out. There's flash, here's the swing. 3 shots! All missed. Pick up the M4, buddy. It's time to retire the AWP for a moment, but this time the 1v3 goes his way.
Oh, bro.
I'd given up on that round. I hit the AWP shot 1, boom, 2, down. 3, 4, 5. Those miss, but the M4 comes out. I told you, man. You put this guy in a clutch, he will deliver most of the time.
I like how I was also like, yeah, you know, 1v3, is he really gonna try? I guess he is, as he absolutely smashes them. And if this is not enough of a evidence that you know, Apogee is on a higher level, then I don't know what is. Reason, as we said, they've made it far, they've done well. They're even here in the quarterfinals, proving to be a tough nut to crack on a first half of Nuke that is never easy, especially T-side. Anything more than this great. I did say that we could easily see them take a map in the pregame. I'd said that I'd expect them to take a map. And yeah, I'd say Nuke is definitely the opportunity here, especially once we switch to that CT side where I expect Reason to once again give us a bit of a better showing.
Looking for 6 here. Thing is, they've got one more to take at halftime. This time, hey! They're playing it fast. They're playing it quick. Down to the secret without wasting much time at all. And again, 3 rounds in a row, Apogee are making this play into lobby. They want the information. They'll get it. Control belongs to them, but the entirety of B has been given over. That's going to be a slight issue here, but a 5-on-5 retake as of now. Apogee still thinking, maybe we're setting up for an A play here. Nope. That's the bomb. Last shot of the half, but a 5-on-5 retake toward the lower side. Demo's going to be up close and personal versus now Swanko, who's backing off. 3 CTs on the other side, and that's where the mass rotation comes through. It goes out, chips away. With the Galil in play for frontside, that might just make a difference. But they've got very aggressive angles on this. Looking to welcome the first one. A trade comes from Demo. 3 more
Prism
from Ramp. And it's all coming to an end here with frontsiders. Galil left in the end. We said maybe the nade, maybe the damage comes through. The Galil only needs to connect a little bit.
He has no bullets.
He's not found those. Damage plentiful. 1 for Hypex, 24 for Jacob, but that is 7 being picked up there. The fuse comes through.
What a close call. And again, he did not reload. I think he had between 20 to 25 bullets in the magazine. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and I think he was just perhaps a half-second away from securing 2 bullets more into the diffuser. That would have bought him enough time to either disengage and, you know, buy another second or 2 more. That would have been enough to give them number 6. But unfortunate turn of events, it's 7-5, and as I said, Reason with 5 rounds, I think they're going to be happy. I think that's a good enough of a setup where they can start with the pistol, perhaps even let go of the pistol and win the gun round. You know, either of those two are true, as long as they don't lose against Ecos. If they win the pistol, please don't drop against pistols. You know, don't die against them then in the following rounds. But that's just me. Second half about to begin.
Let's go.
I don't think we have any Italian players here, but yes, definitely everybody that loved Nintendo back in the day and Mario. By the way, Super Mario, love it, always have. But for me, Vario is even better.
What?
You never heard of Vario? W-Ario?
Yes.
Yeah.
You liked Wario World?
Yes. Vario World.
Or was it Wario World or WarioWare?
I
Might have
don't
been
know.
both.
Honestly, I don't know, but I know you had like multiple, like, I had the old Game Boy where the Vario was still played on. So good.
Yeah, you had original Advance, you had WarioWare. Gold was one at least. I feel like that might be it.
Not Advance, the original Game Boy that had the original Wario game on the original Game Boy. The the big bricky one.
I have one of those in my closet. Yeah. I've got Game Boy Color actually. So
never had a color
cool
one. My parents didn't want to buy me one, so I was like, you know, what can I do?
Damn.
Yeah.
Pokemon Blue. That was shit. That was great.
Everybody in my school had it.
We've got round number 13. And as I said, pistol can go a long way here for either side. For Apogee, it's to cement more of this comeback and cement their control. For this Reason side, it's coming down to a clutch here. Nice shot for SPARQ. But at 1v2, they're playing it together out of Heaven and out of CT. Now, moving, they hear Hypex. Down toward the lower side, he'll plant a bomb, put it down. Get a couple of seconds to move, but he hears the noise. The stampede is coming, that's one. And second, around to the corner, around to the sidewall. Hypex will deliver a second clutch. 2 out of 3 success rate, and that is 8 to Apogee.
Nasty Hypex, let's go.
I'm telling you.
Beautiful.
I didn't get a chance to talk enough about him. You were all aboard the demo trade. I wanted to talk about Hypex because late round, he is one of the best that Apogee, or the best that Apogee have to offer.
You ain't kidding. It's true.
He delivers, man.
Well, Reason, they got to deliver with an eco and then a gun round. And it's that gun round we talked about, we mentioned. It's kind of a do-or-die scenario, really. The quarterfinals are now slowly rolling out, and if they cannot secure themselves the gun round, it's going to be 10. We're looking at maybe 11 to 12 already, and then a comeback. Do we believe? A third map. You know, it's going to be a tougher time for sure, and even tougher still. Full eco, it's exactly what we'd expect. Thankfully, we get.
Let's go again.
What about Luigi?
I'm Luigi.
No, he had a voice actually, legit. I don't remember his voice.
He had a little bit. It's like a more high pitched, and I've tried, man. I used to be the goat of Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse and a couple others. I can't really do it properly anymore.
Because
I
you're
can
a
do
man
Mickey.
now.
That's
Yes.
fine. But Luigi's so weirdly enough just not in the exact range. There's a couple ones that I cannot do anymore.
Fair. I mean,
Yeah.
come on, you're a grown ass
I'm a
man.
guy.
Your vocal
Yeah.
cords have developed, and
I'm a
Demo's reflexes have also developed. That's a 4K. Hey, you were saying don't talk about Demo, don't talk about Hypix. Well, look at him now.
No, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. That's not what I said.
I know.
And those are eco kills.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say that. Well, eco cover or not, the fact is all of these players are very good. And yes, Hypix especially deserves quite a shout out as well for his skill from left to right. And Demo as well. I'm a bit surprised. He is quieter than I would have suspected him to be, honestly. But get serious, right? Round 15, this is it. Glass cannon, by the way. Glass cannon.
I will have to mention this, right? Sparvacu's just not really out there at the moment. When you compare him versus Nexus, he was atop of the server by a long shot. He had 55 kills. I think Shello on the other side of 48, and the closest one at 42. Right, we're not seeing that out of him right now. On Mirage, sure, he was 14, nobody else 10 on his team. But you're down to 95, you're gonna need to show up here, and at the moment, everybody's showing the door. That's the only thing they're seeing. And oh boy, that's gonna suck a little bit. And there goes one more. G-Hop, he'll be denied on these exit frags. Barbecue and Frontside are both positions found out. Any requests, please let him come my way. I'm still working on it. I remember we had a conversation about this a little bit. Fred Flintstone, I cannot exactly do this because the microphone is so different.
Yeah, it's it doesn't.
It's very hard to replicate it.
The thing is, you either need a very expensive microphone, so it picks up all the subtleties of your vocal cords.
It's a lot of EQ. It's a lot of EQ, and the way they were doing audio processing back in like 1700s. Not really. Yeah. I don't remember exactly.
No,
like 1950s,
1900s,
60s.
bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
1700s.
I know.
Bro.
I'm kidding.
No,
like
you're
1960s.
not. I know your history is not great. Come on.
Okay, genuinely, do you think anybody's doing animation in the 1700s? Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, 1960, actually. Wow. Exactly 1960. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it was the radio voice, was the Mediterranean accent. Bring it up a little bit. That whole thing.
The nasality of it.
Yeah, because the microphones couldn't pick up the lower ones a lot better.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing. And then you had a thick New York accent. D-Ha outside. This was his place, by the way, last time. He'll not get a single thing, but Hypex is here of the trades. Down to 15 HP as he's taken down to 2, giving his team the advantage to work with for the moment. And again, we mentioned Barbecue. Would it be nice to see him get a little bit more here? Be much more active in this game. That could be the difference maker they're looking for. That or the fact that Antivirus, by the way, 3 kills at the moment. Not to throw him under the bus or anything, but CT side, you'll need to perform to your own standard. You can't be slacking too far behind. Everybody needs to deliver. Time to pick up a slack here. And it's Barbecue. Gonna be good to start with him. Open up this round. Get your team hyped. Get him going. But there's Swanko. Joins in on this fun. Now he's dead. No more fun. And it's Barbecue. It comes down to where we go to him to perform with a seeming A take out of Apogee. They somehow go B here, I'm gonna be more than shocked. Here it is.
There we go. Yeah.
1.
Oh,
Nope.
missed shot.
1. Make
1.
it 2. Turn around.
Make it 2. Needs to be 2.
Got him.
Oh, misses the
Oh.
shot. And that's round. Fnatic. Not the team, the player. I mean,
Finally
is
won.
he fanatical
Goal
enough?
Here.
Yeah. Is he crazy enough to try this? I mean, they know they need the round, and I think he needs to. Yeah, he's got the kit, the molly, the nade, and time is ticking. His position is not too bad, but he's gonna have to engage with a deep angle first, and that's a good win for him. Now Jacob, does he get predicted? No.
Oh, yeah. The way he plays it, so slow, he doesn't swing insta, he doesn't want to accidentally walk into the same spray. He'll deny it. He'll say, no thank you, you can walk out. Shows him the door, and that is 11 been picked up for Apogee. And after, he kinda had to try it, Fnatic, because you need these rounds. And even with the loss of that M4, he's still got money for one of his own. The only thing he'll be missing really is just any utility, and that's about it. A kit would have been nice, seeing as nobody's got those on the CT side, but... Well, if you just kill them before that ever happens, you don't need a kit, do you? We'll see, maybe they get there, maybe they won't. But now we'll see how round 17 goes. Apogee have been a strong order this nuke so far. A lot better than I thought, right? I expected Reason to have just a better game, but the fact is they started 4-0, they had one more toward the end. They just didn't continue their T-side at all. It just fell apart. Nobody had anything really to say about it unless they were on the side of Apogee, which is just crazy to think.
Yep.
You start well, and then as we complain time and time again, it's either alone or it's just way too slow, and you get picked apart slowly.
That was the core problem. I think their mid-round decisions were very poor. They were constituted without much anything.
If you play that way, you don't deserve to win.
Yeah.
If you are not playing to win, and instead playing for individuals to deliver heroics, that's a different thing.
I mean, you're not gonna win. That's the thing. Because you
hello.
cannot rely on individuals to win you the game every single time. They'll win you rounds, but not the game itself. You need the team for that. There's a reason this is a 5-man team, a 5-man game. SPARTA and Fnatic
coming up.
They might have the 6 though. Hypex.
Another clutch.
This is gonna be the 4th clutch if he pulls it.
2 out of 3.
Oh god, Fnatic. Never mind.
Oh. Just about. If Spartacu's not there, you know how that's gonna go.
Oh yeah.
Because his teammate hasn't rotated up vents. He'll pick that up and he'll just weasel his way down toward the B site, but Spartacu will come up clutch. And it's the same story as on Mirage. You'll take a little bit toward the end here. You still denied him at point, or in this case, series point. But it feels like it can only be so much with the way the game has been played so far for Apogee. Because unless Reason do play that
So
sick
cool.
game, sick run boost as well,
And he's in main
we're
already.
gonna be in a tough situation. Jacob
rated.
just about to get scored. It's one goal to Sparta. Everybody's there involved the CT side. They've removed Apogee's initial play of A. Mho's looking for where Fnatic might be. They'll see him. Maybe. Actually, no, he won't see the shadow. I'm lying here. Diha, he's not. He's sending people lying down to the hospital bed, to the emergency room. It remains.
Emergency. Paging Dr. B.
To anybody as well who doesn't know, if you are playing top of the rafters, they're like, I believe that is Fnatic. Yep. Your shadow can be seen moving around
Yes.
depending on the position you're in. I'm not sure if it's extending all the way, but if you're playing right above Mini, you can see it on the silo.
Yes, you can tell the shadow behind the glass. Like,
Yeah. I don't know how far it extends. Like, maybe if the way he was playing goes behind the silo, like on the side, you couldn't see it, but
to be fair, considering
it's still
the fact
something
that
you'll have to consider it when playing this map on your own.
considering that nobody
tip.
really, you know, plays a lot on that position. Honestly, you know, it's a once or twice in a half kind of situation that you're going to be there. It's a good spot, but it's too easy to counter. As we have a straight A rush from Apogee.
Hey, there you go. That's a good round.
That's a good round. Good hold. Well done. Reason.
I do think the Raptors goes a little bit underutilized in my eyes.
Oh yeah.
It is such an offset aim position for the T side to clear as well. You're gonna have to have a helicopter entry, aka a high sensitivity player. You've got to have your Woxic on the entry, or anybody else. Just to give a prime example.
You know what really bothers me is that when they removed the whole first half of the Raptors, they blocked off the whole access point around. Now that made it for a much more interesting way to play, even if it was tougher. But that's just me. Maybe I like it a little bit harder, a little bit tougher. But it is going to be 11-8. Reason. They've got a perfect chance here, not only to tie it up, but maybe take this map for their own and give us a chance at a third.
You like a rough game and tied up?
Oh yeah, when it's close. Yeah.
He hop into garage, opening trade.
Nice shot.
He holds main as well here. Means nobody else is going to be able to make much out of this. What Jacob has still remained top of Mini. I'm not sure. I imagine the drop has been heard. Yet again, in secret, SPARTA. Spoken a lot about him. Fnatic's also been the surprise in these last few rounds, from like 12 to 13 kills to suddenly on 20. Eclipsing everybody on the server at the moment. And when we talk about what reason needed, it is the individuals to deliver their own class of game, what they expect from themselves. Fnatic said, yeah, screw that, I'm gonna be better. I'm a bit built different.
Definitely wants some revenge, I'll tell you that much. SPARTA.
Or smoke.
That smoke is not gonna really lend you defense, but HyBET wants the smoke!
Oh my God!
What a monsterful pull. As a nice save by Frontsider, still keeps this round in their hands. That was a closer call than it should have been, and we do get down to a 2-round difference. Keep in mind, Reason was winning 4-0. On the start of this map, Reason was up 4-0, and it was a 4-2 lead when Apogee, I believe, failed the first time. I believe it was 5-2, and then it was 5-5, and then it continued to 7-5. But point is, right now, Apogee, only 2 rounds. That is not a lot.
No, it's not. We are getting this good half out of Reason here. I said they were going to need a good first half and a good beginning to the game. I mean, they fulfilled that with the 4-0, but then they fell apart. So it's suddenly become a game for Reason to close this one. Or close the gap. Well, Apogee, I've said it, they've had maybe trouble in their games. They've gotten a couple of 11 to 13 losses handed to them. You're thinking, what about another one? Here are the Pistols. They speak otherwise. They found themselves the entrances to a lower side to work with. Swan goes on ramp. Nobody get forced to strain immediately, but they will be looking for the 2-on-1 with the shot from Prism. But even the 1v2, headshot on ramp gets presented. Fnatic denies. Near catastrophe, but just avoiding it on the Reason side.
That was a closer call than it ever should have been. Yes, they still win. Fnatic, 21 kills, you mentioned. He skyrocketed in the last 5 rounds. He really rose to the heavens with this one, and maybe even pulling into a third map because of it. 11-10. It's the full buy. Apogee now have a chance to break this open and bring themselves back up to 12 and start grinding for the 2-0. Reason, meanwhile, they've got everything going for them. If they bring themselves to 11, I'm pretty certain they win this map.
Quite the call to make. I mean, currently they've got a 5 streak going on. Who's to say 6, 7, 8 won't come through? Lower sight. Oh, what's that?
Miss shot. Yes, it was. He hit the side of the door.
Yeah,
the door
I was wondering
hinge.
if Demo was there or not, if he somehow hit him, but no, he was on ramp. That's not the case. Here's Apogee, though, spreading around. Now Jihad into garage, forcing the spray. Antivirus commits to it. Good jiggle, and suddenly with previous instructions that they were going ramp, Reason I gotta be in a little bit
Up
of trouble
heaven.
here. You've got the walk up heaven. Demo's here. Jacob's looking to trade.
Oh.
You don't need a trade when you nailed it first. And there's 1, 2, there's 3. Falling one at a time. And fairly rapidly at that. Apogee, they've pulled this one. A quick trick they managed to get out. I'll say nice round. I like the way they exert their control and just walk around the map. It does say a little bit of that Reason weren't fully prepared for that walk back. That the way Apogee have gone about this is that they haven't really faked out. They haven't reconsidered their own options, but here they added a little bit of trickery. And you could see that was still an opportunity from the entire side of the round. They have a round, they have a secret. You go back to Counter-Strike any time of history, you say, oh, that's a B split. You still have your 2 on A sites. They're somewhat ready, but not good enough.
And what's
12 to
worse
10.
is...
Game is drawing to a close, unless Reason keep it open.
Oh, Fnatic
Oh, no.
burning down. Fnatic down
Oh.
to 12. He did get
Hello.
the kill, though. Hold up.
This is
Still
nice.
alive.
If
Rushing
they
ramp.
find attention on ramp, that's going to force them down vents. And even if they don't, goodbye, Fnatic. Suddenly he's going to be SPARTA out of trouble on B from 2 different sides. And Frontsiders also with him.
Do they expect him, though?
Demo.
Oh, he hears him.
Going past him. Double doors
Oh,
open.
disengages. That's smart. Demo, you don't want to fight this directly. You don't want to give him a 1v1. Frontsider can take these fights easily. Hypex, meanwhile, he's crazier, he's faster, and he's better. As that is going to be the bomb plant. 3 versus 3 after plant setup. 1 ramp, 1 secret. A second joining secret, actually. And this is going to be the retake now for the game. Reason. They have to get in here and fast. Clock is ticking, a third of it already gone. SPARTA with a pop flash into double doors as they take control room. Antivirus with the first, that's Demo. And we still have 2 players alive on the side of the T's. Jacob on the other side and Hypex, and it's maybe not enough. Hypex 1v2. Can he buy enough time?
Another!
There's a kid
Another!
into the smoke. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the defuse is coming through, and it's going to be enough. It's going to be Reason to pull it to 11.
Antivirus has been struggling this entire time, and now he gets himself 3, gets the defuse. They are not done here. We said you can trust Hypex in the clutch, and he's just that far away from finding the connections. But if we've gone to 24 rounds, we might be going more than that. Apogee, they're not giving this series that easily.
1 round is all it takes for Reason to push us to overtime, to give us a chance to see the third, and themselves to win the series, maybe, to go to the semifinals. That would be a massive achievement from the 91st spot in the world ranking, up against, I believe, number 60 currently, Apogee. And then to move on to the semis and finals, potentially, that would be a massive achievement. Reason, oh la la, they lose barbecue, though. That's the off. That's not what you want.
Oh!
That's a second. Jacob is mad. He wants to win. He wants to close this at 2. No overtime. No chance.
They spread around outside. They've got so much time to work with as well. Reason they'll have to make a play for information at some point. You can't just sit still. Let them surround you. And Apogee, that's exactly what they wanted to do. Surround them on A. Swanko's thinking about it. What if Heaven is the play? What about Lobby? When's the timing coming? When does he swing? We also see Frontsider into Lobby. That takes away a lot of the attention that Swanko has to worry about. But at the moment, Heaven might be the only thing he'll need to look at. And as time goes by, Frontsider, he's brought himself away from Lobby. The next piece of information they wanted was outside. They didn't necessarily need that. You could have played without it. Maybe you were finding a straggler, but instead you find the headshot delivered to you express. Double swing. They want this. Out towards A. Frontsider. Important kill. Lobby again. Taken away from Swanko's crosshair. Won't have to worry about it for the next few seconds, but now he does it. Out on sight. Out of heaven. This is going to be Apogee to close it. Slow, steady. They keep pummeling the defense 1 phase at a time. And 13-11 is the scoreline here. And this time their victory. Their semifinals locked in. 2-0 the scoreline here. A fight out of reason, but as said, the time was up. Apogee, they delivered a better game. But we bring in Charlie, big CMD, 64th of his name, to talk us through Nuke.
Yeah, look, I mean, Nuke, Not exactly how I expected things to go there between both sides. I think a really solid display from Reason initially. I kind of felt like that could be the platform for them to seriously build something more on. But they kind of just got halted at 4 for a long time. The reason why I felt like we probably would have seen Reason actually get a bit more is we've seen a decent bit of Apogee's CT side recently. I've actually got to watch quite a lot of their nuke sort of in the last week or so. Their CT side's bad. Like, I don't think there's any sugarcoating it. Apogee CT side is poor. And it felt like as soon as we see 4 start, it felt like we are going to see things sort of fall into place for that CT side to kind of fall apart. But we had a lot of clutch moments. Look, the boys were sort of touching on the amount of high picks clutch, high picks big moments. Even the first 1v3 that he didn't win completely annihilated any of Reason's economy, allowed Apogee to bounce back. They ended up just keep on sort of getting round after round. It's very grindy, this game, for both teams, really. But eventually we did see a decent streak from Betclic to a point where they ended up winning a half. And I kind of felt like, okay, look, we've seen Apogee win the half here. Weirdly, their T side is pretty solid. It's just their CT side that they can't really seem to suss out just yet. So after sort of seeing the first half, I felt like it should be business as usual, really. And that kind of felt like what we saw. We saw the pistol round go the way of Apogee, and it felt like the streak continued. Momentum was completely with them, wind under their sails. But then they slowed down. And then we start to see reason why they picked this map. They showed us a decent CT side out from them. The issue is, when you're facing off against players like Jacob, which we ended up seeing in that final round there, you can just have these magic moments. You can just have this sort of moment of brilliance from both sides where things can just crumble. And it did just feel like we sort of said it with map number 1, boys. The individuals, they're the biggest difference maker, it feels like we've seen today. Hypex in the clutches. We've got Jacob with some of those opening kills that we saw. It was just a masterclass from Apogee, even though I don't think their nuke's particularly good. I think the fact that they're still able to bring it over the line against a team like Reason, who sure are lower ranked, but this is their home turf. This is a map that they feel more than comfortable on. Sadly, though, that is going to have to be us saying goodbye to Reason. I think there's a lot of positives for this team to take away, though. This being the biggest event that they've probably played in this roster's history so far. I know they haven't played a huge amount of series in general with this 5 just yet under this Reason banner, at least. I think quarterfinals, being able to get here in the fashion that they did, certainly is a positive, isn't it, Theo?
Yeah, I agree. It's more than I think anybody would anticipate from their recent endeavors. And yeah, I don't think this is a bad thing. You know, I mean, I think everything is a good thing when you get this far. But for them, losing as well is not necessarily the worst thing, because they can take from this loss a lot more than they possibly could from a victory. And yes, they would have gotten to the semis, but there, you know, then maybe Partizan, maybe ENCE. It only gets harder from here. And I feel like in here they learn a lot about how they have to approach certain rounds and just space themselves out better. You could see that it was more about their whole team timings than anything else. The way they went for the executions, you could tell it just wasn't as confident.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I think that's certainly going to be the things that they will learn and be able to adapt after playing a few more events, a few more series like this. But I do agree. I don't think the fairy tale story eventually would have been ended, whether it wasn't going to be by Betclic. You imagine ENCE or Partizan, both these teams on pretty solid form. I'm liking this new ENCE roster as well. It feels like eventually it would get stopped. But Nexus, we've now seen Betclic be our first team to advance through to the semi-final. We know who they are going to be playing against. It's going to be either ENCE or Partizan. How are you feeling for their chances here for the rest of the playoffs?
I'm not sure. I think this is something of a topic we kind of had around 3-4 months ago, maybe as well. I think the break they took from competing wasn't that great, and now as well, after a little bit, they kind of had the high after Bucharest, right? They took a break, they looked great. Then when they came back, it was shaky. They hadn't really reached the same highs. I've been a little bit worried. Now they've added DHOT, maybe. I don't know. But if you're looking at, like, the near future, maybe, like, I'm not sure if I'm all aboard it. Like, for them, currently sitting at 45th in the world as well, like, those VRS points, man, they've kind of gotten away from them. They can't coast on them. They've got about 2 months, not even, to climb back up if they want to get something here done for the major. They're in a tough position. They haven't put themselves in the best of places to do much. It's a very dire situation for them in that degree. But as to is there hope and can they sort of make this playoffs, for example, work for them? Absolutely. They played a fairly good game here today. Overall, I think the skill ceiling for this team is really high. But even as we said at the start of the series, what if your individuals aren't playing the absolute best game? Today, that wasn't an issue. What about tomorrow? I don't know, because there is a heavy reliance on Jacob. The stats here, they do prove that true. And even the game as well here to a degree, even if you do have these moments, and especially on this second about everybody plays a better game, it still feels like it's lacking just the extra layer of security from the individual players. But the potential absolutely there.
Yeah, look, I think I completely agree with near enough all of that, to be fair. I do think Betclic do feel like they are a team where, at times, like you said, if individuals aren't there, there can be a big difference. And I think, look, if you take Jacob out of the equation today, and sort of compare kills just on either side from the rest of the sort of Betclic squad to some of sort of the higher fraggers, some of your Spavax, your Fanatics, they're not too far different. And it felt like Jacob was the only player sort of really pushing on to get tons of firepower. Sure, Hypix had plenty of big rounds and everyone had a lot of big moments throughout the whole server, but the only person putting up consistent big numbers in this series was Jacob. And there have been a lot of games. I even got to watch him a couple of days ago where he was very slow. You see Betclic just not really getting off the mark. And then finally, guess what? When Jacob starts stepping up, that's when Apogee started getting some rounds on the board. Yeah, it feels like the pieces are there. It's a lot of weight for me is now on Prism for him to fully get everything sorted out, for him to make these pieces sort of be able to gel together. But boys, that is our first quarter final concluded and completed. We are already going to be covering one more today, but we do have 3 more series up on the horizon. At the end of the today, we can have all our semi-finals locked and loaded. And playoffs brackets almost going to be concluded, but we are going to have about an hour or so break before we do jump into the action for Passion UA versus 500. So until then, we'll catch you in about 50 minutes of time or so. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you at the second quarterfinal of today.
Going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the He's going to force the kill. The last second. Right to the small. Look at him go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the quarterfinals here at the Thunderpick World Championship. We had a bit of a strange spot. We were waiting for Passion UA to finish a game that they had. They have been able to finish things, but boys, we don't have a huge amount of time to talk about the pre-show, so I think let's just jump into things instantly with the roster. I want to instantly talk about Passion UA. Look, we know the faces, we know who you two are. I don't even need to do any introductions. I think you're going to do enough of that when you're on the mic. We did just watch Passion UA get 4 rounds against Big, though.
Yeah, no, that's a crime. I don't know how. I've not rated Big for the longest time. I don't know how Passion do not manage to get more than 4 rounds. It is insanity. I think one of the most shocking results I've seen in ever.
I mean,
One of the worst games I've seen ever.
Look, I mean, I think it has to be said for a team of the players of the caliber of Passion UA, you have to expect more. And this team really confusing me right now. We saw them actually play CCT Series 4 about a week or so ago. They bombed out there, getting eliminated to Monte. They didn't even make it through the Swiss stage. I always looked at Passion UA at a minimum being a playoff team, failing there, ended up losing in the series to Batera, but then they get a map off Spirit, and you're like, okay, maybe Passion UA are back. Maybe they've had a bit of rough form, but then they go back to losing these strange series. I don't really know where this team's at right now. They confuse me pretty massively, but something that I am slightly more positive with, 500. They've had a couple of recent changes. And Teo, I don't know if you've got to have a look at this new team now with Hampers and Volt. Form's actually been really good for this side. I don't believe they've lost a single... Actually, no, they did lose their first series with this new 5 just yesterday to Apogee. But other than that, some sort of smooth sailings for this new 5.
I haven't had the chance to watch them yet, but I'm excited to see. Like I said, the new era is also bringing international rosters across the board to most teams. Teams that were previously wholly one country, aka in this case 500 Bulgarian. Now Hampus and Volt, Romania and Sweden joined the call. And honestly, I'm not sure what to expect. 500, they've had their ups and downs, and it's never really been anything more. They haven't broken through anything in the last 2 years since Rainwaker and Cirque have joined. Maybe a year with Cirque.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been a while for 500 before we've really got to see any great results. It felt like the team did stagnate quite a bit, and there's necessary changes that need to be made, but there's not a huge amount of talent pool you can pick from one region, so I think it's understandable that they've gone international. I'm actually, for the first time in a long time, actually positive about this 500 team, so hopefully for your first game you get to watch these guys, they are going to be able to deliver some of the stuff that I've previously got to watch, but vetoes have been done. We have seen Passion UA play things out on a different map than they played against Big, and I think understandably so. Mentally, these guys didn't look in a great spot in that series, so maybe trying things on Dust 2 might be a bit better for them, as that is going to be the first map of this series. We've got Overpass selected by 500 and Ancient as that third and final. Overpass is a bit of an interesting one, don't you think, Nexus? We've only actually seen 500 pick this once. They did actually look very, very good at it when they did pick it. Not a huge map where we've seen a great level of sample size from Passion UA either, though.
I mean, even when you look at the historic iterations or in previous versions of 500 with full Bulgarians, even 2-3 years ago, Overpass has been like one of the staples they've had. Of course, now we've changed the roster a lot. I don't think you have anybody really remaining from that, apart from maybe every now and then standing in some of them. But it's been a map they've liked a lot in the past. I'm not really surprised we see it. Same as well when it comes to now this new iteration of it. They're testing things out. Overpass would very much slot into that sort of a thing where they can figure things out. Because for Hampus especially, it's been a map that he's been pretty damn good on. He's loved playing it in the past, so to me it makes a lot of sense.
Don't forget, Overpass used to be the go-to map for Bulgarian squads, 500 included in the good old days.
That and Inferno really was the 500 Skade map, but we're not seeing that here. But yeah, both kind of fall into that same category, Overpass specifically.
Yeah, and I mean, instantly it feels like they've taken to this new one as well. Like I said, they've only played one game of it, but evidently done a lot of work. Seemingly very early on, it's wanting to be one of their maps that they actually look to pick going forward with this new 5. And I think it's always a nice idea when you see teams sort of instantly introduce a map that a lot of teams sort of shy away from when it's first been introduced to the pool. Sure, there's not as drastic changes as a map like Train, for example, but still a lot of teams aren't massively willing to play it just yet. So it feels like it always gives you a bit of a leg up in a series anyway. But I think, look, the form that we've just seen PaSHUE play, considering they did just get 4 rounds in total against Big, maybe this is a very good opportunity now for 500 to sort of pile on the pain, I suppose, and see if they can be the ones to advance to the semi-finals instead of PaSHUE. But Taya, how much do you think PaSHUE are going to be coming into this game now after just sort of absolutely getting humiliated by Big and sort of saying, look, this is our chance to sort of right those wrongs?
I could easily go, yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. You know, they're going to ruffle, stomp, dust, then they're going to pick apart Overpass. Or I could go, well, they just got clapped by Big, who have been, for the last year, absolutely terrible. Like, I'm not even joking. Big have been on the bottom of most teams at the very top. And even at the very top, I don't think they can scratch that surface hard. In CCT, they've been down on the, down and out, basically. And I say Passion right now, they don't look like themselves. I think they might actually lose this and quickly.
Well, we'll see if that is the case, as Dust 2, PaSHUE's map selection has been selected and is going to be the first map that we get to have a look at here. So, boys, take things away on Dust 2, and let's see if we can pick apart any interesting stuff from PaSHUE there.
Let's take a look, shall we? Find out where we go from here on out. What the road looks like. It's going to be a 2-man setup down below. Wolves and Hampers quickly dispose of player number 1. That's going to be Waro2K gone, while Passion, they'll take long the rest of them. Big reaction. Flashes in. Red Star does get blinded by it. And getting closer and closer to Steve's side. Make their way in.
And, well, hello there, Passion. They've made their way to side, but they haven't brought the bomb over yet, which can only mean one thing. By the time they plant, everybody else from 500 will have made their way onto the site. Hampus finds Decasmo. Demka has been spotted on long. Good night to Quem, and it is Passion to lose round 1 on their own map pick of Dust, which is historically a horrible map for 500. Well, horrible. Okay, I'll rephrase that. Not horrible. Don't get me wrong. It's not a horrible map by no means, but it's a map that they just haven't played enough and probably don't want to play a lot of, because Train and Overpass have joined, and now they kind of have to make that decision. Okay, I guess we'll have to get by with one Dust here or there.
Yeah, all of 2025 they've played it 6 times. And almost every single one of those, or actually 5 of those, have been after May. They played it once in April. Before that, they didn't touch.
Yeah,
didn't touch Dust. There we go. So it's a tough one. And even so, most recently like I said, they played it 24th of April, all of May, and since then not a single time.
Yep.
So
exactly.
They're making some changes, but I mean, if we look at it in a different way, we can say that they're not going into this one as a brand new map to the pool with some experience there for the core, maybe you could say. But nonetheless, it ain't gonna be the cleanest of fights by any means here as well. There is already bloodbath on both sides. Plenty of damage been done here. Imka's on short. Waiting for the man at the smoke to make his move. Von will drop down instead and take a different sort of duel for which he'll get 1.
Oh,
Rainmaker joins. And back to a 2-on-2 here. Both T players low. They need help, some sort of assistance from
Flexible
each
item.
other to play this one out in the most efficient way possible. And Waro, he's even afraid of looking down toward ramp. He'll drop a smoke. While Red Star approaches. Now, smoke is their only concern at the moment.
Oh, spots Waro.
Made a miss. Koba's on site, now dead, and in the smoke. Also relieved of his duties with the kit as well. Plenty of time, extra to spare. And they'll collect an AK-47.
Good retake. A little bit wonky. We had a few moments where things could have certainly gone a lot a lot worse. With Rainwaker especially having that refrag to make it a 2v2, it's what kind of makes this possible in the first place. But it's 500 again. At show's start, we're going to be looking at another Force Buy for Passion. And like I said, and I don't want to be an asshole about it, but what the hell were they thinking against Big, you know?
I've been thinking about it. Like, it just... How the hell do you lose against Big is my question.
And on Nuke. On map 1, on Nuke. It was, what, 13-1?
Yeah.
Or was it Nuke? I think it was Nuke.
I don't remember what the maps were anymore.
But yeah, 13-1, like, brother. What the hell?
Mirage and Train, yeah.
Oh, Mirage and Train, okay, still, you know.
It doesn't matter. How do you lose against Big is my question. Who loses against
Nuke
Big?
was the map we were on previously, that's why I had it in mind, my bad. But yes, like, how do you lose against Big? Period.
Period.
End of story. Like, that's it. How the you know?
Makes no sense.
It really doesn't. So I think there's something wrong
Tilted.
at the
I mean,
core.
okay. I'll say they have played up, I think, like 4 best of 3s today and yesterday alone.
So what?
They had like the CAC qualifier thingies. They played a couple of those yesterday. So it's a lot of stress and a lot of work in just these last few days, but it shouldn't still affect things that badly in my eyes.
I'm gonna be honest here. If this was going on for 6 months, for every day, or let's say for 5 days a week, 4 best of 3s a day, then I'd say yeah, you're gonna be exhausted. But brother, come on, you're playing a tournament. You gotta put it all. You gotta put it your all into it. That's what I mean, right? No half-assing it is what we want or what we don't want here. Rainwake,
Straight
beautiful.
ass instead.
Yeah, straight up fire. But yeah, I kind of tangled myself up there. What I'm trying to say is, look, it's hard. Yes, it's hard, but we are living the dream, people. We can't, we can't take that as an excuse. End of story.
Nonetheless, yeah, we'll move on. We'll let Big catch a rest here from the strays we're throwing their way.
Big is just getting strays all over. I swear, and I think with good reason, with the way they've.
And this is not even a game where Big is that relevant,
Involved.
but I don't mind talking about how poor I think the management and leadership has been for the last 4 years, probably.
Yeah, but let's leave it be. 500, they are the leaders right now in this game. At 3-0, looking like a 4-0, looking like a 5-0. Somebody call the police, because there's going to be a lot of slow singing and flower bringing when the burglar alarm starts ringing.
Burger alarm? What is that?
Burger alarm! Oh no! Call Americans! Call
It's
the
the
Americans.
Hamburglar.
The
I mean,
Hamburger.
they're trying to get themselves to the
Yes.
speed side, trying to
Yes.
steal it away. You've got a decent hold out in mid. Perfect flash as well from Hampus.
Massive repeak. Bit dangerous, but still 2 on B. Very good team play from 500, by the way. I am visually impressed right now. My 2 co-casters, or rather my 2 colleagues, can see me, but I am visually impressed.
He's also in the dark like a real gamer. He's a gremlin, a goblin. He had enough time out of his basement during this break we had, which, you know what, wasn't even that long, just about 2 hours. You know, nothing crazy. Or something along those lines. No, an hour. Hour it was.
2 hours.
Red
but
Star
yes.
here. I don't remember. Was it 2-0 the last game or not?
2
I don't
hours.
remember.
It was
Okay,
2-0
2
last
hours.
game. We ended at 12, and we had an hour till 1, and then 1 more hour till now. And
Yeah, my sense of time is gone.
I know you're finished. That's normal. It's just side
It's the
effects.
sun.
I was about to say, do you know why I'm in the dark? Because didn't you know the older you get, the more sun damage kind of ages you. So avoid the sun, people, if you want to look young. Why do you think they believe in vampires? But yeah, I mean, round 5, 500 have a lead. They continue to deepen it. As I said, passion, either it's passion with a vengeance, or it's passion with a bag of big old nothing. I don't want to be a, you know.
All right, I thought we were going back to Mountain doing Doritos for a second.
Bag of Doritos, exactly. Although I don't eat Doritos. They're disgusting, by the way. I don't know how people like them. I tried them. Ugh. Here's a question to you both. You two that can respond at least. I know chat can respond, but chat doesn't count right now.
Wow.
Have you tried Dr. Pepper or Mountain Dew before?
Yes.
They're disgusting, aren't they?
No. My favorite two drinks.
Mountain Dew was it's been something I haven't drank in a long time. Dr. Pepper, that's pretty good still, but it's not a go-to by any means.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I find it to be absolutely repulsive. Mountain Dew does feel like I'm eating battery acid.
You know what else is repulsive?
Yes.
500 and the CT side.
Well, not to me. I love this good of a CT side.
To Passion.
To Passion, it certainly is. To the fans of Passion, even more so.
Yeah, no, things ain't going all too well. You maybe said your piece a little bit too early last round, looking like 4-0-5-0, and well, here we are, 5-0. The Popo, they're in.
You know
and
what?
Dust 2, Dill. Dust 2, good CZ side. This one only goes one way.
Okay, I think we all can go into this discussion. Charlie seemed to be included here, but do you believe me, or rather, would you agree with me when I say that there has to be a deeper problem at play in Passion's core talent, core team? Like,
No.
I don't know what, it can be anything, you know, from A to B, but do you think that is true? Like
No.
I do.
No.
Okay. Charlie?
I think they've just had a tough time these last few days. It's been very active, and that's taken a lot out of them. Right, whether or not that should be the case or not, that's debatable, and you already mentioned you disagree with that. But I'm saying this just... Passion don't have any troubles. We talk about them, they're a fantastic team. Like, they make semis in a lot of these Tier 2 tournaments. Even ending up winning a couple of things. They're good.
Yes, they are. But yesterday, let's not forget, it was thanks to none other, or not yesterday, I don't know how many days ago now, yesterday or the day before. Quem, Topa, I believe Jacasmo. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be seeing Passion, you know, getting to where they are today. So I believe in them. I've always believed in them, always been a fan of them. It just feels like right now something is definitely off. And look at the timing. Look at the position! Red Star, what? How do you get all three? That is illegal!
That ain't
That's what I'm telling you. Tell me something's not wrong. Tell me something
today
is not
there's
wrong.
something wrong. Today is something that's absolutely wrong. If I had lost against Big, I'd be tilted too. And currently, 500, they're just making use of the 4-game Passion maybe had. It doesn't matter if they're on a map like Dust to you. That'd be saying it's kind of mid. They played 6 times this year. They're only the last game they ended up winning. But besides that, they just don't play this map. But seemingly they've put in a little bit of practice now with Volt and Hampus here. And they're shooting hard. I mean, was that ever a question? I don't think so. You have a Rainmaker who's been really damn solid for the entire year. Multi-frags out of him almost every single game. He is... Okay, he's got 85 ADR for the last few months. Like, that alone is great. You've got Quim on the other side who does eclipse that to a degree. Yeah, sure. But we're getting a lot of the... I guess, promise for 500 and the individuals they've had for a long, long time in these first few rounds, which doesn't prove a consistency, but it does tell us what sort of peak they might still get to.
Sure. I don't disagree. Absolutely. They have a very high peak. They have a very high ceiling. The problem is, like, it seems like something's either holding them back or they're holding themselves back. But either way, 500 right now, they're abusing perhaps that state of mind, perhaps that, I don't know, opportunity, whatever you may call it.
Also, to just for anybody wondering, I see a CT side on Dust 2 like this. I'm calling it quits already. I'm saying this is gonna be Passion losing on map number 1. There's just so much that is already going on to the 500. Right?
Yeah.
If you have a strong CT side and you don't lose Academy, and in fact they're building it up, they're looking for a 7th round here as well. Like, this is maybe the best situation you've got so far. The Casmo's delivering something, okay. You've got a round out of Passion here. Red Star's out of the equation for the moment. They don't have infinite money, but they've got plenty of it, so they can still try. But a 6-1, this is a good enough of a CT side, honestly. Like, you don't come back from these. Unless Passion take every round in a row here. The symptom of Dust 2 is B side needs momentum, CTs need to save. As soon as you get to that, it's the normal stuff every time, over and over again. But if you don't manage to do that, and they haven't done any damage to the CT economy so far, as said, it's not infinite, but they've got plenty. Passion just aren't in a winning position by any means. Like, this one round, I look at it as a stray more than anything. They get a shot through the smoke into me. It's not good enough.
All of that just to say, Passion is still 6-1 down. They need a massive clutch right now, a massive dub. Otherwise, they are going to be losing this map. It's as simple as. And Water2K, I've mentioned him in the pregame. We've mentioned a lot about him yesterday. He's missing a lot of shots. That's facts. You know, he's not been present on every single map. Yes, we can give him exceptions, but a lot of times he's just missing altogether. Vault. Like, the fact that he's allowed to get 2 is absurd here. Again, Passion's map control here. They have their own map on mid setup, and yet they still lose 2 against the player of 1, or against the 1. Yes, they traded off better, but it's just the trades, the way they play, the way it goes. It feels like something is off. And like I said, I love them. I really do. I've been watching them ever since they first started. You and I, we literally, you know, we're the ones that were shouting at the top of the rooftops for them. And would still do to this day. It's just, clearly, if you're not feeling okay, if things are not going exactly as planned, it's better to take a break. Hell, it's freaking summer, you know?
What is this round?
Look,
why do you have Woro lurking B?
Like,
and
what is,
2 on
like,
short,
like,
and just
that's what I'm
into
saying.
This stack. What is this round?
This is what I'm saying. Like, why would you have both on short, whilst Woro walks all the way through B with the WOP, with the DOP?
The WOP.
Like, with the WOP pop, and it's
He's
gonna
about to be whopped.
He's about to be whooped, maybe, as
Alright.
This is...
Theo, I've got an idea here for you.
Hit me.
What if we don't care as much about the Passion side of things? We look at 500, see what they're doing good.
That's
500 doing good, and we just chillax because we know Passion's not doing great right now.
No, I know.
We can complain all we want. We kind of went into this one a bit upset because they just get smacked around by big of all teams.
I'm just so sad for that, yeah. But you know,
I'm tilted, and I'm not even playing
for them, yeah, for real. But let's get back to reality.
Relax.
500, yes, they've been. This is a great outlook. Like, I really like what I'm seeing. As I said at the start of the game, I don't know what to expect because I haven't seen them with Hampus and Volt. But up to this point, Rainwaker's giving me, you know, those good old sentiments back. He's feeling like himself again. Cirque has been a little bit of a hit and miss, and he's about to be very much a hit. As Toppa doesn't get a second. Volt there for the refrag. The Romanian comes in big, comes in clutch. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. Make it 2 versus 2, but the nade! Hampus's nade is perfect. And remind me, but Hampus is now IGLing as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he is. I that
think,
makes sense. And
yeah, sorry, I'll hijack here for a moment. One thing we can say is that every team that Hampus kind of joined has, at the start, looked really good because he brings in a lot of firepower and a decent enough way to enable his players, so everybody looks good. But there's this sort of problem in my eyes that I've seen, and I think has been shown as well with the lack of some results, is that eventually it feels like those tricks, they run dry, and you will need more. You need another layer to it, because initially after the first month or two, the honeymoon we call it usually, after it usually ends, you'll start to see these teams kind of somewhat stagnate a little bit. So it would be nice to see more levels to it.
I think there's a certain plateau most teams can reach.
Yeah.
And then there's just a question, can they stay on that plateau and eventually, you know, evolve onwards? Or is that the plateau they will reach with the current lineup and then have to switch it up before they can continue? And we saw that with Sinners. I've been speaking for this about this for a month since they got Kiserek and Stressaran. And I feel like for 500, this has been an amazing choice. It feels like new energy in the team. Jacasmo, meanwhile, finally a little bit of energy from the man himself, who's been yesterday a mantle of success. Today, a little less so.
Yeah, I'll add another sort of, I guess, team to that conversation or leader. Way back now, like 4 years ago, I say way back, 4 or 5 years ago, you had a Copenhagen Flames and a Cillian as the IGL. Like, many of the teams he joined instantly had that sort of early success. But then they just plateaued, fell off slowly, right? Like, this is not just isolated. Instantly, you have a lot of teams that kind of fall into these sort of things, right? Even if right now we'll say 500, yeah, they're looking almost infallible. We don't know the case in 2 months. So it's on to Hampus, on to Volt and the rest of the team. Got to prove us wrong, that they will be able to bounce back from that and deliver differently from the past. Here, you got a second round. Gigasmo gets a couple of nice headshots. But as I say, I do not feel this in any of my bones that Passion are going to put up a CT side worthy of what 500 are giving us now. It's just too difficult. It is too difficult, the fact that 500 have got away with it. I mean, it should just be another one in the bag.
All 207 bones in your body?
I'm not a nerd.
I think so. Well, perhaps some of them have already fused, given how you broke your arm. And
Oh, yeah,
still
that was fun.
stinges. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've got a nice little, nice scar to show on both sides.
Yeah.
I can...
You look like a child of the 90s, I'll tell you that much. As round 11 is starting off pretty strong here. I mean, we see Passion is kind of exploring short. They're exploring their options. They have gotten nobody long, which is a bit awkward, especially if they decide to end up on A. And the C4, what is it, going to go long solo? Surely that's not the play to be made here. Searching is Toppa. And they still have presence mid and lower, but they haven't really decided fully yet. Now, if I'd be a betting man, I'd say they're going to split long, or split A. But surely they put another player long, right? Yes, there we go. No? Okay, yeah.
They are gonna, yeah. They're gonna make a 3-man approach?
It's a fake A into A. That's fair. But the thing is, I don't know, it's like the early...
Oh, Red Star, here's the steps. He'll call rotation from B. Somebody's got to make that rotation, and here he's got a chance for second. The dink might be good enough, but Kvem, he's ripped the head off of Volt. Hampus in Goose, he's cooking to them. Passion UA, your Goose is cooked here, and Hampus gets a chance to show what his individual level looks
USB.
like. M4's run out of bullets. USB still should be good enough, but he doesn't get a chance to pull the trigger. HE, rip Waro, rip Bomb Plant, rip the round. As 500, they've ripped Passion a new one here.
Yeah, they certainly did, and it's going to hurt. It's going to bleed for a while, as it is last round of the first half, and I think if you're Passion, you're kind of thinking to yourself, well, damn, did we really have to choose Dust, did we? And the answer seemingly yes, as Overpass is next, and I worry what that means for Passion. Like, not going to lie, some of these guys might not have played Overpass to any bigger extent.
Yeah, sure. They are younger on the Passion side,
That's
so you
what
have
I
a chance that Topa and
That's what I mean.
Wem, Jacasmo maybe haven't played it on the same level. Like, maybe, I feel like Wem was there around, like, his ECLOT time and such, but the level of the game, definitely different compared to what they were probably playing against then and their opposing side today.
Last year, April, was Overpass removed, right? Or May, something like that, right?
I don't remember.
2024.
I'm trying to think back to when did I lose my will to live. That would be Dust 2 coming back. I don't remember, sadly.
So in any case, 500 on the verge of a potential 10-2 halftime, looking absolutely glorious. Red Star, Rainwaker, the good old legends of, well, even not so much legends, but just, you know, Bulgarian players that have been around now for quite a while and have been making a name for themselves in many different tournaments. And it's funny how many Bulgarian players we've switched out of both Bulgarian lineups and international ones. I mean, Cirque at one point had big aspirations, and I hope he still has. I'm so sad for what happened in his previous team. That was one of the worst things that can probably happen to anybody, but, you know, welcome to reality. Not reality, because that's not the reality of everybody, but it's just, it sucks. It sucks balls. Nothing else to say. As 50 seconds, Passion, well, they'll have to make some balls drop here. They gotta hit this hard, and they have to have no mercy. Otherwise, this is gonna be a loss of many a player. Jacasmo, good entry. Rainwaker repositioning.
Rotations here. Oh my god.
That's Sir. That's round, maybe? Yeah, that's round. Well done. The retake will have 0 chance of success. Topa gets a free kill, and it's a clean round. Wow.
Damn. Okay, that entry looks way too easy on this Zerg. I'm a bit upset we don't get to see what happened, but he just got instantly domed. He's on... Oh, by the way, 3 kills. His team is on 9 rounds. He has not had to do much. We had Rainwaker going like 12-1. He ends the half 14-3 as well. Red Star went nuclear to kind of cement this lead as well. You had the round he just walks out long doors, finds 3 or whatever.
How many ops did we see from him? Did he even have like more than once or twice the AWP?
I don't think it really mattered here. It was just too dominant.
No, that's what I mean. It didn't even matter. But like even when he could have gotten kills, you know, how many times did he actually get them with the op, etc. In any case, it doesn't matter. It is 9-3. Passion, they'll need a glorious pistol. And then a glorious 6 rounds in a row. Or 7, I guess.
Honestly, just make it a full 10 at this point.
Yeah, just make full 10 in a row happen. And then we can talk about maybe winning Overpass.
I'm sticking to it. I talk shit about this map because it's not great. It's terrible.
Yeah.
This is the 1 in apparently 10 sort of CT half that we end up getting nowadays. You should never lose from the situation 500 is in, pretty much. Even if you lose this pistol and a Passion get the first gun around, that just did not last.
No, absolutely shouldn't.
I don't want to deal in absolutes, right? All of that Sith dealing absolutes. I'm not there.
Oh, okay.
This is unlosable.
You just cursed them, so it's good for you that you did that. I'm happy you confirm your magical powers still. Dude, the reload on the USP now is absolutely garbage.
I'll say this much, and then I'll stop for a moment. If Passion win this, I'm gonna cease my hatred of Dust 2 for the next month, Tail.
If Passion win Dust...
I'm putting my bet of the hatred of the map fundamentally on the line here if Passion win this one.
Wow, that's actually... Guys, you don't realize, but that's worth more than 2 houses. Like, that's worth a lifetime.
Maybe 3.
That's almost immeasurable in value, actually, honestly. Especially to my mental health and sanity. As Passion, take the pistol. Let's go, Passion! Take this fast. Bring us back 10 in a row. Make me get my sanity back, or rather make Nexus stop hating this map so I get my sanity back. Let's see how it goes.
I'm not stopping. I'm ceasing activities for a month.
Yeah, but a month is enough. Do you know how long a month is of just not hearing the hate about Dust? Wow. I'll take that any time of the day.
Hey, don't worry. I'll pivot to Inferno. I'll still attack your favorites.
I mean, you'd still do,
From a common ground of a dislike of Dust 2 to me versus you, Inferno, love and hate.
Love it.
Either way, let's continue. We got a Force Bite of 500 here. They're putting a lot of their eggs into this Force Bite basket. They'll manage to get themselves out of lower. It'll be at the cost of a lot of HP. There's 1 life being given away. They're waiting to set up. And as they do that, here's Waro. And this round is turning to 5, and so far very clean at that. Should be keeping it as well. Waro, do not overextend here. You can play with your teammate together, yes. As long as it's not a 1 versus 1. Everything is a-okay. For Cirque. Unlucky. Is there? Wait, there's a bomb plant here.
Yeah,
He's gonna run to me.
maybe.
Oh my god.
If he makes it fast.
That's already quite the result here. Hold on.
No. He took too long. He shouldn't have smoked. He should have just ran for the bomb plant. Maybe then.
Bomb site, maybe, but doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That was a force fight, though. That does let the door open for Passion UA here. 6 should be coming out with the force at a loss. No bomb plant either. You got a fairly good situation on the Passion side. Now, I said, even if they win the pistol at the first gun round, it should not last. As long as 500, at one point into this entire half, break the CT economy, force them to a save, that's where the entire game flips.
Yeah. Keep reassuring yourself. Keep reassuring yourself. You're gonna lose your hatred of this map for a month.
Hey, Unk. You need some meds. You need meds. Calm down. Stop coping.
No. I'm good. I'm ready.
Okay.
Bills hit hard, as Passion is gonna hit harder. Number 6 is around the corner. The Seco is easy to handle. I'm hoping that Passion in the next few rounds might show same aggression towards middle. I mean, it's pretty successful when you do it, right?
Bada bing, bada boom, boom, boom. The deagle shots don't go. There you go. That's a round. That's clean. That is fantastic, actually, for Passion and their money.
Very good. Establish dominance. Get a little bit of bank. And work from there onward. 9-6, round 16. 500 on a full buy, no op for Cirque. And he, I think, should be avoiding it, given he's missing quite a few shots.
Oh, here's my...
Yeah.
Here's an argument as well for why 500's got on this run with this one. A CT side of Red Star and Rainwaker, they just shot hard.
Yeah.
They just took aim duels the way this map is played.
Yeah.
They won those out. Now with the AKs as well, with the confidence that we've already seen how this enabled them on the CT side. Yeah, I got some bad juju out of this one. And look at this, shifting out B. They'll catch the defense. Rotation coming through. Trying to find this man on site. Jagasmo stands, now he doesn't. He's lying 6 feet under. How to the B site as well. Utility is in. Kvem also for 2.
What?
And making it a third. He has woken up here to play.
Let's go. Passion have arrived on the scene, ready to rumble, and Quem especially. What a masterful move. Pushes through the molly just as it was flying into window. Takes 3 shots and 3 kills. That's going to be number 7 on the board. Passion now closing the gap, and the hatred is flowing away, slowly but surely. 500, tactical timeout.
Alright, Passion believers such as yourself can now feel something out of this game. They can feel happiness. And Jagasmo's on 17 as well. He's having a fairly good time despite majority of his team being a very... oh my god, being a very slow to start here. Still as well, we wait for Demko's kind of the secondary start of this team. It's usually him and Kvem who've got the big numbers here. That as well, if you wake up that beast, well, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble, it feels, but we'll see if we get there. For now, hero rifle out of the T side. I'm on board, I love it. Especially on this map. Again, we talk about the economy, any financial damage is worth it, worth its weight in gold, pretty much. But they're trying to look for that. Not settling for second, they want first, they want that gold medal. And there's Demka. I said you don't want to wake up this beast, you'll find in the opening. Make the double.
Good nade. Dazzles them a little bit further.
A third. Okay, that's pretty good. AK got nothing done and nobody's even able to pick it up. Rainwaker, he's just far away, but with an M4 in his hands. Looking for him, it seems like they have him dead to rights at the moment. He'll pop his head up, they saw the barrel. Down he goes, and that is going to be 9-8. The comeback is 1 away here, and it's been a very fast second half so far. 9-3, 9-8, by the way. Passion. They've woken up here, finally. But the game is not done here. All it takes, one mistake, to let 500 find a round, get something going. Can't hold him down for long, but let's see. What about now? Woro, he's gone aggressive.
Very
Once
aggro.
these fights, for the moment, there will be nobody there, but he'll control all of long by himself. Surely as well should be enough for one. If not, let a tag, fall back. Everybody else on his team, they'll be focusing on the rest of the map. Having confidence in Woro.
Toppa. Dealing with one. That's Hampus, the IGL on IGL action. Yesterday, Toppa showcased great prowess, great skill. Gaining quite a few kills in the last 2 maps of the series. Today, hopefully again will be shown the same quality. B-split, is it? Into a full commitment? Or are they still looking to revert A? Oh, this is a nice catch. Oh, Wolf, come on. What? He just catches one off that easily. HOTU misses the shot. Top mid. Oh, no.
Gosh, golly,
They know there's only 1 on A. They know there's only 1 on A.
Blunder.
Second one from long. A catch of under.
Oh.
They know B is empty. They know B is empty.
Just going back.
Oh,
They
my
can fight
God.
each. There's the kills. They'll stumble to the right answer. It takes them all across the map, and it's a wipeout of the defense cell.
Well, luckily for Passion, they got the money. So it's not the end of the world, but it is the end of that leadership score. You know, closing in, hoping to get to that number 9, close it in with 1. So close yet so far, and it seems like the stairway to heaven is yet to open. Let's find out, 500, what do you have in store? You need to win furthermore, especially if you want to solidify this. And it's going to take them a while before they break Passion. In fact, it's going to take them at least another round or 2.
Let's go. Let's go, Theo. Let's go. What do we get here? Are we gonna win this game? Who's gonna win? Are you a believer of Passion UA?
I believe in Passion, yes. I do believe in them. I always have. It
Mamma
sucks
mia.
watching... Yeah, it sucks watching players like Woro having a tough time. Today, not the case. Yesterday, that was the case.
Yeah,
Quem's been
he-
a little bit quieter lately as well.
Yeah, we're at a tough time yesterday when it came to just being on the
General
server. Like, in the
performance, yeah.
last map, he put up the numbers, but a lot of those weren't really anything all too impactful. It was just supporting stuff, pretty much. But even that's important. He did put up those numbers. Last shot, a bit of a big whiff. Costly mistake. And now he's waiting. There's 3 on the other side. We see there's a little bit of utility to be lined up as well. I'm not sure who that is. Red Star with the Molotov. On the car. Woro. Double shots.
Woro.
And both missed. That's a bad fumble off the defense. Molly's going out toward the site. He's blowing up the smoke as the cross still goes through. Bomb site to 500. The time is a little bit low here. If one more kill goes 500's way, without a trade, we might have been forced to save. But now they've got a Red Star. 1 kill back. 4 more to go. Round is on.
That deep lurk from Hampus is going to cause them to
How much
lose
time?
it all. Like, look at how much they're wasting. Quem, he doesn't
Oh.
even far check it. He knows that he has no choice but to be a bit quicker. Demka finds Volt. That's the entry you need. But now there's
be
that deep
speeding
lurk
up.
on short. They got to speed it up. They've got 2 players down below still. That's a problem. Rainwaker finds the first. And there's the... Oh, one jumping kill by Toppa. What the fuck?
On the defuse! On the defuse! Just find the head! It's Cirque to collect it. It's close! But a 1v2. He's been quiet, but not without his impact now. Final timeout for Passion gets drawn out as well. And again, man, you gotta imagine. What if Woro hits even one of those shots? What if?
Did
What
Toppa,
if Vem checks
did
mid?
Toppa just hit a jumping headshot With an M4A4 from side to short.
I honestly don't think so.
Or was it somebody else that killed Hampus? Whoever killed Hampus, like it looked like it was Topa on site. I could have been mistaken. I don't know. Maybe Charlie saw it. Maybe production saw it. But holy scheisse, that was insane. 11-8. Money's kind of running dry a little bit, but not there yet. And 500, they've set themselves up to take this 13-8 and keep your hatred to yourself. 500, let's find out if you have that energy or not. Do you have what it takes to bring it through a 13-8 and close this out to go to overpass?
Things are getting tough here, man. Especially now. 500 are at that point. They're about to break the economy. So for Passion UA, this round is more than about winning it. It's about surviving if things go bad. I'm telling you, to your side, you just need to stumble to the right answer. You pick up one, you pick up two, now they're about to break them. Passion have to stand here no matter what. They're going ego plays straight to B, they'll test it. Two players will show themselves on the defense. You should not chase this, but they're doing damage. Both attack down to 60 and below. That's just the start. The first 25-30 seconds of the round. Now they can spread back to a default. We do have a slight problem if anybody on Passion had gone aggressive lower. Bolt might have been caught, but you at least kind of make that sort of calculation. You had two plays on B, you're not going to have a third one under in the tunnels almost any circumstance. Now we're focusing. Next spot of the round. Passion, they'll take mid control, and that's what the CTs are setting up here.
Split into B. Both outside of B. 500 have displayed walk into sites before, so it wouldn't be the first time if they decide to really just walk through here. But with the smoke up and 35 seconds and some change left, here comes the real push. They're going to be walking straight through that smoke and rather running through it. As they enter and spill onto the site, there's a single defender, Jacasmo. Two double doors mid, there's the engagement. Jacasmo 2, no triple. There's the denial as well. Through middle, Quem with a 2. And that's enough.
Good enough.
That's enough.
Has to be. But Red Star is tasked to pull off a massive clutch here. He'll just about to get the bomb and make it to the side. He will not. Jacasmo's been the lifeline for his team in so many situations, and again, he'll deliver. Sticking to 20 kills now. That is still this game alive. Just barely tell. 500 as well. I would not mind a timeout here. They've got a bit of a pickle here. You can see as well, yeah, Rainwaker buys a hero, AK searches to a single scout. They're looking for damage. Not really looking for the entire force buy or half buy in this case. Just something a little bit more simple. It's nades. Circus down. 4 more to go, and you've got double digits.
Rainwaker. That is a beautiful entry. That's a single AK you have to make the work possible. Topa, good return. Counter flash. There's the molly. Hampus with a deagle. Scout doesn't connect. Volt finds one. It's a 2v2. Nexus at Passion once again failed to hold on to a site against an eco. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
This is gonna hurt. They've got the AWP on Vem, Jacasmo as well, both from long. They'll get a chance on the Red Star, playing Goose at the moment, way back, and he's looking for this. Force it. You can see the AWP take the angle. Vem to fight it the first. Water through the box. Flash in, and Volt down to spawn. Able to recover. The heads is what he's looking for, but it's his to be removed. They've just about got time, I think. There you go. Just get on to the fuse. No G2s here, please. Passion UA, double digits and a bit of a scare, but they will get by. Not easy. It is not easy. But even better for 500, they get the bomb down. They already had money to buy, now they have a bit of extra as well. If funds were to run out, if we are indeed going to a 24-round game. There's gonna be there's still a bit more they can give. But there's that timeout I would have liked last round. Now they're using it. Set up for this one. They need to cook something. But, Theo, the later the game goes on, the more and more expensive this entire game gets. The more reserved you'll have to be, more cautious of every single thing you'll ever do.
Yeah, double up, by the way. I don't know if I'm a big fan. Voro's missing some shots. He's been on 15 kills for the whole second half almost. I don't want to be an ass, but that's a fact. I think he ended the half with like 14, 15 kills, didn't he? Maybe one less or two. Here we go. Round 22, ladies and gents. It's double up in play. Cirque with the op. Rainwaker's trying to just jump spots short.
I like it. Kvem's going to very aggressive with the second door. That's going to be a surprise for sure.
Oh, miss shot.
And another miss shot. We can't
Kvem
be
miss shot.
no! Kvem, gotta save yourself, buddy. They're pushing. A no-scope for the second. Deagle is not going to connect the kills, but he's still done here more than he's supposed to.
They know the op was on short as well, so they know where Woro was. Question is, do they predict somebody being close to double doors? Surely they know somebody has to be CTB somewhere.
Is it Cirque and Molly doors?
If they want to go out mid,
away?
yes. If they want to go out mid, absolutely. If they want to just walk back A, no.
Here's the group up. Still waiting for the CT reaction. You can see Rainmaker as well. He's more or less expecting it. You do see a lot of CTs push upper B at times like this for information. They choose not to. They're playing very passive. With the fact that you have Woro and the AWP on B. Can't really afford a push with this one. Instead, he can't afford to miss, as he's done in the last 3 or so rounds.
Oh my god, Woro,
not like this, surely, no. You need a kill here, Woro.
King Woro.
You can't give away these freebies again and again. When is it enough?
How many more?
Never is the answer.
How many more will you miss, Woro, my boy? How many
I don't think
more?
he's gonna get a chance to miss much more. That is just such a poor CT half out of him.
Why would you buy the op? If you're missing, look again.
Wem's got more AWP kills than the Woro this half.
That's what I'm saying, but also understandably, you know, okay, fair, you know, if you feel like the op, feel it, play it, whatever the hell you want, but I think at some point, Topa's gonna have to say, okay, boys, just chill the hell down, take a rifle, take an SMG, take a FAMAS, take a scout. Just get your feelings back. Anything but the op. You're missing shots. You're missing shots you shouldn't be missing. You're missing shots that make us lose rounds. That's it. It's as factual as it gets. If he hadn't missed the first shot on short previous round, they wouldn't have lost mid. If he had not missed the first shot in B tunnels, they wouldn't have lost the round most likely.
Long as well, you can throw in the same pile.
Long as well. That's 3 rounds I've just counted basically, or 3 separate occasions, 2 of which are on the same round.
Yeah.
So that's how bad it is right now. Woro, what's happening, King? You gotta chill, brother. I gotta chill. I'm a big fan of Passion, as I said. I'm sad to see them be...
This is Woro taking James
Like
AWPing, saving it to a next map, to a different level. James saves for the next round. Woro saves for the next map here. And out to one of the A site. Opening found. Kvem again to keep things alive on the other side. Going aggressive, 8 HP remains. A team kill from the Cirque. Hello. That might still be a little bit of a gift to keep Passion alive here. You got stuff happening on both sides. Everybody's whiffing. The stinkers from Woro. Cirque at least has had a 1v2 to go his name. Now a team kill. He's dipped below 10 again.
Poor guy.
Life is not great.
And they're gonna go B again. I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't think it is.
I don't know.
Although it is Quem with 8, so you know, at this point, A nade might kill him. Imagine if they just throw a nade here into the box. Because that's something you
making his way in. There's the spray! Them.
Well done.
Double kill. Gasmo makes noise, and they are not done here. Fashion just about livid. Like I said, the nade could have done it. They threw it all the way back flat out there. Imagine he gets it a little bit, or he's a little bit short. Instead, man, maybe he still gets one of them, but he did his job. He picked up those doubles. We talked about him as well. He's been having a bit of a quiet time. His impact has been limited, but here he is, almost matching Jacasmo so far. 24 rounds or above. I call this unlosable 500. I hold myself as a professional Dust 2 hater. Committed to my word, and we're gonna see if they can still take this one. In this one, overtime might be required. 9-3 CT half, by the way. You're not supposed to lose those, no matter how bad it gets. And so many options, and so many opportunities given away by these shots missed by Waro specifically.
How do we
It feels like it should have been a done deal ages ago, but here we are. Round 24, Fem's gonna die to CT. He's taking shots when he doesn't need to. Gonna have a teammate join him. Dem got from top mid. Now they've got him trapped.
They don't know. They don't know if they're both here,
They
but surely they
heard the
suspect...
second. They heard
Okay.
the second.
What are they
They don't
doing?
expect it.
Why would 500 stop themselves on mid so poorly?
What?
But I guess you're still eating your words, aren't you? You're gonna eat the hate on dust, because Passion's gonna make a comeback.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. I'm factual
No,
here.
I'm talking more about the sense of
Yeah, I know,
reality
I know.
we currently have. We're not done here. We continue.
We're not done.
Overtime.
Let's go. 6 more rounds at the maximum, at least minimum of 4. First to 16 wins the map. As overtime is here. You said ain't no chance, no, not a single bone in my body that I feel this comeback coming. Well, son, I can tell you, you've got no bone in your body. You've just got a big old mess in there.
Yeah, no, I am aware. That's not news to me.
12, bro.
But
what the
okay,
hell?
even you cannot say
No,
you're
I
expecting
can't.
that.
No,
Never.
never.
No, as much as you were coping.
No, I know. I was just messing with you. I just wanted to mess with you.
I know.
I didn't even. You know,
I just want you to you to admit as much that should have been unlosable.
Yeah, it should have been unlosable. But hey, I guess today is opposite day. When things are unlosable, they're actually winnable. So let's go. Well, unlosable, they're actually losable. That would make more sense. But what a first kill since like the start of the second half. Bravissimo, Voro. Maybe some more will come.
Maybe he was saving until overtime.
Maybe. He was saving himself for overtime. You know, he knew they were going to get to it, so he just wanted to conserve energy to make sure he delivers when they need him. And, I mean, I'd say that's factual here. Can't argue with that. Oh, what a nade, brother. 100 damage in the nade alone. Even more, actually. 120.
Here's the USL War is going to be smoked off. He'll be limited to what he can do. Utility's going out. Topa is getting cooked here. Burned. 41 HP. He'll wait for a flash from his teammates, perhaps, but there is none really available. Has to put one out himself. That is a struggled spray. One is all he is good for this time. Mid goes out toward the side, and Rainwaker almost gets caught by it. Not far from connecting, but he's waiting with his teammates now. Short control
round.
exerted by Cirque. Long retake from Demka, and a 2 from CT. Ability is not perfect. Demka has the Molotov that might be very useful here. Flash at least has been deployed. There's one. Rainwaker. Double headshots. And you got 500 on to 13. Rainwaker collects, by the way, a quad kill. We've been talking about him as well throughout this map, but the second half, it was all about passion to come back. And how the hell does that even ever happen? I don't know. Here, he's popped off. Don't forget about him. 27 kills now. Such a one-sided first half that we just kind of forgot about him afterwards.
I mean, both Red Star and Rainmaker had 15 kills at the start of the second half.
16-13.
15 to 13, yeah, that's somewhere there. But I don't know. I'm just confused. I'm as confused probably as most of our viewers as to how the hell did we get to overtime in the first place. Passion, though, I mean, you made it this far. Surely you don't disappoint here when you've already gotten to the final sprint. Quem still keeping that second op. Waro still on 16 kills. Not gonna lie, he needs to step it up. Toppa's on 13. Toppa is looking to surpass Waro. When Waro was on 15 at one point and Toppa was on, I think, like 5 kills. Yeah.
5 for Topa and Demka both at some point. And I think Waro was around 13, 14, 15,
14,
the
15.
entire time.
Doesn't matter. Like, he was up there.
We've harped on him for a while now. He got one to kill that last shot. It didn't transfer to a round. But either way, let everybody continue on their way and see if Passion can cook up a couple more rounds here. For now, we'll break. Everybody's going to be readying themselves, making sure their mental game is good and ready to go. I would say very small timeout out of 500 here. Might be something with Campus. That might be the case here. We never know, actually, but nonetheless. Continuing shortly. Let us catch our breath here for a moment as well, Theo.
Breathe a little bit. Honestly, I need to get myself some water, so I'll take this moment for myself to bring me some
water. You should leave. You should leave. Can I have Charlie instead of you here? Charlie, are you anyway? Have you been watching?
I mean, I hope I've been watching.
How you doing?
I don't know if I can be heard on the stream, but look, I'm certainly here. I've been enjoying the game.
Nice. I believe you should be audible. If not, well, I'm gonna sound very crazy. Not either way. Hey, any check up here? Anything you feel like we've been missing massively when watching this?
Not majorly. I mean, look, I think all of us at home want to see a bit more from Waro. I think that goes without saying. It's probably been a couple of times. You imagine if he was on top form, Passion UA probably could have walked away with this map and actually completed this comeback. I honestly think it's still in a decent spot for 500, even considering they kind of let themselves down, considering they were like 6-0 up, 8-1 up. I still think if they can manage to take things on Dust 2, I do have full confidence they'll be able to take the series in 2-0 fashion. I'm very convinced by their overpass, to be honest. Look,
right.
maybe just a bit of a delusion, but I do think they can do it there. Well, there's Waro.
All right, hey, Charlie, I think I'm going to have to turn you back into a Slovenian man now. Well, we'll see you back in a bit.
Okay, I'm back.
Get a more chance to talk
yes.
a little bit. Yeah, there you go. You heard the morphing sound as well. There are two people that are the same person.
I just split myself, you know. I'm an amoeba that can split itself and it sells once you need 2 people on camera, so it's fine, people. It's actually all the same. I'm all one, you know. I've just been fooling everybody, taking triple paychecks.
There we go. Demka's on site. You've got an advantage. With them and both Waro finding the openings to work with. Only Toba's been traded out so far. Cirque is locked in for that kill. Let's smoke
another
Clem,
miss.
Tag him down. They're worried about long now. Clem's got to find the right timing. Getting shot from both sides. Oh. And this one has been turned from a 3 out of 4 to a 3 out of 2. Make it just a 1. And if there was ever a time for Waro to perform, it's now. It's not. First opportunity missed, and he won't get a second. This time, Red Star pops his head back up as well. And it's taken us until overtime to get these back-to-back rounds out of 500 again, but
if
they're getting there.
If that's what it takes. Passion. Sad to say that it's looking pretty grim. CT side has been a bit disastrous. T side perhaps might be even worse as the double op now. Or actually triple op. Wow, I've just noticed now. They had triple op set up. Okay. They really like to aggro there. Like to peek. Waro finds one for free on long. That's Red Star. Offers himself up for free. Jacasmo goes wide. Gets one. Again, trades off are not good, but Waro gets killed by a nade.
Eyes on Kvem. Fast lurk might be red.
Hampus
Hampus might
watching.
just arrive at the right
Hampus,
time.
hold your weapon in hand, Hampus. Hold your
Wait.
weapon in hand, Hampus! Oh my goodness, doesn't think about it, gets caught, and that's Volt 1v3. Almost no chance.
Time to show what the Kings got here. 13 kills. 3 available. 1 tunnels. That's the first. Make it a second? No. Turn is there, but it won't find the shots. Instead, Topa swings right back in. They'll take 1 at this halftime. And the race to 16 continues here in the second half in a moment. Both teams want to get there. Now, both teams already proved they've got, apparently, better CT size, which is the craziest thing I've ever witnessed in my life. And now that 500 are moving back to theirs, well, you gotta get something out of that one for Fashion. One thing,
You would hope to.
the rest of the team is now online. Jacasmo's not playing 1v9. Has help. Eventually. Finally.
Hopefully.
Hopefully that kind of carries over here.
Here we go. Second half of overtime. First to 16, remember? With 500 getting 2 here. First 2 in a row after a long time. Seems like we're going to be having potentially a one-sided ending, but let's find out for sure. Passion T side wasn't looking too hot previously. 500, meanwhile, they'll be playing the single up on Cirque. Pretty default here from 500. 2-1-2. Kind of passive towards mid, just keeping a player on short. That's Hampus, the IGL, kind of making the shot calls. A very solid setup here for 500 overall. Hard to break open, especially if you're considering taking mid. This is just posturing on short. They're just trying to make noise. They're gonna go B. Most likely, I would
Command and
assume.
conquer most of the map here.
Yeah, there we go.
But like you said, it's not an easy setup to dismantle out of what is the hold of Vault, and I think Rainwaker at B doors. You expect it. It's a fairly standard setup, but you're still gonna beat those kills. Voro,
Back
important
short?
shots.
Oh, they're gonna go short. Oh, this is... They're kind of...
Yeah.
Like...
They're cooking.
They're cooking.
This round is
the problem is, they're about to be cooked by Hampus if they are too quick on their feet. Hampus is in a
There's a
bad
jump.
spot, though. Yeah, bad spot for Hampus. Wide open. Not sure what he thought was going to happen. They lost A control. That's number 14 for Passion.
Oh, that's so
The
poor.
shadow, yeah.
Derek, you should know this. And Voro creeps in as easy as just
Heard him an
edging the
upper.
corner. Next shot, it'll be a red star. Yeah, you keep it at 2-on-3. It's not impossible. But we're looking at 14 here. A retake required. Red star. He's going back long here. This is where his world will revolve around. But they're not really committing to this. This is super slow.
I don't know why they're trying this. I mean...
There you go. They clean it up. Super slow out of Rainwaker there. I feel like he should have been peeking with his teammate, but worried much more about the short than what Passion were really offering up there. We've got 14-14. We are not done with this map just yet. I put a lot on the line for this entire map out of 500. They were supposed to win this one ages ago. We were supposed to be now with a map 2.5 way done.
We should be done by now, almost. As,
If the big game didn't go by, then yeah, we should have been done.
yeah.
There's the start of this one as well. 9-3, man. Passion, they
telling
found
you.
their strength.
They did, but it really took them a very long time before they got
my.
situated. This
What?
is a 15-14 scenario. 500 is about to
What?
lose the round.
What happened
Yeah.
to Rainwaker?
He
He's
just
just playing
died.
in the smoke, or ahead of
Yeah.
the smoke.
Yeah.
What?
That's round.
I don't know if we can see what happened with Rainwaker. Was he shooting? Did he blow up the smoke? How did he just get taken down?
I think they blew up the smoke and he was right there and just got killed.
Why is he playing there?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's
to anybody who can't exactly see, he had a smoke B tunnels.
Yeah.
And he was playing right behind it, in the middle.
Yeah.
And not even a corner, nothing of the sort. He was just taking a challenge and opened up the B side for free.
Oh, if they get rid of the op here, 500 are in deep shit.
Oh yeah, it's gone.
Like they're in deep poo-poo. Like they do not have money for more than, yeah, okay, they can go for the op if they really want to, but they'll be lacking a lot of util. And yeah, it's gonna be Rainwaker buying the op and going for FAMAS instead. And look at the utility he has. Okay, still a smoke and a nade. Better than nothing. Cirque, meanwhile, has to buy a kit. Please buy... Okay, they've got 4 kits. Never mind. You don't need that many, perhaps. All is well. It's better than perhaps I'd assumed, but nonetheless, it's not great either. It's going to be 15-14. 500 now, 1 away from going to second OT, or losing the map choice of Passion, going to Overpass, and then possibly to Ancient. Likely to Ancient, given what we're seeing here.
Countdown of round 30. Passion UA. We're never supposed to get this far. But perseverance from Jacasmo until the help arrives. Kvem has now overtaken that position. 1 round away. A shot.
What? How is that not a...
One too many misses, and Kvem is the one who to get tagged here. Don't know how any of this has happened. You'll get trades, wallbangs to go both ways.
Oh, you heard him.
Kvem to Cirque.
Jacasmo's
dead.
Hampus
to his death? Not yet. There it is.
No. The timing.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
3 more to go, and the Rainwaker's already low. They don't know this. But Passion about to rock this dust too.
Yeah, there we go. This is it. It's down to Rainwaker. 7 HP will die. That is going to be Passion. 16-14 final score of Dustu, their own map pick. We go to Overpass next, but beforehand, it is going to be CMD64, aka Charlie, that's going to break it down here for us.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down here. I did say I wasn't too worried for 500. They were leading 2 rounds heading into overtime. Still thought they would have enough in the tank to bring it over the line. Apparently not. Look, you got to praise Passion UA, considering they had a pretty abysmal series just before this one. Things looked like they were continuing that way. We had an 8-1 scoreline for 500. It felt like things were going pretty swimmingly for them, but Passion UA, they hit their second win. They were able to come back. And for all the criticism I think Moro had for this game, probably rightfully so as well, there's a lot of rounds where he sort of had pretty certain shots that he made look impossible. I think considering all of that, he still did a great job of finding a lot of opening kills for Passion UA. He was the lead man on the server for that, was able to find a lot of the early successes and give a lot of the leeway for Passion UA, although he didn't do as much as we would have liked to see probably in the later round. War in general was a massively instrumental piece to Passion UA in terms of how this comeback came through. But I think Kvem had some massive rounds. The boys highlighted Jacasmo, and rightfully so, on so many occasions. I think Kvem had a couple of rounds, though, towards B. In particular, we saw so many multi-kills. We saw that 3K from Kvem before he got taken down. We saw Jacasmo get 2 on this bomb site. He did get traded, but it's Kvem rotated in once again, able to get 2 kills, set his team up in a really promising situation. These are rounds that if 500 won, they walk away with this game in regulation. They probably win it there. But they really sort of fumbled the bag on a number of occasions and allowed Passion UA just to make this comeback even possible. We had some nice individuals stepping up. Rainwaker in particular, he had a great start to this game for 500. But look, they did feel like they just ran out of steam slightly towards the end. And maybe this is some of sort of the... Maybe just a bit of the experience that this team has properly playing together as this 5. This is the first time that this full roster now has actually been able to play Dust 2 in general. So maybe this is just something that these guys haven't worked a huge amount on this map. Look, we know they've done a lot of work on their overpass. We've seen them play a lot of other maps, but Dust hasn't really featured whatsoever here. So maybe this is their first official playing with this full 5, and maybe some of those teething issues coming through here on this game. But a bit of a surprise to see them actually fail to convert it after having such a strong start. But what this is going to mean is 500 are moving over to overpass. I've sort of praised this 500 team previously. I've got to watch them play a couple of times with this new roster. I'm a big fan of it. Their overpass in general looks very, very good. Passion Your Way, we've only seen them play it once since it's being brought back into the pool. Obviously, with Nuke being their ban majority of the time, they have to work on their overpass. So you imagine they would have done at least a bit of work on it. The question is, how much are they going to be prepared for 500's overpass? And I think unless Passion Your Way actually have a good start to this map, unlike what they just could not produce on Dust 2, I do see this one, similar to Teo, I do see this one heading for 3 mapper. I do think this one's going to go the distance. Unless Passion Your Way can sort of show us a level to overpass that I don't think anyone's expected from them, considering the only map that they have played, they lost it 13-5 in a pretty dominant fashion a couple of days ago. Sure, that was to Heroic. Heroic are probably in a better spot than Passion Your Way are right now, so understandably that they lost that game. I just think it was how one-sided it is concerns me slightly. But look, I'm still feeling positive for Passion Your Way. Hopefully they are able to make this one work. I think for a team that has had a bit of a sort of mixed bag of results recently, a win here is going to be really important. I think this event for them in general is going to be really, really important going forward. Look, they're on a side of the bracket where they'll be playing against HOTU or Sinners. I do think this team's got enough to be able to get over the mark and potentially make it to the grand finals. But equally, I still think there's a lot of challenges ahead. We are going to be jumping into a short break before we even start to break things down on map number 2 of Overpass. So we're going to be throwing to about a 10-minute break before we see you back here with map number 2. So don't go anywhere.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right through the smoke. Look at him.
Hello everyone, we are back for map number 2 here between Passion UA and 500. Big resurgence scene there from Passion UA on a map where, yeah, 500 kind of had a dead to rights, it felt like. I mean, Nexus, you even were highlighting, you felt like it's nearly an unlosable situation when you're 9-3 up on Dust.
Not just nearly.
Yeah, and I mean, look, 500, they're going to feel pretty rough about not being able to convert things now, but I suppose one positive for them, they are moving on to their map of Overpass. I haven't given them a lot of praise, but it does also need to be said, they have only played one official on this map. And as good as that one official has looked, it can always be difficult to get huge levels of consistency on a map that you've only just brought into your pool, for a map that's been out of the map pool for a little while now. You can't necessarily expect them to be flawless at this map just yet. Is there an opportunity for Passion UA to come back on this? We're going to have to let you boys ponder on that one as we are jumping into Overpass now. Take things away, boys, on map number 2.
Thank you for that one, CMD. And yes, it's Overpass. It's our second map. Passion, I think they have a chance. I think they have a definitely opportunity, but 500, the way they played, the way they opened up on our first and the first half especially, I think you and I, Nexus, said it perfectly. You know, it should have been done there and then. So Passion, the fact that the comeback is real is absurd, and it still happens in the end. Vora2K, he's gonna have to show up again, glow up even, as he is catching strays and about to be caught out. That was something. This pistol round, I mean, it's literally almost done. Unless Jacasmo goes like massive 4K ace even, Quem alongside him. Like, what is that from Woro? He takes a peek from balloons. He stays on balloons. Even reloads. And then Demka just pushes longs and dies. I don't know. I know. It's catching me a bit too much. Quem, 1, 2, 3. What? Quem, there you go! That's what you're looking for! Absurd!
The word unlosable was thrown around once or twice on map 1. This round was following a very similar script. Bem's left in a 1 versus 1, where all he has to do is hit a single bullet. Rainwick is making his way down. He's got 15 seconds to A, get the bomb, B, plant the bomb, or C, kill Quem, who's got every single sound key available, and he can start to let these puppies loose for an ace on the pistol, to seal the deal, to steal the round away. But we're saying it's done, that's a round, we lose all hope. Quem never wavers.
You know, I was hypothetically saying don't need an ace or something crazy like that. I was just kind of pointing out the absurdity of how difficult of a round it would be. And then Quinn says, I got you, fam. I got you for a real. It's a double with the dualies as Passion UA take the pistol and absolutely tear a new hole on 500. Guys, all I can say is this is the craziest series so far, like, of the day. I did not expect this, and it's Overpass of all the maps possible. It's Overpass, a map where the craziest shit can happen. Charlie, join the train. Join the train, buddy.
Charlie's letting us know we should become mega Passion UA fans. Now, I cannot. Any other day than today, sure, but with what has happened today, I just cannot. Man, I got nothing right now except just the confusion and spite on how the hell you lose that first map, first of all. How these games and rounds were played out, and then the fact that we delayed an hour. That's also adding just a bit more to it. It's like, sure, okay, it looks great then. We come back to it. Passion, okay, the fact that you're losing it's big, that's still tilting me. Because you're never supposed to lose that. Ever, in whatever world you play. Just to get more strays on, or throw more strays Big's way. Passion take the fattest L. Look like they're about to do it so again. And here we are. On map number 2 after they came back from the biggest loss of all time. I don't know.
The only thing I can tell you right now is the Anakin and Obi-Wan scene from Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
Star Trek?
Sure, buddy. Where the final scenes on Mustafar happen, and you've become the very thing you swore to destroy, Nexus. You absolutely have. As
it's just today. If it's any other day, I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm hyped. Today, I've got nothing.
You're empty on the inside. Perhaps that's what's going to happen for 500. They might be empty once they're cracked open. Right now, it's looking good. Passion, they've got the blade lodged. They haven't really set it in fully, but 500 are perhaps not ready to take the fatal blow. This is going to be a full B send. I like the idea. They'll have minimal utility, though. 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a flashbang. The nade, almost no damage compared to what it could have done. And still they delay further. Oh, there's the boost.
That's the way in. Second one as well out of Monster. Now they know they should be second 2 towards water somewhere. Unless they move super speed, they'll be cleared out by Red Star. They'll leave it to a single man to do anything. And anything, according to Merriam-Webster, is also synonymous with saving. That's all he can do. Any kills here, obviously, in the or on the other side of the coin, would not be unadvised because he can still deal damage here. Force 500 to play next round, reinvesting a lot back into it. I do imagine Passion are going to buy back as well. So them finding 2 kills here, save the M4. Right, that's a fantastic result if possible, but we see that's not the case. He'll chill in heaven. He'll wait out this round. M4 carried over. He'll drop Chikasmo, maybe buy himself back up another M4 as well. They're going to be all equipped. But 500, they survived this without a single scratch. As per Cirque and Rainwaker, the entries. And then, of course, this 82k from Red Star. It's all easy.
I really do like, by the way, on topic of overpass, the changes they made down to B water below balcony. I think it's much more visible. It's easier to recognize targets. So good changes so far that I've been spotting. Just, you know, minor changes, which I don't know why it took them this long to make, but sure. Better something than nothing.
You know what I miss?
Yeah?
I miss my splash sounds out in water in short.
Hey, look, the bug with the water, you know, how you could hear them walking through water in CT.
Yeah.
Like,
we lost the technology to make that thing, or the thing work again.
Look, it's easier to just remove the issue than to fix the issue, right? That's the logic here. And instead of just perplexing it further, they get rid of it.
This is, by the way,
this is a massive
play. There's no other idea here. 500 just brute force your way in.
I don't know why Passion's waiting this long, though. They got 3 on A, no action, no contact.
What is Hampus doing? There you go. In they go. Send them out. A bait and switch across 5. A whole pandemica, of which the IGL claims 3. And as said, they're waiting a long time on both sides, in fact. And when 500 eventually go through, they'll find the entry, and that's it. Topa saves the round. 3 kills. Great stuff.
And good news is they did not recognize that there was a flank coming in through T-base. So that leaves the action of a long push here still perhaps a little bit of an unknown to 500. They only saw the player push them from connector and from heaven, which in essence would give them the info that they would already usually presume to have, which is, okay, CTs have gone. But we see right here, again, it's going to be a rebuy. 500 will try to keep this competitive, try to keep it at low numbers for Passion. This time, Quem. Oh, Water, you just go out on a limb, don't you? Quem as well is caught. He did get the entry, but it's still a man down here situation for Passion. and they'll have to recuperate somehow. Rotating both off of B.
Zerk coming out here in this one. It's not the greatest for Passion. Zerk will be allowed to live for a moment. Campus. He's gonna chase. And Jopa cannot get far. Wasn't even ready for anybody nearby. He's looking towards toilets. Thinking they've already gone past him. He just lost sight of them in that route and how much control they actually had. The 500 is a very slow round coming out. And currently, 4v2 to work with. And guess what? They've got about a bazillion amount of utility.
Yeah, there's quite a little bit. Should be easy execute A. And they've walked B already, so they have the info. Okay, B's empty, lads. You know, nobody's here, nobody's defending. Maybe somebody's Heaven, maybe somebody's CT, but maybe somebody's graffiti. That regardless, it's one with two. Oh no, they're still gonna commit to Cosmo if he stays alive. Never mind. Never mind.
Thick out of Zerk. Good attempt as well from them. I gotta give him a little bit of credit there. But not good enough in this case. He still needed more for the ending. Didn't stick the landing, and as the situation was for 504v2, you're not supposed to lose those. As long as your trade is efficient enough, all is fine. And here we go. It's round number 6 with the CT side in one of the weirdest rounds of all time. What is this? Why is Topaz on the Deagle forcing FAMAS MP9M for USP for Jacasmo? Eh? Sorry, as the mythical Finnish language says, what is the buy? Why is it working? Why is this one working, Tel?
As in the magical language of Slovenia, we would say, koi kurac je to. And absolutely, right now it's a 3v3, make it a 3v2. Topa just gets himself walked behind the shed. Good night, Mr. Jacasmo. Although he's still fightful. The volley's too shallow. The volley's bad. The volley is bad. No way. Rainwaker even burns to it. 1v2 now. It's Zerk against Quem and Voro. This round.
Zerk again left to clutch up here. He's not got the bomb, by the way. He's looking to make a play into CT to find either one of these stragglers on Passion side. The fact that nobody's rotating down hell. Coming from Heaven or Monster, 1 over the 2, and he is not ready for World 2K. Passion, in the weirdest buy I've seen in about 70 years, has succeeded. They keep themselves in the lead.
Oh, this is...
You know, what is this game? What is reality? What is this alternate Twilight Zone we have stumbled on into?
Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of think on this right now, honestly. It's wonky. It's weird, but I'm welcoming it. Passion, I guess they were saving themselves up. You know, they said screw big, screw Star Ladder. We'll take it all here at the Thunderpick European Series. It's the quarterfinals after all. I can't blame them. Certainly more VRS points they would have gotten otherwise, but where is it? I'm not sure. Regardless, I think they like it. They found their new pleasure. Perhaps it is Overpass. Perhaps something else to be done here. And you know what? I love it. If they've made the active choice of, okay, let's switch up our veto. Let's play Overpass. Let's play Train. Yeah, I'm right here for it, all of it.
Higher power calls this round at the 500 here as well. The Rainwaker is not expecting this. There's one in connector, will leave him to be a dead man. War 2K still hasn't heard much about mid. Finally, some utility goes in. There's a smoke going down. Lets him get close, but the truck is still left open. If a Topa to find an opening. War has been taken care of in the back. And this one down to the last man. On the side of Passion. Higher power called it. And it's on to Demka to deny 20 seconds, and he's already crept up with the USP. We go back to back with these force buys. I'm telling you, man, this is not a reality. I refuse whatever state of being we're currently in, because this is the weirdest time I've had in ages. The entire first map, this one, the setup we had of Passion getting themselves rocked by Big Lamau, and then into a 9-3 comeback with the CT side of Dust 2, that was unlosable, and then the pistol where Quebec is, and then 4 spies back to back. I need help. I need help. My mind cannot fathom this entire endeavor we've been through here.
This game is crazy.
It's been a journey. It's like been a movie today.
Brother, I don't think real life can get more exciting than this, actually, as, yeah, it is 3-4 Passion. We've got a 4 spy again. Of course, why wouldn't we? It's overpass. And we're going to be seeing 500 with a bit of a default. It's a 1-1-3 or a 3-1-1, if you will. AKA 3A, 1-con, 1 monster. Usually the 1-con stays passive, but he's already out. Never mind the con player, he's already out. It seems like the meta is completely shifting these days. Passion, meanwhile, stacking beast. I guess they're realizing that perhaps, in fact, 500 might want to run up A. Not a lot of info available to Passion in general, but they're trying and poking and seeing what they can find and dig up. Few hidden secrets here and there. 50 seconds and counting, and we're preparing ourselves for a round that kind of 500, I think, have to win. It's going to be a tough one still, though. The pistols, you shouldn't underestimate them. You don't allow this to happen! When walks the smoke gets 2!
Are we seriously going 3 in a row? Ben has just made this possible. Waro, if he goes overlooked, you can say goodbye to this round. 20 seconds. Rainmaker, check your corners. He's gone down. The bomb is next. Red Star with the all-important kill to live, to survive. Hampus, keep the sight going. No, you can't. Instead, just the tag. 10 seconds. It's 3 force buys in a row we're getting.
That's it. There's no time. Red Star dies after time, maybe? Like, if I'm Jacasm, I'm hunting here. I've got a 5-7, bro. I'm like, I want that AK out of his cold dead hands. And 5-3, Passion win a force buy with a single rifle, was it? I think a single rifle on water.
It's messed up, man. It's messed up.
Yeah, it is.
This, how? How is neither one ready? They're not even... Oh
what I'm
God.
surprised about is nobody's watching the smoke, and this is not the first time we've seen this today. Something like a miss by a team that they would completely ignore a position and subsequently lose the round because of it.
You know, we usually have this thing called the teams trying to win, playing to see who's better. Right now, we've got a game for who's actually losing harder, who's worse in these rounds, which is an experience to be sure.
Yeah.
I did not imagine we were ever going to be getting here.
You and I both.
I clocked in today saying, yeah, I'm feeling good, baby. A little bit tired, maybe. That's fine. I've had about 4 cups of coffee and an energy drink. I am buzzing with energy. I'm ready to go. Then we have our smack 2-0. Then we have this first game, and I don't even know what's happening anymore. My Saturday's far gone. And we have been experiencing the craziest of things. And
counter force buy.
Look at this one.
Has a
again.
And
And
a
again.
5v4 that should succeed.
They've got a couple
Force
of
buy
flashbangs. Rainmaker
after
holds his
force buy.
position. And we see Passion disengaging.
Yeah, they're gonna save. Like, they don't have the capacity to retake this. Force buy after force buy.
One thing we can say, surely, unless Hampus decides to take, like, 1 more 2 here, maybe, is that we're not seeing another force buy of Passion.
Oh, yeah,
Instead,
we
it's
are.
just going to be
Guaranteed.
saving
No,
weapons.
I
and
think they're
buy
gonna
still.
force buy. I think they're gonna force buy.
Yeah.
I think they're
I don't know.
like they got 3 rifles. They're gonna force buy like maybe a scout, maybe a SMG.
Oh yeah, no, they're buying 100%. They've got nothing.
Yeah, there's
Lost
enough
budget
for a FAMAS, enough for a
oh my
scout.
God.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misread the loss budget there. Yeah, I managed they at least had 1900, but
No,
1400.
Yeah, it's 1400. It's a
they'll be
buy
buying
for sure.
back up into this one. Waro probably drops an MP9 or FAMAS. I don't know if he really hates his teammates.
Finally, TC calls the timeout. I don't know if it was TC, but
We had all
finally-
3 on Dust 2.
Yeah, we did. Something we did mention yesterday as well. It was a bit of an issue. Timeouts weren't really present for Passion. They were losing hard, and they still wouldn't take timeouts.
Yeah.
It's something that we mentioned, a few times in a row. They would lose like 7-8 rounds in a row, and then they would take the timeout instead of breaking it in between. But today it's a little bit different. It seems like they're a bit more on the clock and a bit more attentive to that. I like that. 5-4 though, and a counter buy for sure. Or is it? Yes, there we go. It is.
Not even.
What I was gonna say for
Okay.
the op? No, what I
Yeah,
was
no
saying for the op. That
FAMAS,
makes sense.
no MP9 dropped.
I mean, you
Sure,
trust the
that's
Deagles,
fine.
right? Or the 5-7.
I mean, I guess you have
Yeah.
to at this point.
Yeah, you have to.
Campus,
Oh.
opening found. That is a quick turn for him. It's time to end the tomfoolery we've experienced here in these last. Honestly, I just want to say 9 rounds. Yeah, the entire map so far.
Yeah, 10 rounds.
I was gonna say like last 3 or so, but no, it's the entire map that's been.
It's been the whole game long. Yeah, it's been crazy.
Yeah. It's time to end it here. That opening kill helps them do so, but it's still 4 more to go, and they've got these rifles saved up. The only thing they've lost so far is one of those pistols, the Eagle on them. They've dealt some damage back. Rainmaker's tagged up, so it's Hampus. Plenty, in his case. 55 seconds remained. They start to explore the A site. They still leave, I think that is Red Star bottom of connector. So if any rotates coming through for Passion UA, he'll look to punish those. Maybe he's going to scale up together with his teammates out in mid. Most likely will, or not. Take that space and allow them movement. Freedom of said movement to perhaps go down a beat. That was the plan I thought they might be going with, but instead it's a full contact, shift walking towards A. 25 of the clock. CTs are running out of utility. That does make the approach a lot easier. There's nothing except the flashbangs to hold it anymore. Swing the long reveals nothing. Here's the play. Topaz just about missed every cue, and they're already up on site. Bolt down. Waro cannot double down. Red Star, he'll find that trade. Quick rotation. Bomb. If he gets dropped, that's round. They're looking for it. Try to walk through the smoke. Topa punished. And a tomfoolery tale. Is it over? Tell me the news.
Yes, it is. It is. You're lucky. You're in luck. You and I are both in luck.
Yes!
That
We
was
are free.
that came from the heart. Honestly, that came down from below. Like, can't lie. That was
From my soul.
Yeah, that came from the soul. Though one more thing that comes from your soul is your hate for Dust, and you do specifically remember making a deal with the devil of forgoing that hate for the next month, starting tomorrow.
I wasn't gonna go starting with today, but you do realize that there is this sort of clause to it as well. I'm not gonna bring it up. If you bring it up, and I will then latch onto it, and I will mention it, yes. But I'm not gonna bring up any of that Dust to hatred myself.
Cannot. No. You cannot talk about it. If I say
I will
anything about it,
I will not be the one to start.
No,
but I will
no,
mention
no.
it. I will agree with the.
You
with the
cannot
hatred
agree.
if
You
you
cannot
are the
agree.
one to bring it up.
you cannot agree. You have to deny it. In fact, you have
No.
to love it. That's the new clause right there. As we love this one, it's an eco. Finally, full
Ladies and
actual
gents,
full
I regret to
eco.
inform you, I am gone for the next month. No, I am. If you bring it up, I will attach or latch onto it. I'm not going to bring it up myself.
Fair. I'll respect the terms of that agreement. I won't make it too hard for you, but I will make it hard for you.
I don't know the exact terminology as to what that would be called, because I'm not that smart. But I will. I don't remember what it is, but that's how it is. I try to remember. What that would be called.
What you're trying to say in the first place, but Passion have no clue it's
Neither
about
one
to
of us are
be a
smart.
B hit as well. So, you know, we're kind of equal in that department, and it will be an easy number 6 for 500 here.
This is, I think, the second eco we've seen this entire half. Or is it the first? I
No, the
genuinely
first.
don't know.
It's the first eco. It's the
I
first
feel like
eco.
we had
No,
one
it's the
more,
first
but-
eco. No. It's the first eco.
Sure.
We saw force buy since round 2 onward.
Sure. No. We had it around number 2. That was an eco.
Was it
But,
an
yeah.
eco?
Yeah,
Wasn't
I
it
think
the
so.
force buy?
Round 3, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Does
Okay.
not matter at
Does
all.
not matter. It's fine. Nobody
We
cares.
finally
It's
had
6.
yeah. We finally have a clean round. Period. The most normal anything we've had since the start of this game or series. Welcome back to the baseline.
Welcome back to normalcy. Welcome back to a game that might actually make a little bit of sense for a change.
Why?
I can imagine our viewers are spinning in their chairs, possibly getting a little bit of vertigo.
Whee! From the roller coaster of this game.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the soundtrack. I don't know where that sound is from, but the Wii sound, it's so iconic. Sometimes I hear it on memes, you know, when you scroll by something and you hear the Wii.
Oh my god, Theo, you're doom scrolling? You're beyond that.
No, I'm not doom scrolling, you know, it's just I've got a very
Oh,
curated reel, I'll tell you that.
Oh man. Dimka, he's dead. Zerg combat upping will be traded quickly by Jacasmo. Now fighting to stay alive. The Flash assisting. It's not easy. Red Star, what are you doing? Left his teammate out to dry. Out of connector. This trade will be given up here. But why is Red Star just foregoing that? Didn't think it was in the corner. They lost track of him. Theo, we're back to tomfoolery.
It's back to having a little bit of a laugh, I guess. A 3v3, the op in the hands of Water 2K could still deal some massive damage. Absolute cinema, in fact, as Topa gonna hold up in graffiti and just keep himself alive. That's his core principal role right now. As an anchor of B, stay alive. He gets the first even. That's better. The second, it's a crossfire. Jacasmo's there through entry of tunnels. And now in connector, Mr. Red Star, well, he's about to have a Red Star on his back. It's a laser pointer from the AWP of Water 2K as he hits its mark. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be 6-6. Passion UA, whilst Overpass might not be to their best liking recently, they are not only making this a tight first half, but are giving it a fairly solid try. I just hope that it's going to be equally as good on the T side.
You think this was good? That was a game of who's losing harder. That is neither team really cementing anything except uncertainty, and it just plays more and more into this map being added back. Nobody knows what you're doing!
I love it. I love it. Give me a little bit of this chaos. I revel in it. And I definitely am a big enjoyer of chaos itself, so, you know, there's that. Funny, in Warhammer, I'm always going for the Imperium, you know, never chaos. But in general, in real life, I'm very chaotic myself. I love it. Having a good laugh.
Edgelord.
Ooh! As the second half is about to go live. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the pistol. It's about to begin. As, well, Passion, what is the plan? I hope you have one. I hope you're not just ballparking it.
Alrighty then, under the B site we go. Hampers not alone. Short to take it for 500, and here comes the pistols. Is a 4-man stack waiting for them. 2 from CT. Everybody's fighting for this control. Rainmaker still finds more impact. He's got 3, in fact. With this round resulting in a big fat 1 kill for the T side. No bomb plant in sight. You got 7 to 500. No bomb plant. Surely an eco. We're not going to continue with the craziness. Now you have to at least level out here a little bit. Dip it.
I
Dip
love
it,
it.
Theo.
I love the pistol there. I love the corners they choose, the agility they display. 500, play off of one another, use the crossfires, just play it perfectly there. Give zero chance to Passion, and do not give them any sort of ground to take control in this second half. A full eco for Passion as well, kind of, I believe, just further puts it into perspective how much of a chaotic first half it was, and how much they perhaps themselves do not wish to be running that madness again.
Anything that balances the universe that is listening. May we please keep the second half somewhat normal.
I think you just cursed it. I think you've just cursed it, brother.
We're gonna find out.
Things are about to get very messy. As,
We've had 3 normal rounds so far. Actually, 4.
well,
First and second
5
pistol,
if
and
you
then
count the pistols.
yeah, no, 4 rounds. You had both pistols and both follow-up rounds. That's all the normal stuff we've had so
yeah,
far.
that's
And
actually
added the one
right,
eco. Added the one eco toward the end of the half. So fine.
Yes. Yeah. But
Here comes number 15. Getting ready to overtake the loudest circus that we've got going on here on Overpass. We're starting things off with Passion UA. Weapons are out, utility running dry and not very high, I'm sorry to say. Waiting around to see what a 500 get up to. All you have to do is really, in these rounds, you have no util. It doesn't matter, just wait it out, see if you can get an entry that balances things out very quickly. At the moment, none of that for the CT side. They've instead got a long setup they're hoping Passion to walk into. Well, mid is being sought after. You're going to have one in toilets. This is a somewhat unorthodox setup out of 500, especially to start these gun rounds. As Dot or Overpass really normally is, you've got 2B, or 2A, 3B.
you don't
They've gone
expect
for
the
something
third.
a little bit more of a commitment here. And as you see, Kvem is looking towards the other side along here. Rainmaker will have the drop, for sure. Maybe not.
Oh, he spotted him.
Someone's locked in. No, he doesn't. Locked out. Logged
Still,
off.
got the
Left
info.
trades. And game is afoot.
Volt, he's going to have to go for high amperage here. Unfortunately. Gets caught in the back. It's a 1v3. Red Star, you save. It's saving time as number 7 for Passion is here. Good gun round overall. Very passive approach early on. Passion don't risk much. We don't see a counter aggro play from 500 at the start, so they put 2 on long and 1 in toilets. As you said, a bit unorthodox, and just to explain why is because the meta, the old meta of Overpass, even before the changes and everything, you know, connector, toilets, and B short. Those were the 3 positions you would always fight for intermittently between them, you know, 1 or the other or 2 at the time. You know, sometimes if you're lucky all 3, but usually those would be the spots. A long was kind of the black sheep of the family. Nobody wanted to approach it. Everybody just kind of had mixed feelings about it. You would go there on ecos, you would post an op there, you would maybe put 1 aggro player there to try and push behind them, but it was such an expected play because Tees would usually leave everybody lurking at least at playground somewhere around balloons at all times, so it'd be near impossible to do much there. Here we see 2 players but not going aggro. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Resight, this is the perfect setup out of 500 here. All they have to do is make sure they're not flashed to all hell. There's the opening. Wolves delivers, and then some. MP9 snapping away. Demcat Topa. There's a nade, and that's going to hurt the CT side a lot.
And is this going to be another trade of rounds? Like, this is a force buy again. Another nade. More damage. Kvem in trouble. He's about to die. I think we might see a trade here. 500. Have they done it? There goes Kvem. I think they might. It just feels it's a little bit too far off now. HOTU with 2, but it's down to TPuDCATb. 1v2. Not expecting the close.
No!
Wins the duel. What? And now 1v1, but goes wide. Circus ready, and it is a circus indeed. 500 win it.
The horses keep spinning, Tail. The carousel keeps going. Passion, another time out cold. This is going to be a real interesting and real important round. But after that, Dust, dude, it's too early to say anything at this point. But they'll have to consider exactly how much they want to put into this round. You see, Topa, he's brought up here. He's got all the utility he would need. The rest of his team might still have to consider this one. You've got an AK drop to them. Purely just a hero AK and a little bit to support that. And does seem to be what they're going for. Warro's getting a little... I'm a bit unsure about this one. He had enough money to where he saves this round. Warro buys an AWP next time, or next round, but this is going to be one of these rounds yet again, Till. They're buying, half buying, not buying. And there you go. Okay, Warro, a little more in the bank. Gigasmo does buy in the end. They are just forcing into this one. Early lean toward the B site, but doesn't really tell us anything, especially not now. Build the Demka from Hampus M4. Out in connector. Quick snap from Gvem. And find it the next one. Coming from the M4. They'll continue to put pressure on this. We said and talked about it. Usually you do pressure short a lot. Connector as well. Those got the big points of overpass out of the CT side if you want to have map control. That's what they've got. That's what they've gained. And suddenly, it's left to just a few T-side players remaining. A second man on long. The trap waiting. And Cirque will clean up toward the A site. This force buy will not be entertained. You're not going to have anything out of Passion UA. And forced to play a normal game in the second half. 500. They're looking to take this to 11. But we're still seeing commitments. Another half buy. Okay. Okay, sure. Not a normal game. I take that back. Sorry, Warro. I thought the money was for the AWP. No, it's for Hero AK and things go south.
I mean, I guess that's the plan. Hero AK, hope it works, or send us to a third. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking towards Ancient, the pinnacle of the competitive scene. Everybody loves it. Everybody is molded by it. And right now, well, 500 are molding us to get ready for it. Passion, they've already lost this round. They just don't know it yet, have they?
Totally leans that way. Demka's in connector. This kill, though, we're still looking at it. Paul is thinking, what if? He's tempted. Warro, one of his own. We don't say this round is done just yet. Demka will retain his position, with Warro known to be somewhere in Monster. Afraid to reload the M4, it seems. Looking at Warro, he's making a solo play. Demka does have the util to support this, but he just slips right in. With the Cirque spotted, that's the clear sign to go A. And the Cirque as well, he knows if he can just find the timing to split between these T's. As soon as he finds information about the bomb on A, he should be fast on this rotation. He's still shifting all the way up. And Demka, he's going to slow down. Wait for his teammate, and Cirque will get into position towards the toilets by the time they make their way towards site.
Question is, do they plant for toilets or for bank?
If Cirque isn't already up, bank or truck or anywhere nearby, surely he's got to be making that toilet rotation. Yeah, you play the numbers, you play the odds. Warro covers as well. And here comes Cirque.
They see him. And Cirque 1v2. This is the clutch that you need to perform with. The one that saves you a lot of trouble down the line. It's going to be Cirque with one. That's Demka without Kevlar. But Mr. Warro 2K goes for 3. And it is going to be a very important W here, because not only does it preserve Passion's economy and gives them a chance to continue fighting, but it breaks 500 again. And it forces them to either A, go for a force buy, or B, go for an eco, where they are kind of mixed bag of potatoes anyway for the next round. So yeah, it's a force buy, and we're back, baby. We're so back. Force buys galore all day, every day. Let's go.
Ooh. I mean, there's maybe just about enough for this force buy. Now they've lost a little bit. Now they lost a little bit of that.
Bit of that magic,
4 more. There's a
4 on B
angle.
Dude, there's 4 players on B. if Passion don't chase, at least get some info A, they're gonna walk into this and die. That's what's gonna happen, guaranteed.
You also have smokes on both Vault and Red Star. They can just drop them below them. If there's any sort of sign, Vault's gonna drop that smoke here. They just walk in. He's taking duels. There's the util. You're still not throwing anything down.
I told you.
I told you to. With Red Star's MP9, swing for 2. Advantage gets taken away. Sure, you Passion. You still got the time here, but you're running out of HP and manpower. They
Like,
make
what are
a
you doing?
sloppy play out of it.
It's the sloppiest of jobs. It's like you don't even look to find any info elsewhere. I don't know why. You have the time and all the time in the world. What, a minute and 10 seconds before they start walking up into B? And they don't even entertain the idea that there could be more on A and connector or toilets.
Hold. Oh, what's death sound? That's not supposed to happen, unfortunately. I don't know, Tail. This isn't has been a game by all definitions.
Forced by... No,
No, not this time.
Just water.
Okay, this I can
water.
respect.
Quem has had enough of the shenanigans. A little longer, and he's gonna write plus left or plus right into the console. Have a bit of a fun time as we go into a plus 12 probably here. 500. Yeah, Quem has had enough. Like, he's losing it. Quem is visibly frustrated with the current game. That is a fact. When a play, okay, now let's go into the psychologicals. When a player does something like that,
Bee hopping, having fun.
yeah, you know, just kind of ignoring the normalcy, you know, just kind of going out of the zone as if, you know, no longer caring a little bit. That's what I'm getting at. That's fact. That's what, look, he's still doing it. He's still trying to bait. Obviously, he's trying to bait them in with all the jumping, but the fact he was jumping up until toilets from long tells you he's had enough. He's had enough of this. He just wants to be done. And I think...
I'm gonna interject here, provide you with a counter argument of, I think you're reading too much into it. I think it's just that boring round. He's not expecting much from. And they've got to one of the site here. I mean, that's not the absolute worst of scenarios. They can't even try to put the bomb down here.
They don't have the bomb.
They don't have the bomb. I lied. It's on long. Wow. Okay. Never mind.
Finish.
A game of Counter-Strike has been brought forth today.
I heard
12
the,
to 8, the scoreline. We are looking at Ancient. Was it always Ancient the designer? Right, well, I'm making that up. Did I think about something else? What did I think that? I don't know. Ancient indeed, but I don't know why I thought it was something else. That's what we're looking towards here. With 500... Flash Rainwaker to mid, nothing is seen. I do appreciate the fact that we've seen a lot more normal half here. We can relax and get back down to
Earth from the moon.
Earth,
yes.
yeah. I feel like we were listening to Rocket and Matt getting ready to go toward the next planet entirely here. Bags are packed and ready to go. Jacasmo, he has already been sent to the next place. He's of the view the neat architecture, supposedly, perhaps somewhere in the Yucatan Peninsula. Perhaps, nonetheless. 50 seconds separate 500 from map number 3 along 4 kills. Out of a Rainwaker. Quem doesn't check the corner. And this is why you should always check your lefts and rights when you cross the street. Even if it is just a corner like this. In Counter-Strike, that goes a long way. And with Cirque as well. He's got 17 kills, by the way. On Dust 2, he wasn't really a factor. Here, he's having a great time. And it's been good to see Cirque as well being getting this sort of activation in recent games, I think. He's been missing for a long time. Hasn't had the best of numbers. Here, it's got a good game. At 500, they solidified the second half, but we're not done with the series. We head to Charles to talk us through what happened here.
Look, I think there's a lot to talk about, and not really a lot to talk about in the same sense of things. Passion Your Way, I mean, they made things competitive. I don't think they actually showed us anything great on Overpass in terms of they worked on a lot. I think they were able to win rounds off of individuals and individual moments. But when it came to actually sort of showing what they've done on this map, there wasn't a lot to it. An interesting fact, actually, is Passion Your Way, the only rounds they were able to string together, so this is more than one in isolation, was of the pistol and the conversion. Other than that, there was nothing. It was all rounds in isolation. It was all sort of clutch moments, individual plays. And I think this was a bit of a deeper issue for what Passion Your Way actually have shown us on this map, to the point where there's plenty of rounds where they could have gone on a streak. There's plenty of opportunities where they could have. I mean, you look at that initial sort of back and forth on the sort of this third round onto probably about the 8th or something. We saw constant both teams back and forth against one another. And it doesn't matter how good Passion Your Way's bio was or how weak 500s were. They were just never able to actually show us anything solid to a decent CT side on Overpass. And as soon as we moved over to the T side, when it became a bit more of a close affair, 500 stabilized. They looked solid enough on their CT side today. And honestly, it felt like they were the better team 90% of the way throughout. And it just felt like a couple of individual moments dug Passion Your Way out of some trouble. I was going to sort of touch on round number, I want to say 16. It was not round number 16. Maybe 18. Something along the lines of that. We saw Warro go for the Hero AK, with the boys on the castle questioning, was he saving money for this AWP? I think there's certainly the possibility he was going to bring out this AWP, but realizing the scoreline, realizing how important it was, maybe opted against it, going for the Hero AK. Ends up getting a 3k in that round. Passion Your Way, win it. They sort of break the money of 500, who end up going for a force buy. And on paper, you look at it and say, wow, this is Passion Your Way's chance to get straight back into this game. And again, we see another fumble. And it just felt like, how many mistakes could we see from both sides? And it kind of was just a bit of a culmination of all of that. But when you're 500 and you're on the T side, you're on the weaker side, it doesn't really matter as much, because you keep on making this game competitive. You keep on getting rounds on the board out of nowhere. And as long as you give yourself enough of a chance on your CT side, 500 should be able to take it. And that's exactly what they did. Able just to keep on battling back. Rainwaker, again, another very good game individually for him. For now, he feels like he could be my MVP of this series if 500 going to win it. He's looked very sharp throughout. And the guys on the desk were also, or the guys on the cast were also touching on Cirque a little bit. I think there's one thing that everyone should probably keep in mind going forward. Cirque's form right now actually has been pretty good these last couple of months. Probably some of the best form I've actually seen Cirque play in a good few years, to be fair. But I think a real test for Hampus now is, look, you're an experienced in-game leader. You've been bounced around in a lot of these sort of tier 2 teams. This is a project I can actually really get behind, and I really do like. A real test for Hampus now could be, how much can you get out of Cirque? Is this going to be something you can consistently see him provide? Because if you can bring Cirque sort of anywhere near that 2019 level of form, I think Hampus would deserve so much credit, as Cirque has had plenty of chances, but it just hasn't quite worked out for him here. On this occasion, though, most importantly, 500 do take down Passion Your Way on Overpass. I think most of us were expecting this on the desk. I think we were all looking at this and saying this is probably the way it's going to go. Question is map number 3. This one feels a little bit more open-ended. Passion Your Way, they've had some tough games today. I feel like we do know this team can suffer from tilt at times. And the question is always, in between these maps, in between maps particularly that they've lost, how quickly can these guys bounce back? Because you can occasionally see them kind of get demolished on one map and be a bit slow to start the next. I'm hoping these guys can bounce back, give us a competitive time on Ancient, because look, there's still a semi-final spot up for grabs, and one of these two teams has to take it. But before we find that out, we are going to be jumping into a short break. We'll be back in about 10 or so minutes with Ancient, so don't go anywhere, and we catch you very shortly.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him.
wise, this best of three has had a lot of what I don't really know. It's been ups and downs. There's been positives, there's been negatives for both teams. But at the end of the day, we're here on Ancient. This one maybe will have a bit more normality than map number 2 did. Nexus, are there any initial expectations that are screaming out to you?
No. I have very little to imagine in my head for this entire series, unfortunately. We have to somehow come back down to Earth. We did get back somewhat there toward the end of map 2. And now we'll see if an Ancient is what puts us back on track to a normal game of Counter-Strike for one. But my expectations are all over the place at the moment. I've got nothing.
Yeah, I think probably everyone at home, us as well, are probably all in a similar boat. I still do have any expectations. I'm going to actually press you even more, Teo. Who do you think's going to take it? After what we've seen on map number 1, look, there's been nothing necessarily concrete from either of these teams, but does Ancient give you any sort of hint?
I think it gives me more hope for Passion, if nothing else. I feel like they've grasped at what we were kind of missing in that series against Big. And, you know, even on the first map, we saw them at the second half really kind of get together and wake up. So I feel like Ancient should be the real showcase of the Passion we expected today. 500, they did a great job. I think the new roster is looking very strong. I'm not going to lie. Like, I think with Hampus now leading, it seems like they found their new stride. But overall, it just feels like Passion are currently in, overdrive mode. And whilst, yes, the second map might have been lost, sure, I feel like Ancient is their home turf where they showcase everything they know.
Yeah, I suppose one thing on the flip side for 500 as well, we have got to see them play Ancient a little bit with this new 5. They played it on 2 different occasions, one of which being really solid. We actually saw them play it here with here at Thunderpick. They ended up playing against TPu, won that one with 31. They absolutely smashed them there. A bit of a closer game against Betclic yesterday. They ended up just losing that one out in overtime. But look, these guys aren't necessarily any strangers to this map, so hopefully we are going to actually get to see something decent between these two. I might be right in saying, did I hear that we're heading into the game, or did I hear we're going into break? We're not heading into the game just yet, sadly. Gonna have to tease you all at home for a little bit longer, as we are going to be jumping into a short break before we do actually get into the action with Ancient. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We return to action. It is going to be our third and final map of this confrontation between 500 and Passion UA. Yes, today is the day. It's the quarterfinals day. It's the end of the line for one of these two teams, but nonetheless, it is a lot on the line. Let's see how it goes.
Do I say the line is Mario? Do we go for them? Mr. Super
Mario
Marios.
Let's not mess about. I've said Passion, I think, will win. That's my expectation. They've showcased good resilience.
Oh.
500, meanwhile, have showcased good team play and understanding of the necessities needed to be done. Topa with the refrags, Topa with 2. It's still going to be a 3 versus 3. It's Topa 4-3, 4-4. Topa! Is it another ace? Is it Quem all over again? No, Demka from the back, from ramp. The flank is there, yes, but it's Passion regardless. On Topa's behalf, what a round!
He's feeling it. He's feeling it for the pistol. 4 headshots, round 4 Passion. And nothing to show for 500. They're still going for the force buy. There's an age-old saying we've been talking about here on this map. If you want a bomb plant, go A. 500, go B. I guess they don't want it.
I don't want it. What are they? Jon Snow? Round 2. Yeah, you don't
elaborate
know,
on Jon Snow here. Okay, hold on. And maybe in a bit.
Give me a
Think
sec.
about what you said. Jagasmo, he's got B on the lock and key. Okay, Jon Snow doesn't want it. What do you mean?
In the series, they destroyed the character Jon Snow, where they made him all girly-like, we could say, and just like, oh, I don't want the crown, I don't want to be the king, you know, that.
Okay, sure.
Yes,
I feel
Game
like
of
that
Thrones,
was...
you don't know?
I do. I just feel like that
Yes.
was not really the most relevant part, and nobody really cares about
Well,
the last season
Bran
or two.
became king. That's dumb.
know,
It
I
should have been
know.
Jon.
Okay,
That's it.
we're not talking about that. I feel like when you talk about Game of Thrones and Jon Snow, it's the fact that he knows nothing. You go for the fact that, oh, he doesn't want to be king. That's just weird, man.
What? No, he's clearly the main guy. He's the protagonist. In any case,
that's not the
it
point
doesn't matter.
here, buddy.
It's fine.
That's not the point. We're gonna settle this once and for all.
No. Not now. Not now. We can't do it now, man. This is not the setting, not the right place or time. 500. Luckily, they have an eco, so we're not going to miss anything big. But you ain't settling anything with me, man. I got the books at home. I've read them 10 times over.
Yeah, well, too bad. Mr. R.R. Martin has yet to write the last one.
Last 2. That's the more
it's 2?
part.
Oh my god, I thought it was just 1.
Yes.
All
It's
right.
horrible.
Either way, here's round 3. And I mean, as we kind of said before our Game of Thrones argument
Yes.
started,
Yeah.
we said if you want to get a bomb plant, go A. They went B, no bomb plant. Big shock, big surprise. That's 3-0 for Passion UA. Good CT start. Here come the weapons. Here comes the storm. That is 500. They are rapidly approaching your location.
Here we go. The storm is brewing, that's for sure. 500. Currently not looking towards mid-control. They're just kind of handling elbow with a bit of a passive stare. There's a bit of presence towards... yeah, never mind. Plateau. Volt gets the nade down in his face. And it's going to be down to a 4v4. A lot of damage on Rainwaker. And a big flank back ram. He's been spotted, though. His position compromised. He's dead. Rainwaker, good reaction. Well done. And 500 regain control of the situation. We have to say Passion, bonus moment, bonus round, really.
Treating it as such, seeing what they can get away with. As for Kvem, he could not get away with a single thing. But we are not seeing 500 really in a position to capitalize off the kill either. They go away. They'll slow it down with 50 seconds still on the clock to decide how they want to approach this. And only now will they group up, head toward the A side. They're going to have nobody there. On the Passion side, making a play out of mid. They want to clear out as much of this position as they can. Here's contact. Hampus in a lot of trouble. Will come out victorious in his fight, but Jagasmo still makes the rotation, and he's going to have Topa join him. This 1-2 punch could be deadly if he buys a little bit of time. If he's the one to bait for his teammate, that's the first. Let Topa get into the action for one of his own as well, but now to do the last few.
Oh, out of bullets! No way!
Never reloaded. Still swings in. We're not done with this round. It's just so close. My God.
We're cutting it close here. Somebody almost cutting the onions as well. 500. Luck on their side. Hampa's there with a quick reload, quick re-snap, and he secures the round. It doesn't go 1v1. It doesn't go 2v1. And 500, number 1, is on the board. Meanwhile, Passion... Here's the rebuy. As we said, previous was a bonus. They didn't really have to rebuy much at all, so they've still got some bank even now. And mid-control will be contested fully. No counter-argument from Passion by the looks of it. Volt through the smoke on Voro. That's the AWP out of commission. Good peek by Topa. The pop flash support is there from Jagasmo. And it seems like they're going to continuously engage this. They want to go B. Topa re-engages himself, though. He finds another. That's Red Star. Left hanging by his teammate. Hampus didn't help, and they're just losing players left and right. Passion is currently making positive trades, even if the players are low HP. They're in a much better state, though. Hampus, through the smoke, it's a free kill.
Everybody's locked in here for 500 as well. You've got the play in mid. Demka's got that covered, and nade to TPuDCATb exposes him to the open. Where Rainwaker is unable to land the shots necessary, and a single point of HP for TPuDCATb to live with. Send Passion 4-1, as you say. It doesn't matter how those trades go, as long as they're live. They can play with the mana power, and then TPuDCATb, the same sort of game he had on Dust 2. He was the one keeping things afloat, but right now they're more than in the lead, and he has that help. Passion. Start confirmed. 4-1. Looking like 5, but 500. Boss buys here. This is like the way Passion ended their T-side of Overpass. The Force and Half-Bot, or Hero Rifled and such. Here, with the loss bonus, everyone's good. There's not going to be any lack in the next round. But it has become a stalemate. That's the initial part of this round, and 500 out to A. They won a bomb plant this time.
They might get it, actually. Topa is going to try and counter. If he dies, they've got no quick support bar for Donuts, so this is a very dangerous endeavor. Demka is the one to catch him, though. Prevents the bomb plant. Peeks again, finds the second, and now Topa can go into action. Demka with 3. It's too easy. Passion make it look simply quite a calculated play here. No issue. No questions asked. No quarter given. No bomb plant. Big ups from Passion. Quem started off a bit funny, not gonna lie. I mean, he's looking really good at 5-3, but nades himself, gives himself a bit of concussion, like loses almost half his HP, then obviously getting found, but recovery on point, and Demka does a great job. 5-1, tactical timeout. 500, having to discuss for a moment what the hell will they do, and the answer is quite simple. Buy up and perhaps speed up. I think it's time to ramp up the aggression. Slow play won't work because Passion have gotten ingrained into their positions.
Let's see the plan here for 500. Things have gone a long way from the start of Dust 2. We've had just about everything. What the hell is Cirque doing? That looks like he's DC'd, but genuinely no clue.
Spotted.
Red start, looking for the headshot, opening things toward the B side. He's playing aggressively, but won't be punished.
He has to pick up
away.
C4.
Has to get it. Everyone else on his team out towards A. Slowly, eventually. Demka still has this round in the palm of his hands. Drop the bomb. His teammates rotate in. And there is trouble, perhaps, as Ruined. That's 1 and 2! Oh, above and beyond. Above and beyond. Another nade on himself. Flash on Quem, and now Demka. Hampus brings one back. Still problems in the fact that Demka holds and retains his position with Quem finding water through the smoke. Requiring a round out of Vault. And he's supercharged for this one. 30 seconds and the bomb. 1v3 to the last man in just mere seconds. And one last one. He'll spray away a quick burst to the dome. They're not giving up that easy.
Masterfully by Volt. They just he performs an electrifying play, a hat trick there that gives them the win in the end. A 4 versus 2 situation for Passion that should never be really, there should never really have been a chance for 500 to let alone allow it to go to Volt in a 1v3, and then it's all on him and it's enough. Now that stirs Passion for sure, both in 500 and both in the team of Passion, as they will rebuy, but mind you, that is a shakeup where Wara surely does not aggro mid as much as he did previously. We can't forget, He finds Cirque, and afterwards, he keeps on running onward to find the second player to try and re-engage. Getting himself killed a little bit early, and afterwards, Passion obviously on the back leg. But
here's the nades. Good damage. And what do we got here? Out toward the site. Flashbacks are good to set things up here. Gasmo and the Topa openings found. Wolves with a trade again. Want something more. There goes more util in the site. They're trying to force these fights, and the Vault is going to be put into the open. You still got Gasmo waiting for his own and chance to activate. Well, that's what he's gone for. Slowly, they get in. But it is only a temporary relief they get on the site, and nothing actually taken for it. Just one kill, no bomb plant. And he got 5 hundos, still stuck on this too. Passion putting up a great safety defense here. And now everybody's active. Bar 4, well, one of the AWP, we're still waiting bar 4, but at the moment, it doesn't seem like anybody's really all too keen on challenging Waro in these early rounds either, so it's not like he's been given all too many opportunities. Out towards the B side yet again. And for spray is decent. The full commitment. Topa, that is crazy.
pulls out the P2000.
No help! No help! What?
That's awkward. Leaves you stranded. Passion right now. Man down, but they've got still a player on site, so they're looking to defend this actively. In corner, Jacasmo is going to be found, and that's going to be an easy kill for Rainwaker's Tech 9. 4 versus 3, the street take is looking more and more unlikely, especially if the flank doesn't work. It's going to be Demka from Jag into Cave, and first contact has to go his way. It's Hampus waiting. This is an eco round that seemingly works for potentially 500. The bomb plan, the 2 kills, it's enough already to make it work on paper.
God, again, we can't go back. We can't go back to Overpass. We can't go back to what was trading back and forth. We need something stable, but that's being rocked here by Red Star on the Tech 9. Isn't put down low, and he'll swing for another. On the pistols, the force is what we got here. That as well, my God. They're getting away with an absolute robbery here.
That was insane. Red Star, well played. What a showcase. Testament as well to everything we've been saying so far. How long these guys have been playing, how long they've been grinding, and I truly think with Hampus leading the squad, it might just pull it all together to something more than it ever was before. Cirque, great entry. It's Demka to fall, and it's going to leave again Passion with limited options. I mean, what? They have very aggressive set. Waro again, he's looking to maybe keep on pushing. If he dies, that's A-side compromised. The challenge from Quem, likewise, it's a one-and-done spot. If you can't get multis, it's B-side lost, and it looks like it could go to 4. There goes Waro. Do 500 change their mind? They were planning on going through mid. They do.
They've got just about the ways to make this one work, but you'll have Topa to challenge. Smoke deployed to Donut, and yikes, he's not ready. He was feeling more of the mid approach. Wasn't ready for them to rock up that quickly through a main. Timing betrays him, and as soon as he's down, a 5-on-2 is what awaits Passion UA. We already know how this is going. We see it. No attempt at a tail all of this. Now they take 4 rounds from the pistols. Red Star's 4K. And suddenly 500 to match said round amount, and keeping this one more than alive as well. They have not wasted the opportunity given to them by Red Star. Here as well, they want to hunt them down. Looking for at least one of these players, and perhaps both, but they do just seem to want to respect a little bit here. Smoke deployed, and nobody's crazy enough to go through. Remember, Casmo, these saved weapons can still make the difference. But will they? How are they going to be set up?
Aggro A main. I think that's what you do here.
Let's
Either
do it.
you go aggro mid or A main. One or the other. If you go mid, you probably go through Donut, or would you rather... I think
main,
Donut would be
maybe.
better, but it is going to be main, yeah.
One of these extremities where the teams that are most likely
Yeah.
to leave just one player, perhaps. We've seen as well, right? Kvem tried to push this earlier on. There were two waiting for him. Couldn't get either one. Now they want to have a bait and switch. Oh, and he just goes aggressive. He's the first to get contact. That is
Good bait.
crazy. Worrell gets taken down. The trade to be forced from Cirque. That is a crazy push. Still after the first. You have the advantage. You could have made rotations, but now it's slipping by. A very minute chance was given to Passion. Tried to press their luck, see if anybody else was going to be there, but Cirque shuts it down. Round 11, it is leaning heavily one way more than the other.
See, that's exactly what I was afraid of. I get you want to push more in A main, but it feels like you're really overstretching your boundaries. And
Oh my god.
Jacasmo, I mean, he gets one. That's great. More than that, we can't really expect this 500.
Wait a minute,
They're
wait a
just
minute,
too
wait a
good
minute.
to be stopped. Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't think there would ever be any crazy shenanigans beyond that. But 500, the storm is truly brewing for them as well. They've opened up a can of worms that seemingly Passion cannot close, they cannot deal with. They are they seem to understand the aggression quite well, are prepared for it at every single point. I like how they're cognizant of that being possible everywhere, so they're just keeping an eye out. Always keeping somebody towards A main. Keeping an eye out on elbow, and of course double doors B if they don't have Speedway or Shelf. And right here, they're going to fight for mid. Let's see if they can strong arm Passion into submission.
Damage to Red Star. He's been put down to 8 HP. That's the early sprays and early possibility that PT's side on putting on the pressure here, whether it be nades, wallbangs, or maybe even both. Jacasmo gets contact. You've still got plenty of time. For now, you just have to respect all this utility that does go back and forth.
Not the first time 500 have slowed their approach. It seems to be working well for them when they do. Campus takes time to set up the play, and we do see it's going to be a big execution, of course. Nothing else is really possible. Topa, is just waiting for that pixel angle, making sure he gets the info of somebody's cave or not. Water 2K has been smoked off, but they re-engage ramp. They take it aggressively. They are not completely committed. That's a mistake. Topa now isolated. The mistake on the side of Passion for not committing ramp is costing them the round. And in the end, well played by 500. Although, Clem, is he expected? He is. He's checked. And checked out. Demka saving the weapon.
Cannot. Last round has to go for it.
know.
Has to push
That's the
forward,
scary-
and guess what? Even worse, he doesn't have a kit. Might be the case one of his teammates had, but there's still 3 T-side players to fight, and time ticks so far. All they have to do is swing together or just hide all together. It does not matter. They choose to swing. That's a fantastic round on 500, just due to sheer timing. You saw there as well when it came to the defense out of Topa and I want to say Jacasmo on site. It doesn't matter who the second one was. But how it went. They wanted to pressure Cave together. They wanted to double swing it. Molotov comes at the exact time. Topa then makes a quick turn, says, yeah, you know what? Let's go ramp. Boom. Dead. It's an awkward position where they have to be incredibly fast to respond to it. And they were a step behind. It's still a decent idea and a decent round for the defense there to be wide awake and make that fast reaction. But the actual kills, they favored 500 there. They'll take this to 6-6. Is a pretty damn strong D-half, all in all considered. This as well being ancient. The storm is brewing. It is approaching on the 500 side, but the second half doesn't level the playing field completely.
Honestly, I think Demko obviously wishes he could have kept that weapon alive. If he only could. If only.
Born
But-
with it in the pistol. Break the game.
break the game, break the rules. That's what they were meant to
God,
do.
I loved buying back
Breaking
10 pistol rounds.
Oh, that was so crazy for a time. That was really something. And well, something has to be this second half. Passion towards A. Meanwhile, 500 expecting more trouble on B side. Cirque is ready with dualies. He's going to engage, but he locks on a bit too quickly. Volt there to rectify the mistake, yet Red Star is alone on A. I mean, they do have Hampus and CT, who's kind of wiggling about towards Red. As Red Star is given a free kill, not spotted by Demka, mistake made. 500, they've got the way in. Or rather, they will leave the bomb plant? I'm genuinely shook. They don't try to even break the bomb plant. Water 2K from the back. Passion. Whilst it might have looked grim or grimly, it's Water to try and save them. Double from the side of Water, but it's Volt Bill and so quick.
He's had 2 massive rounds already, and this is just the start of Ancient still. I think so far as well, when you do look at the numbers, right, they haven't had the absolute most amount of games played. His numbers, yeah, pretty mid so far, but we know he can be great. It's just getting into this team. But overall, when you do look at 500, the firepower they have is pretty damn strong. Which is the fun part of the team as well. And then the question as well we posed way back when we still had our sanity on Dusty was, what about the longevity of this 500 team? And after this honeymoon period ends, that's kind of made some correlations. A lot of the teams where Hampus joins, they make a quick surge in form. They get into a really good position. And then slowly they kind of plateau and stagnate. That's been the case for a few times already. It's just about getting past that. The better position, and that's the question of longevity. Beautiful. If they can answer to that. Here in mid, you've got a great shutdown of Passion UA. Nobody's lost their lives, even though damage dealt. And everybody's fighting together.
Love
All
this.
of 500. They look to take down this one last man. Bully poor old Kvem.
Bully, they really do, as they react like a team should. They get control of C4 towards Donut. They establish mid control. They got the entries, and they just send in reinforcements to make sure nobody can die without retribution. 8-6, Passion are left with a bit of a weird choice. Well, it's not really a weird choice, it's an eco, but the weird choice is, damn, boys, we're about to be down 9-6. We have another buy, but then that buy is kind of mid. Well, Passion, you better make something happen. Perhaps a bomb plant, if nothing else, and they're running A already. They're trying to surprise 500, but there seems to be a star in the making. It's going to be Red Star. It's going to be Cirque and Red Star. Double for the man already, and it's enough. It's number 9.
Back-to-back rounds, not a single soul lost for that 500 side since their early start. Be quite the strong one and tough to crack here, tough nut. We'll get there. We'll get to see exactly now how Passion UA want to respond to the first timeout to be used here. And we'll figure out what they're cooking. It has been a bit of stagnation as well for the Passion side. They all started pretty damn well. But 500, they've picked up the pace and they have left them in the dust here. So far, haven't really cared to look behind them either. It's been, what, 4 or 5 rounds in a row? 6-3, so... Sorry, 6 rounds in a row, yeah.
Yep, 6 rounds
and
in a row.
All that from Tech 9 of Red Star. Pistol is what started it. Force by, half by. And blink and yell, miss, the game has gone by.
Pretty much. 500 running with the storm now. They are in the eye of it. And it seems like Passion wants to counter this by a bit of a more passive approach. Not looking to sacrifice numbers on mid, not looking to fight it off for ultimate glory, but rather just take it slow, tactical, take elbow, you know, slowly approach up to, creep up towards Jagan, Shelf, look to take Cave eventually, and force the CTs into a bit of a defensive spot on site than having their arms out and kind of feeling everywhere around them.
You've got 4 plays on the B. Surely you gotta make an aggressive play out of this on 500.
They're gonna do that.
To.
Yeah, they will. They're pushing down ramp. There we go.
Ampus with the flashbang as well, throws it out. They'll find one for their troubles. Wara will be traded out. Seemingly not going to be pushing all too far beyond that. They'll respect it. Doubling down in cave instead, and Fashion also making their own decisions on where to go here. It's got to be A. Cirque will be the first to rotate over, but Red Star, for the moment, needs to get something out of this initial engagement from which he'll be running away from. Cirque's got a flashbang, and that's the only thing to set up Red Star here. Them kind of main. You know, he's been good. He's been sharp. He's had his moments. He won't be getting anything as of yet. 4v4 for the retake, and at 1 through main. This could be the kill that decides how this one goes. You got 3 trapped in Donut here. Small gone, Rainwaker, and now gone. Now this retake becomes that much more difficult. With no real utility to blow up everybody else on this one. If they can find a Gasmo, that's 1. 3 more to go. You know one's A main. Where about the other 2? Them cut. Oh, them slips right in before the bomb or smoke goes up. In 10 seconds, you gotta defuse the bomb. Cannot do so, but they're trying their absolute best. It's just Demka delivering through the smoke, and even the second diffuser and Kvem through the back line. Zakir Passion number 7. They are alive. Withstanding here for the second half, and they are starting things off now.
7, man. They got 7. Let's see if they get 8 and 9. 500 will be trying to stop this. They've got a bit of bank, not much left, so this is one of those final tries of a round. Fail, and it's likely a tie. First contact, not a great one. Volt, he died previously the first as well, but it's Rainwaker to make a bit of energy out of it, or rather a little bit of space. Free kill as he peeks out wide, slips back into shadows, and that is an easy entry for 500. That will be very difficult to repeat. Ooh, good angle.
Remember when this game could have been a 2-0?
Yeah.
If only 500 didn't lose the unlosable Dust 2.
9-3, man. Never forget Quem.
PT side, that's the reason we're here. Passion made the comeback of a lifetime on Dust 2.
They really did.
And 500, they fumbled the bag.
Big time.
Really bad. Really, really bad. And they were given so many chances as well. That was when Wara was still sleeping. He still hasn't had that big map, big moment, really. But the game is different. We go through overpass. That's a circus, a show in its own right. And here toward the site, you've got to play, and Circus playing around this default. He's trying to find himself any chance to get an opening to work with, and Red Star's showing up a double of his own. 15 seconds, he can molly this default. And Kvem will be forced into the open as well here. Picks up the bomb. The Molotov. Wait for the contact. There it is.
Good molly. Oh, nice molly block.
There's no time. Is there time? Is there time?
There is time. Oh! No. Milli! Less than a millisecond. A pixel even. Oh my goodness. Wow.
You gotta be kidding.
That is 500. A massive, massive clutch. I mean, big ups there to Red Star for staying alive for as long as he did, for avoiding any sort of contact. The Molotov bought him the extra second that he needed, the extra millisecond even. It took enough time from the fact that he, you know, the T player Quem had to pull out a smoke to then defuse the molly, or rather extinguish it, to then pulling out the C4, and it all left him with just a pixel too late of an image there to plant the bomb just as the timer hits 0. And that's the 3.2 seconds bomb plant that we see there. And I think that's less than that's really less than 0.1 second, honestly.
That's how you get double digits. That's the way they get here. Slowing down Passion UA as well. You can see they're scraping the bottom here. A couple of Tech 9s mixed in this buy. They start off. Mid control is where they want to go. Red Star, yet again, he plays the same angle he has a few times. Here's the flash from Topa. They're gonna try to make a fast play out of this one. Not a smoke, but a nade instead. It'll chip away just about.
Love the smoke here.
Berg as well, missed shots. He's gonna tempt him in, but that smoke still takes them away. Push to Red instead. Hampus awaits, and he's gonna have a little bit of support from Red Star. Give me a Raid Waker. And here's the push! Topa looks to punish. Stuck in a corner. Traded out. 2 or 3 out of Demka, and Pajikasmo required. Now, they're fighting, and they're just not succeeding at the moment. Bomb gets dropped as well. And that's mid clear.
Not just that. That's the round gone for Passion. That's a big, big problem. They're out of money. It's about to be 11-7. If Jacasmo does not clutch this somehow, he's got 37 seconds close range against the M4. Not a great position, but he's the Red Star on the other side that's slow likewise. Jacasmo just plays into the smoke. He didn't pick up the C4. He missed it. Missed it by a little bit.
Wait, they've let it go? They didn't realize he doesn't have the bomb.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't even have the time
It
anymore
doesn't
to
matter.
go B.
Wherever he goes, he dies, because there's both players on each side, and...
And... Oh, hold on.
What?
No way.
Oh, come on.
No way. Red Star waits. Jacasmo. He's never going to expect this to be the position of Red Star, especially not this advanced, but around the box, Jacasmo, he stays his ground, waits in the smoke, hopes for a slip-up from 500. But besides the kill and the bomb plant, there is no more slip-up. That's still a fantastic round out of him. But for 500, that's going to be 11-7, as you mentioned. So much closer to securing the deal here and finishing off this series. It has been a wild ride so far.
A grueling one, I would say, for Passion, given that they had to jump straight from big to this. They had less than about 10 minutes for the game, because they less than 5 minutes really, because you know, they were running out of time for map 1 to be forfeited. Whew, what a day this is really coming out to be. And I think Passion realized with that bomb plan, they have to do everything they can to stop 12 from getting up there, from stopping 500. And hope, you know, preventing them from winning this series, eliminating them in the quarterfinals, taking the semis for their own, and perhaps having an easy way to the finals themselves. 500, this would be a glorious start to the new roster, honestly. A deep run in the Thunderpick series is a good show of what you've built, at least to test a little bit the waters. As Passion on the other side, they've already been here many times in different iterations. Obviously, they want to succeed again, but today is not that day, perhaps. This is their final chance. Minimal utility, Galils and AKs, and a spray from Red Star from the Beyond.
The winner of this one goes against the winner of HOTU versus Sinners as well. That's the closing match of today, coming out way later. Now this one still to be decided. They've got and over to the side up. The trade nowhere near. Bolt gets deleted. Passion led toward the side. Hampus under rotation. Not the first time we see him not ready for a fight. Lapped across the face. We are seeing them back away.
Okay, Passion. They've done what they've been hoping to achieve, which is denial of 12, denial of overtime, denial of series point. Now grind it back yourself. It only takes you a good 6 rounds in a row. It wouldn't be the first time we see it. Cirque and Red Star saving their weapons. They'll buy the next, obviously. That's the least we can expect here. Or can we? Because low loss bonus, 1.4. Yeah, actually, the smart choice would be to not buy. Because then you have a proper investment on the next where you have everything available to you. And we're not speaking just about the weapons, but the utility, which is more important than ever right now. Every round going, down to last 20, 30 seconds. Passion taking their sweet time and approaching them. But they will buy regardless. They don't want to obey the laws of nature. They'll obey the only laws they know. It's their own. And right now, the laws say they have to win. Well, fair. Hampus, he will fall. Does not look good to start. Volt gets caught in the back. There's no support. It's a disheveled round from 500. And that shall be another one easy for Passion, which means we're going up to 10 for Passion. Nearly guaranteed.
This one's going the distance, and it's not the first time. This force buy, sadly, hasn't gone the way of 500 at all. Barely even any damage. So for them, there's not much to look at. Boys, we did well. Unless, of course, this 1-2 punch will work their way. Cirque missed it first. And there, the 5-7's only good for one. You needed the first shot for the Cirque to connect. Would have given the 5-7 a chance to multi-frag and the Cirque to swing back. They both get wiped out, and Passion UA did go into this with a feeling so damn good, knowing, boys, they're broke as hell. They got nothing.
Yes, they are. They've got absolutely nothing here.
Also, shout out, we're finally getting them kind of series.
Hey, welcome back. I mean, not that he was ever gone. Yeah, but it's been a moment since we've seen him on the top fragger list.
Yeah, I mean, bottom of the server, bottom of the series so far. Only Wolves below him, 22 and 24 kills to the two of them in this series. And then you compare to Rainbreaker at 50 and Kvem at 44. You know, you're missing quite a bit. So it's nice. It's nice you don't go in the entire series without it, at least. Here's Kvem, looking for more. Only one. And... ouch. Seems like it won't be too costly. Might have spoken too soon, let's see. Have I spoken too soon? Surely not. Surely you're not going to lose more than one here. Red Star and the AK is so far out of any single duel, although why is... Okay, World likes hunting for these exit kills, and I don't like it. I'm not a fan.
I don't think Waro is either now.
Oh, no.
That's a pretty chunk of damage, by the way. Honestly.
Yes, it is.
It's not going to matter in a little time, but that little time that is left, well, there are a few rounds that need to be played, and all three of them have to have a lot of money for the CTs or the Ts available. So right now, 500, another opportunity to shut this down, put Passion out of their misery almost, and take this series for their own. Or is the Ukrainian side going to reassemble, or rather reassemble, shall we say, and regroup to find renewed energy and finishing this series with a win instead of a loss? It would go a long way, given their start of the day. I can understand their frustration. I can understand their, let's say, negative outlook on the day, or at least feelings. But this is a chance to make it a little bit better, right? To improve your day and play for tomorrow. As we kick off round 22, we're looking at Passion to get 11 and 500 to prevent any sort of insurgency into their potential win.
Openings is what Passion are after at the moment. It's come at the cost already of War and Gwen being tagged up here. boost above the smoke. On the other side, Rainmaker lost. Jump in as well for information. You don't see anybody close. And Evolve, he'll be put toward a fight. As for how that goes, to be determined, or actually, there is a conclusion. Nothing happened. Here, however, Demka finding one, and up close, you got a chance for Cirque to multi-kill, and that has not gone his way. And Krem out A. He's found the space to work with his teammates rotating in through mid through Donut. And for 500, well, we're talking about the damage they dealt to Passion UA's finances. Inconsequential, yes, but here for them, they've got nothing left for them. Just a save. We're gonna tie things up here, 11 all. And Waro, again, he's on these exits. Like, that. This is where he seems to get so much done. This was the case in, was it yesterday, the day before already? He was looking for a lot of these. Still is. We were talking about the AWP out of the lurk and all he's been doing. Even today. It's just a very weird style to go for. I mean, right in this round, he doesn't get punished. Last round, he did. It's just crazy to think that's what keeps happening. Very small part of the game as of this moment. The big scoop of the game is 11-11. We've tied up the game, and we are entering the last few rounds. Or the beginning of the end, Till. Which one is it?
I don't know. I guess we're about to find out. Ladies and gents, round 23, 500. They have to play with, well, what we can see. Pistols and not much else. It's oatmeal for dinner if they don't get this win. And it's going to be a bit of a push towards A as well. Passion is clearly determined. They're going to continue here. Going to crash onto two players, and I think they've got them by the neck. Exactly. Red Star and Cirque are gone. It's Volt. Of course, his teammate Ampus right there with him. They will stop two. That is absurd. That is getting absurd. 500.
That's too much.
Hey,
hold up. Done. They're gonna push as the smoke fades. Demka's on 28. Ampus is close. They're looking for this. He's gone in the smoke into CT Sport, and Demka's just managed to disengage by planting the bomb, faking it, able to escape because Hampus pushed through. Now they've got through A to B. Passion have ran around the map the hardest way imaginable to get the bomb down. Warrow's caught the rotation of Hampus. This one has so much going on here. And we're still keeping this one alive. With a kill from Walt, he's delivered a third. He started the 5-7. He's the reason this one's doable. Demka still low. Now finds the kill on the Rainwaker. And Volt's the last man alive. But he's so far removed from the situation. And without the kit, he'll have to forfeit this. Despite his best efforts. That round, so many ways it goes wrong. If Demka gets even a single bullet onto him while he's planting that bomb, it's a done deal.
This round is one of the craziest ones I've seen today, and we've seen some crazy stuff. Let's be honest. We've seen some good shit, and I gotta give it to both teams. They've given their heart out here in this series. Like honestly, they've tried what they could. You know, Passion, I respect what they gave today. It's not easy for 500. It's unfortunate that now at the final sprint, it's the last 100 meters, the yard dash, or however the English call it, and they're faced with the reality. It's either overtime or they are out of the quarterfinals.
Let's see it. Out towards A, you've got contact and utility. Force the rotation out of 500. Cirque keeps keeping a war a bay in mid. And we go back. 45 Passion to close out of this series. They put Dust 2 back onto the map. They looked so down and out of it. They came back. They got it. Then they got smacked. As Overpass came back around, and now against the odds one last time. They're looking to keep this one go their way. But the team kills involved don't make it any easier. CYBERSHOKE left as this round is entering its final moments. Bomb goes down on B. 4v2 for 500. Three of them making their way through spawn. One away from mid. That's going to be Hampus soon arriving. There's no utility to make this easier for Passion. No flash to give Topa an advantage. A straight duel is what he's doing. And a shadow advantage is what the opponents are working with. He'll deliver on the first and Jacasmo left. The redefined 2 are low, and he is a dead man.
Welcome to overtime, everybody. We know the drill. It's first to 16, 4 rounds to be gotten, and then we see who takes the win afterwards. Could be double OT, could be triple OT, could go into quintuple OT. Either way, we're about to see it regardless. And yeah, 500. They recover in the end. It is a weird round from Passion towards B. That run-up ramp certainly didn't look too good, and we see what happens afterwards. It's a 2 versus 4. They've got no numbers. They've got no position. Topa without utility, and it's a near impossibility. And in fact, it is. 12-12. We are ready for overtime. Each team gets an additional timeout. One thing I have to say, I don't think Passion used all of their timeouts, did they?
I think there's maybe 1 remaining. At least now at overtime, both teams do get 1 back at least, so they've still got those available. As we go, now we're back to familiar territory from Dust 2. OT, it's first to 16. This game still goes, still continues. We count down. If there's nothing else, both teams able to relax perhaps for a moment. A lot of stress taken off their shoulders. Now it's not 1 round to rule them all. Now it's not just 1 mistake. We've got a little bit more to play with here. 500. Forcing it here. Stress relieved, I'm sure.
Definitely letting go at least a little bit of the steam that has been building up. And we can see right here, 500 playing it quite comfortably, quite passively. Just taking their little time. Nobody wants to be the first one to screw up. That's the feeling that we're getting right now. And that's kind of the feeling we were getting today overall, even in the first series. Like, everybody wants to avoid being the guy that messes up and kind of loses either the round or the map almost. And obviously, given that this is the 3rd and final, it's the quarterfinals, you know, nobody wants to be the first. And Jacasmo, unfortunately, has to take it on the face. Out B. Walked one of the players, I believe Heard. That's going to be Topa. Surely expected. He seems to be at least. The angle for Red Star is good for 2. And it's 500 looking to win again. Oh,
A freebie right here. Something going back the way of Passion here. And Kvem as well, he's got to the position. Problem is, they're more than wary of this.
Yep.
Oh. Slow on the reaction. Unlike Red Star, his 3rd. He's having one of these highlight rounds again. Wanting the quad. He'll be denied. Demka, a slow start to this one, but a quick end here in the clutch. Walt taking a challenge is going to be what secures 513. But we keep going, man. We keep going. 1 round at a time here.
One round at a time.
In sight.
Not yet. I'm sure Passion will cook up a round on the T side here. Give us at least 1. Give us some hope to bear. To themselves especially. And in the end, we could see Red Star, as he said, with another amazing hat-trick. The performance out of this man today has been exceptional. More than you'd ever expect, really. He's looking to continue that pressure. Cirque in red room already ready, prepared. Vora 2K heard and perhaps expected even.
Plenty of noise. They got rid of him, and suddenly that's going to be mid freed up as well. If 500 look for any more information, they'll recognize nobody else is going to be here. A small timing to work with for Kvem. He brings it back. Exact worst timing to go for the boost. Circus overcommitted. Give Kvem a triple, a way toward the B site. And again, individuals and Red Star is tasked to give us one hell of a performance, but he's down to 4 HP. There's a knife, wild swing in the smoke.
Wow.
I mean, they knew he was there. They heard his hags and gotta respect the hustle at least. They'll still, surely, not be put in too bad of a situation, but Hampus hand cook these up. Not this time. Not today.
There it is.
Tied up. Yet again.
Whoop. There it is. Passion. Number 13. They tie it up. As I said, they're sure to get one. They're sure to cook one. And that's, I think, really good for them, given how well they played the previous half. I feel like, you know, getting 2 rounds T-side, maybe even, is going to be exceptional. So 500 doing everything they can to prevent that, as we can see. Volt on 21 kills. He's quieted down a bit. Hampus, meanwhile, pushing mid, catching Quem for free. And meanwhile, it's a full commitment to B. 500. They got 2 players holding. Is it enough? Well, we're about to find out. Rainwaker alongside Volt.
What? Oh. Rainwaker? Hello? That's a poor performance.
Yeah. Good nade. Hampus
Go there,
expected.
man. Ooh, now make it down to 2. Gigasmos picked up the AWP for the clutch. That's crazy. Ambitious. And an L handed to him. With 14 on 500 here, they've got the advantage in half-time. Still not going to say much here, because this was the same situation we had on Dust 2. 500 had the lead in overtime.
Yep.
And then it was gone.
Yeah,
and they lost
absolutely. Ooh,
Lost the game
500.
twice, you could say.
Crazy day.
Crazy day. But the day, still, as we say, it is just starting. We've got 2 more best of 3s here, potentially, to go. We've got
Good
some
luck.
stuff.
Good luck to our second crew today. They are going to be in for the long haul.
They've been waiting for a while, and sadly they'll have to wait a little bit longer. Hayes, JRT, and VDog are waiting. That'll be your second shift for today. Now, for the moment, you're still stuck with us here, as this game has been taking everything out of us. An hour's delay, 9-3, a comeback to overtime. Overpass at least was, the second half was normal, that's fine. And now on Ancient, another overtime. We are going the entire way and then some. Timeout, 500. They want to use it. They want to make sure everybody knows what to do. As you might imagine, they will have some practice. Not the absolute most. They're not going to be the absolute most prepared out of every team. They've had about 2-3 weeks of practice with Hampus and Volt so far.
By the way, I just want to mention, you know, with all the delays, ENCE has another game starting soon.
Yes, I don't want to comment on that because we don't know exactly what's happening with
what's
that
going to happen
yet.
Yeah.
We'll
In any
let
case,
the time tell the story of how that goes and our second
the
shift,
admins.
perhaps.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
But now, here's what we got. Round 28. Looking for 16, the magic number. Red start, walking in.
Oh, he
Quick
just
shot.
walks in freely.
Web takes a nap.
A little bit too easy. Good nade to at least get some info, but he didn't spot the cross to the right side. Demka still safe at the time. Passion seems to be reverting their attention back to mid and A. They realize that this could all be a bluff, right? We've seen A pushes before. They worked wonderfully for 500. I don't think you risk it if you're Passion. You put at least one there at the bare minimum, a secondary close by. Smoke towards CT elbow. Good timing on the molly. Spreads well likewise. And I think this nade confirms it. Passion. They think it's a double fake. Oh, this could really burn them.
One thing
I'm
they
not
have is the
sure.
fact that 500, they have about 0 pieces of util between all 5 of them, so the retake here should be fairly easy, especially if Demka could deliver more than 1. The damage is still done here. And looking for the next one. Top of the boost. Chigasmo missed his one opportunity. Smoked out. That's wacky. It was up into the air for a moment there, but still gives him a bit of room to work with. But he needs these kills. Topa's been taken down. And through mid, you're gonna have the last remaining survivor on the side of Passion. Dirk able to escape. Waro's got nothing here to give, and it's gonna be 500 on map point. Series point.
Series point.
That is the AWP out of his hands. Few chances to close things out here for the newly international side of 500.
Two rounds in a row. Passion. Can you do it? Can you clutch in two? Give us a second overtime. Push it into potential chance of their own. As we said, this would be quite a redemption arc for them. Their day would be a much better one. HOTU starts off strong, at least finds Red Star, gets rid of one of the stronger competitors for this final too few chances. Cirque trade off with the HP, just a tag on him. Such a slow round as well. 500 really taking their sweet time. Every single one has been the same, really.
You're making them sweat here.
Oh, what a...
Waro.
You're in trouble,
This
buddy.
is where he would shine,
Oh.
if ever. The day is not his day. Topa, he's had his moment. He started off this map with a quad kill on the pistol. He looked to get something. And while Volt is flash, he'll be given time to turn around. You're looking at the end here. Utility goes in. It's not good enough. You try to flush this out, but Demka too early, unable to put them into a tough position.
It's on Kvem.
And this is where it all comes down to. Kvem, you need to pull through for your teammate. Give Demka space to activate. Folks, well, you've got one hiding. Cirque's taking the pot shots already. He's trying to add a confusion to this one. Up close. It's Kvem alone. 5 seconds to defuse. But it's not gonna go his way. It's 500. And it's this series done.
Yes, it is. Finally, after all that time. And I'm not even sure that we shoot it straight to our co-caster or co-analyst, CMD64.
Or Savior.
Break it down, please.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a long breakdown, boys. We're already quite heavily behind schedule, and we've obviously got 2 more games left to follow up, but a massive result for 500. Look, I definitely don't think they played the best Counter-Strike for themselves to sort of look back on and really appreciate in terms of the unbelievable work they've done, but what they have done is taking down a really important team here, Passion UA, who are a really solid roster, but look, it's still very early doors for 500. It's still very early on in this team's tenure. We're still waiting to see what they can fully produce as a full side. The fact that they're able to overcome a lot of difficulties and hardships in this game is one thing that you've got to give credit to this team for. Look, they probably could have closed this game out 2-0 when you consider how heavily they were in the lead of Dust 2. But a couple of overtimes in this game. The only map that was a bit more one-sided was Overpass. But I do think this is a really good step in the right direction here for 500. But I'm not going to spend all too much time talking about this series as a whole, as I think everyone at home has had enough of seeing us three and hearing from us three, as we are going to be throwing over to what will be a very short break, as we do, like I said, have 2 more quarterfinals coming up, in particular ENCE versus Partizan. So make sure you do stay tuned, because even more quarterfinal action here at Thunderpick, but we'll see you all very shortly.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go. the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championships Europe Series number 2. I'm going to be JRT. We're taking over for the previous crew. Hayes and B-Dog joining me. How are you guys feeling going to this next matchup?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm going to be horrible to both of you to kick things off. I'm sorry, but the way that we're arranged, just like the 3 stages are balled in.
Okay, I mean,
Sorry.
Oh
I
my
just got a
God.
haircut. There's no balding going on here, mate. Let's just take a second to
No.
clarify right now. Should we compare hairlines, Brandon? Do you want to play that game or? Pretty good.
okay.
Pretty good. Okay. All right. Fair enough. My girlfriend tells me that mine's starting to recede, but I don't.
Hold on, let me
I don't
compare
really
my
pay much attention.
attention.
Yeah, I think John wins. John wins.
Yeah, fair.
All right. Well, who's gonna win here, guys? We got ENCE up against Partizan, and of course we got those changes coming for ENCE, right? You know, Glaive is out, Rygon is in. We got Miltzy added for Kaspersky, who was moved over on loan over to NIP. How are you guys generally feeling about this?
To be honest, pretty good. Obviously, losing Kaspersky is a big miss, I think, for ENCE. But with
Yes.
that being said, the SDY in-game lead-in, I'm a really big fan of it, even though it's early days. You give it a little bit of time, but I really think this is going to be like Monte 2.0. I think Rigon, HOTU, they've really started to evolve into their roles, and this was always something I was a little bit worried about with Glaive's leadership. It really felt like he was trying to play perfect Counter-Strike, and he wasn't really utilizing his players to the best of their abilities.
And let's move on to Partizan now and talk about this squad that has been doing pretty well for themselves, honestly. If you look at their latest results, it's been kind of like they can do no wrong, at least up against, Nexus Tricked, and then you have ARCRED. I mean, that said, up against tougher competition, maybe Paravision, if you consider them tougher competition, did have a loss there, but beat big before that. It's been a pretty good ride for Partizan. Who do you feel is the best, the one to highlight here, Hayes?
I'd just be inclined to go for Vladden because he's the guy who has got the most experience and can pack a hell of a punch. He's not always in the star player roles, but generally I reckon he is the guy to watch. I think the most important talking point for Partizan right now is they released that statement like 2 weeks ago saying that after deep reflection, they've decided to place their CS2 roster on the transfer list. They're still playing under the Partizan banner. I'm pretty sure this isn't the first time Partizan have done this. It might not even be the second time. This could be like the third time they've like decided, well, we might, change the teams or, take a break as an org. I don't know. So there's obviously some question marks hanging over them at the moment. Even the composition of the team is a bit weird because obviously they replaced Emmy with Depression. Depression's an AWPer. It means that Kendo's had to move across the rifle. So there's been a lot of moving parts for Partizan, but they've actually been putting up good results regardless.
All right, let's go right into the veto here, guys, as we're trying to get into the action as soon as possible. We got a pick from ENCE on Mirage, Partizan Dust 2, and Decider Ancient. Brandon, quickly, what do you think?
Surprised that ENCE don't go for Nuke, because they've been pretty good on Nuke recently. Partizan have been pretty terrible on Nuke, but Mirage D2, this is going to be just complete middle ground for both of these teams. I think both ENCE and Partizan are going to be happy where the veto ended up. There you go, TLDR.
Perfect. Yeah, I think you're pretty much correct on that one. Ancient Decider. I feel like we may indeed end up on that map because of how closely matched these two teams are. I think we've got a head-to-head coming in here, perhaps, or we're just going to go into server. I'm not sure which one it's going to be, folks. But
I will
but
say,
yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to jump in and do the thing that Brandon was highlighting. That's my specialty, just cutting people off. So I think Partizan have missed a trick by not picking Overpass here. I feel like Mirage and Dust 2 and then even into Ancients as well just bode so well for ENCE. They've got like a very strong 5-map map pool. Obviously Inferno, they're permaban. As the underdog, you want to try and find maybe a bit of a chink in the armor of your opponents. Having said that, Partizan, it's not like they're going to be too upset with the way the veto's played out here either. 3 maps that they generally enjoy playing as well, so it should be pretty competitive. We could have like all 3 maps here, guys, overtimes, really lengthy affairs within the series between the two of them, so who the hell knows? Let's go.
I don't know where we've seen that before, Hayes, honestly. But let's go right into the action, guys. It is now live in the server.
Thank you very much, John, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later as we do jump into this. And that would not be good for ENCE because they're supposed to be playing Star Ladder. So for them, they're hoping that Mirage does too. Puggy map, go, go, go. I wonder how fast they'll play. Like, I actually think ENCE are going to play really quick CS.
Yeah, I think it's better for them that they started on the T side, so they can try and dictate the pace of the game here in the first half and inflict a decent chunk of damage. So let's see. It is going to be direct chair in the pistol. A couple players going to be setting themselves up to come through from Palace. There's no utility. There's not going to be any smokes. Jungle, stairs, no flashes for CT. This is dry, and it's going to be pretty difficult, I reckon, to get control for a bomb plant. Okay, never mind. There's no one here for Partizan, so at least they have a post plant.
It's a classic thing where it's like you're completely bang on the money, and yet somehow they're able to get it going. Depression, that's a really important kill on Poddy, because that means that Rigon's going to move forward, and he's not going to be really cognizant of this lurk that's coming through from Dragon. Depression's now trying to clear even further. SDY and Rigon are now chiming in with kills, and this lurk, it needs to get active ASAP, but Rigon's turned around and dealt with Dragon. What a disaster for Partizan, and SDY and Rigon have really bailed ENCE out of a tight jam.
Exactly what they needed here to kickstart their campaign as well. SDY, well, the round was basically already guaranteed, but he'll still finish it off in style with a clean headshot. And that is ENCE setting off in the right direction. SDY with a clean 3-kill. This guy, in terms of firepower out of an IGL, right up there at the top of tier 2.
Absolutely. Like again, was I with you the other day when I was making this like Monte comparison with the roles?
Yeah, we were casting them versus Monte. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't want to harp on about it too much because it feels like I'm bringing it up now every ENCE game. Because as a matter of fact, I'm now ENCE's biggest fan, so I just keep covering them all the time.
The thing
but
is,
I really like it.
We work a lot together, so we obviously hear each other making points across multiple different series, but then obviously the people who are watching and listening would be hearing it for the first time, so it's important to rehash them occasionally. Especially when they're as good as that one, Brandon. You can't keep that one in the cellar for too long. You gotta uncork that one occasionally.
We'll come back to it in a sec, because this is a round that I think Partizan are thinking about going for. They just got that opening kill. They haven't got a kit, but they're looking to inflict as much damage as possible. Or, it's only a Mac 10. I was going to say, recover the rifle, get out. They're going to play for exits instead. Not invested too much into this, but their rationale is if ENCE have got Mac 10s, if they've got more SMGs than just the one that was on Miltzy's body, they don't want to give over $600 per kill. They don't want to give over any dollars per kill. So, unfortunately for them, for ENCE that is, they haven't got any SMGs, so maybe that's a good sign. But for Partizan, they're not really negating anything by not going for anything. And Poddy's just killed them all anyway.
Yeah, nice little cleanup job there from him to find all 3 of those kills and get away with his life intact. Clean anti-eco out of ENCE as we head into the first gun round. Depression as the AWP. And I'd say Depression is comfortably a better AWPer than Kindo. Kindo was just... It's not that he was volatile, I just don't know how high his ceiling was.
Kindo didn't used to be an AWPer. Like, that's the thing. He was rifling, and then Partizan made this transfer. I can't remember his name, but we're going to have to go back into the archives and look. No, before that. Okay. And then Kindo picked up the AWP. So, like, Kindo was never really an AWPer by trade. He was always an AK player.
Okay, so he's kind of reverting back to his roots at that point. That's fair enough. Him and Danis have been on a pretty interesting trajectory in that regard, quite similar between them. And now they've got Collins is calling, correct? Collins has taken over the reins of IGL this team since Emmy departed. Of course,
Roga.
Emmy now finds himself Roga. He's from Croatia, is that correct? I think so.
Yes.
Check the little flag there. All right, yeah. He had some moments, but yeah, I'd say Depression comfortably the better of the 3 AWPers. Anyway, here we go. Gun round taking some shape as ENCE have been able to secure an opening kill, dispatching of Dragon, getting mid control here, bomb being left towards ramp, and an A splits on the cards.
SDY is just so good in these mid positions. They're just creating so much space for his team. never really one to be lurking. You sort of leave that up to nature, who has fallen to the opposing in-game leader of Collins, tucked in behind Ticket, needs support, a little bit of help, but the important thing right now for Collins is that he's alive.
Yeah, and he's got some support coming through here from Depression as well. They're not going to be able to do anything to contest the plant itself, though. So it's going to have to require a retake here for Partizan, and they're down by a man. And Rigon secured snipers as well. Vladim's found a little bit of an angle there, bit of a gap to dispatch of SDY. Could give them a foothold now in this retake. Well, Poddy able to find a kill now, knows the AWPers in CT as well, and with that surely goes any chance of the retake finding success.
Uh-oh. Wow. That's how you die,
Unlucky.
Rigon, you die to your HE. He'll take that. That's a good trade. I end myself. So I wasn't going to say the other thing, lol. And, you know, we'll get rid of the AWP and the AK. Very good, positive result. My mum's just messaged me. She said, I can't believe you just said that on the pre-game. Yeah, sorry, mum.
Oh, what about the Bolden comment?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, I love that she's there watching the pregame even. That's,
Yeah, of course.
shout out.
I said this the other day on a podcast. I said, I think my mum has watched more Tier 2 Counter-Strike than probably like 80-90% of the CS fanbase.
Yeah, she's your #1 fan, which is
is.
pretty damn cool in all honesty. It's always cool to see like the parents in support, you know, in chat supporting their children's endeavor. Partizan have got themselves a few pieces to work with them around here, but really not a huge amount to get excited by.
What are these smokes? Why have they just dropped like another smoke that has achieved nothing? And then they were like, you know what, that one was really good. We're going to put it exactly down again. I guess it's to maybe enable this flank, but I mean, Milty's holding for it. Rigon is just taking all this space in CT. Another round, which is just going to be ENCE's 4-0, a blistering start.
It is, and it's been a very slow start from Partizan on the contrary, right? We've really yet to see them get going at all here. None of these rounds have been particularly competitive. They've never really found, like, successful opening kills. So ENCE have certainly come out the blocks in strong form here to clear your corners. Rigon, good awareness, not going to get caught off guard by Dragon. 4 players remain alive. Their money starting to stack up really nicely. Rigon again will die to an explosion. This time it's the bomb. And it's a clean start for ENCE as they go up 4-0.
And I imagine there was probably a lot of players, it's not players, people in the community were thinking, Rigon? Like, why? Why Rigon? Like, he played on Big and it wasn't amazing. It didn't feel good. Firstly, Big in 2025. That's all that needs to be said. Secondly...
They're the new NIP brand and your time on Big does not count.
Maybe. Honestly, it could be that. Poor Tabson. But for Rigon, I think... he was so good in BNE because obviously his playstyle aggressive, BNE playstyle just really aggressive. SDY is going to mold that definitely in this ENCE core because he loves calling aggressive rounds out of himself as well. Milty, Poddy, pretty aggressive players too. But I think what's interesting here is think about the amount of officials Rigon didn't really play with Big online. So you give this guy reps. He's going to shine. Like, genuinely, I think we're going to see the resurgence of Rigon in the next, like, 6 months.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I truly would. It's like a question of, have we seen the best of Rigon yet? And I'd say there's still more juice left to the squeeze. I feel like we've seen immense potential from him. He's had a very good career, excuse me, up until now. But I feel like, thank you. I feel like we could actually see him take things to the next level in this ENCE roster.
B, Kindo is cleared, but not quite cleared. And he is able to get rid of Poddy. That is going to force the hand, you imagine, out of ENCE to either relocate or push B immediately. And SDY in ladder is thinking, can I hear any rotates? I'm still here with Rigon. I think the game plan is going to be exactly the same for ENCE. I feel like they're going to go in towards this B bomb. So it's interesting because Kindo got that kill. He's now fallen all the way back towards A. And Collins also vacated because they didn't have info in towards middle. Now with 40 seconds left, ENCE are now going to go into B. Unfortunately enough for Partizan, 3 players are here again.
Yeah, they've just fully committed to the stack right now, and they're relying on Kindo's deep position for information. This should be impossible for ENCE to breach. And it's a very good lockdown coming through from Partizan. Rigon is able to activate and get a kill back, but now it's only him left alive. He's 8-2. He's had a very good time so far, but I don't think that this is going to be possible for him, and Depression will seal the deal. Yeah, good work from Partizan. ENCE were hoping that if they could just pause and not show any further presence, that maybe they could lead Partizan into thinking they're doubling back and rotating in towards A. But that wasn't the case. Partizan perfectly set up, and they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it was a little bit touch and go with that rotate, but they timed it perfectly. I think ENCE wanted to slow down to say to Partizan, oh, you think you've got all this information, but actually we're going to work our way back. We're going to potentially reroute to a different direction, but that didn't happen. And now for Depression, this is incredibly aggressive, and he thinks better of it. Sees that no one is pushing mid for ENCE, now he's going to fall back into Con.
Yeah, ENCE got to make sure that they keep the ship tighter in this round, Brandy, because if they lose this, there's no money going into the next.
Oh, what a
we
flash.
have a one-round game at that point. That is a nice flash indeed. First blood drawn here by ENCE as well. They've been really consistent in terms of their opening kills here on Mirage so far.
Lovely little presence of mind. This slight mid-round adjustment, right? Because ENCE, they've been going for a little bit of like set plays and towards like the beginning and middle of the round where they've been taking aggressive map control, but they've been leaving the extremities open. So this time SDY says, we're just going to play default. We're going to hold, and they're going to walk into us. That's exactly what happens here. Kindo goes searching for info. Nechu's jiggling, has got the responsibility of both ramp and palace. He cracks his head over at palace. In goes Dragon. You imagine straight into the SDY crosshair. They are making mistakes and ENCE are punishing.
It's exactly as you had just postured as well, that ENCE are just patiently waiting to punish any moves made by Partizan. They've gotten 2 kills here. They've also spotted out Collins at the top of ramp, and that frag is secured as well. This is looking very good right now for ENCE. I mean, this is a done deal. 5-1, straight back to winning ways. Quick question,
cool.
is your feed lagging at all? Or is yours smooth
we're
sailing
fine
right now?
Yeah, I'm all good.
I might have to hit a quick router restart because I'm watching a PowerPoint slideshow at the moment. So if you could just hold it down for 30 seconds, I shall be right back.
Yeah, I'll lock it in. No dramas. Depression, Vladen, also trying to lock things in terms of shutting the door on the potential of SDY and the rest of ENCE hunting for the guns. But you can see that net is slowly getting closed. Be very, very careful here. And there goes one. Rigon can't get rid of Depression, but Poddy will. So yet again, nothing saved whatsoever here for Partizan. They win one round, they get reset, their money's in shambles. This has been a beautiful game of Counter-Strike from start to finish for ENCE. Am I glazing them? Yes. Do they deserve it? Absolutely. And I think, what is interesting here is that you've got anyone on this team that can pop up and have a good game. Like, Poddy has had a brilliant start to the game, hasn't been having to do that much, has not been going for like X Factor plays. It's been a real high level of team cohesion here for ENCE. And they're going to make it even better, you assume. Double stack on A, no problem, because it is just the pistols. Depression, probably in the state of it as well, as he gets overran by Rigon's Mac 10, who's now just farming money for the fun of it. Even lob the money back, the molly back, not to give the CTs anything. He can just go and hunt and hunt and hunt. It was Vladen that invested a fair bit into this round, so it's so important that he doesn't die. And unless he pushes too much further, I don't think he will. This is just breakneck speeds out of ENCE. Did say coming into this, we think the rounds might be quite quick. They might just play a faster game against Partizan, who are in a little bit of flux at the moment with what their futures are looking like. That's going to cause a lot of anxiety, but also it means that you're trying to showcase yourself. You're trying to run deep in tournaments. You are trying to advertise yourself as, hey, we are a team where we believe that we deserve an organization. These guys absolutely do, by the way. And if you can, you should pick them up. So a deep run in tournaments like this such as Thunderpick, such as CCT, get into playoffs, get into semi-finals, hell, even winning one of these things, that would look unbelievably good on the CV when it comes to recency bias. But unfortunately, the double-edged sword with that is if things don't go to plan, you start going down rounds like it's 6-1, things can quickly spiral out of control because there's a lot more emotional weight in this game. And the weight of Ladin's head is just taken straight off his shoulders by Rigon. Nature will then just find Dragon on the lurk. He's so good at getting these kills on the extremity. And now in a blink of an eye, Partizan are just down 2 players and ENCE got all the map control. And what do? They just freeze. They just wait. They know a reaction's coming. You've heard that flashbang. Launch into the sky over at ramp. And SDY says, okay, perfect. I'll have a little investigate over towards the B apartments. Meanwhile, Miltz will actually deal with Kindo. So now you're dragging these rotations even further into 2 options. Number 1, you gamble on B. Or number 2, you just try and save. It's going to be the latter rather than the former. And SDY, again, just lurking on this extremity over towards B. This is going to be very challenging indeed, you feel, for both Collins and Depression to hold on. I doubt you expect SDY on this close corner. Because why on earth would he be there? There's the whole other squads in at A. He'll call the troops over. Rigon already on low HP. Has averted the gaze of Depression. Cancom that he's probably in market window. And this is going to be 7-1. This is going to be incredibly dominant yet again. And once more, this AWP is not saved. Another pause now for Partizan. 30 seconds more to have a little bit of luxury for Collins to have like free space to think about what's going on. Because everything they try is just not working. They have to force in. Kindo could drop Depression and AWP. But what's the rest of the buy looking like? Not amazing. But Vladim's made his mind up. He just wants to invest in and go.
Okay, I'm back. I'm here to stay. It's no longer just a PowerPoint slideshow. I now have nice, smooth images on my screen.
Lovely.
And I see I've clearly missed ENCE just continuing to do what they do best. Yeah, they're in complete control, up 7-1 on their map pick. I can't believe how quickly this ENCE team has come together after a double roster change and an IGL change as well. Like, that's supposed to take 3 to 4 tournaments before we actually start to have a level of expectation out of a team. And ENCE have just immediately been able to hit the ground running.
Oh, I want to pose that question to you, but reframe it. And that was, you said, we didn't really have any expectations of ENCE with this new roster in terms of what they're looking to achieve here. Did we have expectations of ENCE and what they were looking to achieve after what we got out of Glaive and like that squad for so many months?
I think the expectation in the bar was just low at that point, right? Like the expectation was not very high. So there was an expectation, but like I said, we had just kind of moved the bar fairly low at that point, I think.
Oh.
And now with this one, it's like, hey, you guys have shown us consistently you're able to do it. It's going to be 2 players in towards right side of middle. That smoke is going to go a long way in aiding the cause. The nades do hit the mark, but they wallbang Collins out. Is that a false sense of security? It seems like SDY still has an inkling there could be a second player there.
I think they saw 2. I think SDY definitely saw one in that corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just going to go clear him. It's straight in the window. He's now tucked in the corner. The issue is, you've got, again, is all Partizan do is just try and force issues. And they do it individually. This looks so much like the game I watched yesterday. Whoever HOTU played, I can't remember who they were playing, but pretty much they just slowed down. They played such a slow T side, and then the other team just walked into them again and again and again. It's like deja vu. I was here yesterday, same map. Yes, ARCRED were just pushing the whole time.
And ENCE are just so happy to set themselves up with a robust setup across the map. They've almost always got a bit of a buddy system as well. So when Partizan do make these individual plays, even if they get a kill, ENCE are right there to get the trade immediately afterwards. SDY not overstepping the mark either. Dragon is going to venture into his crosshair. He spots him out. is going to be able to collect another kill. Look at how well-rounded this performance is from ENCE. Sure, you've got Rigon popping off, but that's not the sole reason that they're up 8-1 now, is it?
No, it's not at all. And I wonder, because obviously a lot of people nowadays, I think in the wider community are saying, oh, roles don't exist anymore in terms of the traditional, like, you know, we always had one guy being the deady entry, one guy being the dedicated lurker. Like, role cells will get up in arms about this, and they'll be like, oh, there is still roles in CS2. Some people will say, well, actually, everyone's got to do everything. I'm not saying that this is role-wise why ENCE are doing so well. I just think it's player profiling. Like, they are playing the way they want to play. Like, what are you going to do for Rigon to get the best out of him? You're going to let him go and fight. What are you going to do for Nature?
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna give him all the space to go and lurk if he wants to. SDY, very cerebral, therefore can lurk, can play really aggro because they've got that aim to back it up. And Poddy, sometimes he wants to go for these aggressive moments, and sometimes he's there to support the riflers. The thing is, you've got flexibility, but you've also got empowerment in these roles as to, well, everyone can do whatever they want to, because we know it's going to work.
And I'd say there's even an element of balance because of the style that Poddy has as an AWPer. You know, he's the guy who does want to feel the round out before he just goes for some sort of a rambunctious play or an opening kill. That gives a bit more space to someone like Rigon to play his natural game. So I think you're bang on the money. I think they've got a really good balance. This round, though, a little bit out of balance because it's a, well, 5v3 turned 4v3. Nature just jiggle tapping, looking for another, but that will eventually cost him his life there. Collins punishes. This is a half investment from the CT side, and it's one of their best opportunities they've had in a while. Dragon goes straight through the smoke. SDY won't be able to affect the trade, and Partizan finally win another round back.
And that's because Partizan had, for A, good trade spacing, B, the flexibility to get a little bit aggro. You see that Collins was just continuously peeking in from ticket, and you can do that because you've got a player over at ramp that isn't fully committed in. That's the important thing this time for Partizan, is he's playing just on the edge where he can also help. He can turn around and look at connector. Then you've got that deep lying crossfire. He's not exposed to Palace. You've got two players working mid at the same time. Everything's in unison. Everything feels a little bit more comfy. And then the question you start to ask yourself in your mind is, okay, well, they did that so efficiently. Number one, why has it taken us 10 rounds to get there? Number two, why have you decided to play proper, like, default structure, good macro decision making on a half buy? Where's this been in the gun rounds?
Yeah, that is a pretty good question and fair question to pose there. Hopefully that has just reminded them about what the best option is to employ here. I feel like, again, especially against an ENCE team who are taking their time to build themselves into these rounds, you got to also be quite patient on the CT side and let them kind of come to you. If you go searching, then you might play into them. Nothing passive about this run from Partizan, committing two players towards the top of mid early on. And they've actually been able to post Collins behind the boxes. In the meantime, though, ENCE are playing the extremities. Two players hard pressuring in towards the B-bomb site right now, but it's all a fake.
All right, Depression. Oh, I was going to say, you got to hit at least one of these shots, otherwise these players are just going to swarm all over your bomb site. Dragon goes for the same play that he did in the previous, where he pushes a piece of utility and SDY catches out Collins. This is now turned into a disaster.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Dragon's even thinking. I know Dragons breathe fire, but that doesn't mean they're immune to it. And Rigon is just all over the place there, just sliding across the screen. Akindo, he's even doubled down on 8 health. Rigon is a madman. And ENCE have done it again. Immediately after losing a round, they'll get themselves back to winning ways and keep Partizan, well, not just on the back foot. They're basically just beating them on the ground right now. This is ground and pound.
This is a cool idea as well, because ENCE have also not thrown in any fakes in this first half. Whenever they've been doing something, it's been relatively together. And even here, in this round, it was together. Is he going to go for a ninja?
He has to get on in the next
now.
few seconds. Oh, I was backing it, man. Oh, okay. Well, now I'm just left scratching my head thinking, what are you even doing in the first place? If you're not going to attempt the ninja, and you're not going to be able to save your gun, you've just ended up somewhere in the middle. 9-2. This has been as dominant as it gets, really.
But Parry Vision Fnatic map 3 still going, by the way. That was 12-10 over at Star Ladder.
ENCE are just hoping and praying that ends in overtime, but it doesn't look like it's gonna. It's about to be 13-10, Brandon. There could be some pressure on the clock now for ENCE as well, with that next series looming over their head.
This has been a real joy to watch, to be honest. I'm really enjoying what we're getting out of ENCE.
Yeah, and
Partizan,
it's not because
not
they're
so
winning
much.
rounds, it's the way they're winning these rounds,
Yes,
right? It's
absolutely.
how solid they're looking, it's the decisions they're making. It's not like they've just been abusing one or two strats to win these rounds. They've looked really malleable in these rounds as well, constantly able to just play the situation, keeping their options open. Players are fragging really powerfully at the moment. This combo of SDY and Rigon in middle has been phenomenal.
And this time, look, they haven't found the opening kill, but they've found space instead. They've traded a 5v5 with the fact that, oh, I was going to say SDY's in con, but Rigon is still in ladder, and that could be a little bit annoying for Partizan. They're in a good moment right now because the bomb's moving over towards A. You got this double setup. You don't know about Sandwich. You don't know about Ticket. These are common angles that Partizan have been playing in, but HOTU just rips heads off, and it feels like Dragon's been baited in. Needs a multi-kill, and he grabs it. And Rigon's position in ladder, now redundant.
Oh, fantastic work there from Dragon to find the necessary multi, and it's now impossible from Rigon. They know exactly where he's coming through from. He's only got 18 seconds on the clock to work with, and they're just going to triangulate on his position. And Partizan will manage 3 out of the first half, but I don't really conceive any world in which that's going to be enough.
No. Oh, one thing they struggled with as well was just consecutive rounds, right? Like every single time they were able to win a round and shut them down. And you're not only just demotivating Partizan further, you're also just not allowing their bankroll to build. You're not giving them any sort of consistency. Everything feels like you're playing against the curve. Everything that ENCE wants to do is working. Every time they have a buy, you don't. It feels really difficult. So a resurgence on this second half obviously is imperative, but it needs to begin with the pistol for Partizan. It's not like they can concede that and then go into the first gun round. It's going to be too late.
Yeah, there's a very long road back here for Partizan, one that requires a pistol, a conversion, a gun round, and even then, they're still heavily chasing the game. Vlad and Kendo, with 3 kills coming out of that first half, going to have to find their footing immediately here on the T side. And they've got quite a healthy amount of utility. It's going to be an instant sniper smoke that's been thrown, I think. They just dropped one on the ground. Okay, never mind. It's the con smoke, and then Vlad scoops up the one on the ground. And it looks like they're going to keep things fairly simple and direct, but ENCE have somewhat already preemptively read into this because they've got 3 players over towards B from the get-go.
Yeah, HOTU has got to be careful. But, I mean, Rigon here could do some damage. It all depends on how much SDY can find, and he's come up with absolutely nothing. Rigon, hello. Says, thank you very much. I'll take that kill. He wanted to swing onto Kindo. It was the right idea. Just unfortunately, couldn't land the bullets, and now ENCE are in trouble. Miltzy, again, tucks his head out, gets back with Poddy, and I think they're going to save all the bits and bobs that they had. Maybe if you're Miltzy, you just want to go for this now. Or not.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a kit and a smoke. And it kind of looks like he's inclined to save this little utility that he has to work with here. And Partizan do exactly as was required of them, able to emerge out of the apartment successfully, finding those 2 kills. Rigon would have been the last sort of hope there for ENCE. I mean, even when he gets the kill on the planter, though, there's still so many players around him. Dragon actually instantly dinked him, and then Kindo was the one to get the kill, so he was never going to be able to find much. Milty getting some consolation kills. He doesn't want to die here, because that then, again, just means he isn't able to carry anything over, and he didn't attempt the retake either.
Yeah, it would have just been a bit pointless, right?
Sure, exactly, yeah.
I think with him saving, though, the reason why they're saving is because they want to force in. So, he's got a FAMAS, you got some MP9s, SDY's Deeg is always dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, going in with Kevlar itself is pretty dangerous, and 4 of the 5 players in ENCE are lacking that head armor right now, so could struggle against some of these Galils in the MAC-10 as well. And again, Partizan not going to be changing up the game plan in this next round either. As for ENCE, they've realized that they've got to try something out of the ordinary here with the force buy. They've got 2 players middle, or 2 players ladder room rather, 2 on the B-bomb side, but Partizan venturing into A already, not going to be finding any resistance or contact. And they're just going to continue to edge their way forward without giving any information away.
Yeah, SDY is a goner. And now if you're ENCE, you think, okay, well, we probably just save this again. No need to fight. Just gotta tuck yourselves into these corners, hoping players come to you. This is a bit baity by Nature. Like, it's not his fault, but like Rigon is just sticking out, and Nature will not be able to see players coming in from short. He'll be able to see players if they jump in towards the window. Smooth moves by Kindo, but Rigon will punish. And Dragon's now going to have to play Protect the AK, which is his fun little mini-game for the rest of this bomb timer. Oh, he failed.
That didn't take much. They're going to want that gun. Collins is looking to try and make sure that isn't an option, though. 9-5. Partizan gaining some traction now on the T-side. Collins is charging into Ladder Room. Nature and Rigon got to be careful. And they'll both fall foul. That lack of head armor comes back to bite them.
Lack of head armor, and Nature has jumped on Rigon's head as Collins has come round the corner, so Rigon can't move. Oh dear. And now we go into a technical, I imagine. That's for scheduling.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the start time... Oh, no, not at all, Brandon. Not at all. The start time for ENCE vs. Paravision has been pushed back by nearly 2 hours.
Oh, wow, okay.
So ENCE will have the time necessary to play this game. So clearly, StarLab have been accommodating, which we appreciate. So we will get this full series played out here, which is what we were kind of wondering the entire time.
Yeah, and what we kind of wanted as well, because it would be weird if they had to like play one map and then didn't, and it would have been weird. So I'm glad we're just getting this now. But hopefully ENCE's tech pause woes are sorted very shortly. I can't believe that timing of Nature jumping on his head and they go around the corner. That's actually hilarious.
Yeah, far less than ideal. At least for ENCE now, they're not going to have the pressure of having to try and finish this game as quickly as possible, because that's just obviously not ideal at all, because you're not just focusing on the match itself. You've now got time constraints as well, which can then affect the way that you go about your business, the style that you play. Quarterfinal here against Partizan. Not a game they would have wanted to have to give up. So at least they can give it their best shot now.
I think ENCE are a grand finalist team at this event, to be honest. When you look at the bracket, you look at who they've got to go play, I absolutely think they're making the grand finals.
And I mean, their stiffest competition is either Betclic or 500. So not only are they grand finalists, they could almost be the favorites to win the entire thing from here.
That's true. I think Betclic, I don't want to write Partizan off, but like obviously for the narrative, I'm going to be talking like they're already out. Like the ENCE Betclic game, I think it's going to be a really interesting one. I think that's going to be a lot closer than people might think.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, this Betclic team is actually kind of fire. I've been a big fan of Jacob for a while. Obviously, they brought Diha into the mix as well. Hypex has looked pretty damn good on the AWP lately. No, wait, wasn't H for the AWP for the team? Oh no, was it?
No, it was
Hypex,
Hypex.
right? Yeah, H for was rifling. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm a fan of that Betclic team.
H sounds like a big sneeze, which is why I always liked his name. And I've said that on broadcast before when he was playing.
I actually think he was pretty damn good, you know.
I think he was good as well.
It's unfortunate that he's been cut. It's one of those things where there's just a player from the region who's far more experienced and has more name value.
Well, that's
and he
why,
was the least experienced rifler on the team, so he was always probably going to be on the chopping block. But
I mean, 19 years old, right? Like he's playing for Coalesce now. He's on loan, which I think is cool that he's on loan from Apogee. So that's nice. Like they still kept him. He's playing with Closu as well, who used to play on Apogee too. Back in about a year ago now. So yeah, it's nice. He's got experience playing with some of his teammates.
I used to call him Cloku, so I'm not sure if Closu or Cloku. Not that it really matters.
Not sure. Not casting him right now. I'm sure.
Yeah, not casting much right now.
I'm sure the Polish prods team here will correct us when we go off. And speaking of going off, to be honest, I think we have yapped enough. We've done a sufficient amount of yapping. So I'm going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, we're going to get back into the action. We'll see you hopefully in a few secs. Okay, it's been a few seconds, and I baited all of you. Haha, we're still here. I don't know what the issue is. I've been trying to find it, and I can't.
Yeah, I mean, SDY and HOTU yet to buy. Generally, like a bit of an indication for who's having the issue and which team is requiring the technical pause. ENCE are going to want to try and get this done as quickly as possible, and not because of the fact that they have a game coming up a bit later, but also that this is their second of 3 BO3s for the day. They were up 9-3 in the half. They're not going to want to have to overexert themselves to get this one across the line. It just needed 4 rounds coming into their CT side, and they're going to want to try and get that done as soon as possible.
It's one of those as well where you haven't really got the momentum in the second half, but you've got a lot of it from the first, and now you're just breaking in play. It's difficult to sort of just immediately pick that back up again and get the ball rolling. Same argument can be made for Partizan though, because finally they've sort of dusted themselves off. They picked themselves back up, and now they're in a break, and they just if I'm Partizan at this moment where we're 9-3, I've won pistol, I've won 4 spy, and I'd be like, right, I want to play now. Go, 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 go. I wouldn't want to sit here.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It really isn't ideal for either team, just in general. I feel like we're just stuck on an island right now, Brandon. Stuck on an island. Just got to enjoy each other's company.
Well, the good news is the lifeboat's here. Yeah, it has. We are going for that breather now. When we come back, we're going to continue on with ENCE versus Partizan.
Okay, thankfully technical issues have been resolved and we can now get back into the action between Partizan and ENCE here on Mirage. It was ENCE who went up 9-3 in the first half. They absolutely dominated, steamrolled their T side. Now looking to polish off the job here on their CT side. Not expecting much out of them here in this round. A couple weapons have been carried over from their 4 spy in the previous. So that means there is a little bit of firepower here, but we're going to be looking forward to that next gun round here for ENCE to see if they can finish it off sooner rather than later. Big push in towards the B bomb side. SDY on the platform has now been heard out. Decides to take the first shot available to him. does at least come away with the kill, and support has arrived. The problem is that one of these players only has a USP. Not ideal at all. Nature already dead. Rigon's position made known as well. It's going to be an absolute age before Milty's even able to get on the scene. Rigon does land a clean 1D to actually give Milty a pretty good chance here in the 1v1. Charging his way up catwalk, hoping to catch somebody off guard right now, but that bomb's been activated. Depression's gotten back to Van, and Milty might be further forward than what they expect. I think Depression would have spotted him on the little jiggle. He's going to be forced into the open and taken down. Milty's got armor here, remember, so he has a really good shot in this 1v1, trying to figure out where Collins is positioned. Seems to have a pretty good idea. Taps the defuse, no, sticks the defuse. Collins is going to jiggle and tear Milty's head right off. I think Milty was maybe banking on Collins, not expecting him to have a kit, and therefore thinking, yeah, Collins probably thinks I'm faking this defuse right now, hoping he catches him off guard with the kit. Doesn't happen, but, I mean, ENCE will take the 4 frags in the eco every day of the week.
Yeah, of course they will. Like that is a lot of damage being inflicted. I love the idea to call the bluff on Collins, and it nearly works. And as you say, that was minimal investment because that was carried over remnants from the force buy in the second round. So now you've got all the guns. You've got Poddy on the AWP. Limited utility, a little bit of a factor, but otherwise game on. Did Depression see Milty go in this corner? No.
Didn't think so. So at
Thank
least
you,
he's been able to
observers.
tuck himself in up undetected, yeah. This is a key gun round here. Partizan have done what's been required of them to start off this second half. Now we wade into the first full gun round here. If they win this, feels like they've just pried the door entirely open at that point here on the map once again.
Vladden's got to be the battering ram towards A, you feel. Because it's not coming through middle, I can tell you that much. It said it's just a push from Rigon.
Oh my, come on.
And just Dragon's attention distracted all but for a moment. And that means that Milty can just hold on towards Palace control. Kindo tries to elevate himself out the ramp, and there it is. Vladden, the battering ram, finds 3 kills. And this is completely turned back into an even steading. Poddy holding, but Vladden not pushing. Instead, it is Depression watching his flank. And with 35 seconds left, they're going to hightail it to B with no info.
I don't know about this. I mean, Vladden does so incredibly well to get 3 kills over on that A bomb site. He does throw a flash over the top, but Poddy, he's having none of it. Poddy is having none of it. He is immediately just shifting across, and he's going to get on the angle. I mean, it's a big gamble from Partizan, and it feels like an unnecessary gamble. Poddy holding the cross. Does Depression jump across, or does he look to contest? He jumps, Poddy misses. Or did he tag? I mean, it's not a frag, and that's ultimately what matters right now. Bomb plant guaranteed. And now Partizan have a very good shot in the 2v2.
Yeah, Depression's got to hold short. Bang on. Literally, as I say it, he does it. And Nature goes around the corner. Nature wanted that element of surprise. Depression 1 step ahead. And now this becomes increasingly more challenging. And to be honest, relatively impossible for Poddy. He needs to back out. I thought Partizan gave the game away there with that flashbang. Because it is so deep. And it is thrown with so little time left. It's so hollow. It's obvious. But yeah, great jump out of Depression. And he's holding for Poddy. Sorry, he's on for Nature, but I mean, what a round from Vladden. Said he had to be that guy to unlock the door, and he did, and then they went to the other site.
Hey, he didn't just unlock the door, he completely bashed the entire door down. Your analogy of being the battering ram was bang on, actually, there with that blistering 3k. Doubles up his kill count in that round alone, does Vladden. And then, like you say, they just pivot away from A, and I'm thinking, yeah, this could be a big mistake. And you know what? Poddy missed that shot, or he wasn't able to get the kill on the cross. That was a big moment in the round. Now going to be basically a half investment from ENCE as they've got max round loss bonus behind them, and Partizan, well, they've closed the gap. It was a gap of 6 at one point. It's now just 2.
Big nades and a big clear results in a 2-on-1 for Partizan. They will take that all day long. Rigon will inflict a little bit of flak damage over towards Kindo, but ultimately, Partizan have got what they wanted. A man advantage and the bomb site.
Yeah, Poddy's going to feel this out from a distance. He's going to wait and see if his teammates get anything going here and give him a reason to actually commit to the retake, but with Nature going down, this round is done and dusted. And Partizan are going to make it an 8-9 scoreline going into the following gun round. They've been flawless on their T side so far. And I wasn't expecting this, just by virtue of how ENCE were winning the rounds in the first half. It's not like there was much of a competition between these two teams.
I think there's a key consideration here. Goes back to what we were saying in the first half about how coordinated Partizan did look on these half buys, and therefore that's proof of concepts. They've got the capacity to play good Counter-Strike, and we know that they do. We just hadn't seen it yet in this map. Secondly, they are dictating a lot more of what's going on. They're taking fights on their terms. More importantly, they're taking fights on their terms and doing it together. Trade spacing has been immaculate so far for Partizan, and as a result, ENCE have now got to reinvent themselves. Maybe a push in towards mids, going in towards underpass. That could be a nice remedy. The issue is if I'm coming up with that solution, Partizan are probably going to be one step ahead, and they know that's going to be the natural sort of fix to this CT side, taking space.
Well, let's see what their response is going to be here. Off the back of a very strong performance in the first half, they have given themselves a lot of runway to get their campaign off the tarmac here on the CT side. Poddy is missing shots, though. Looking a little bit shaky, just with the way that he's going about his shots right now. He's not as calm and composed as he normally is. Looking a bit flicky.
Yes.
Also than what I'm used to seeing out of him. Oh, that's big from Rigon. He's just unplayable right now.
Interesting idea here for Partizan, right? So I think that they understood that ENCE are going to be a little bit more aggressive. So what they do instead is they try and fight fire with fire. They put presence in towards mids, and they try and let Kindo lurk out. They know Miltzy's here because Vlad would have heard that step, and Depression is able to catch. Poddy has now seen the jump over for Vlad, and that's 2 confirmed. It should be 2 guaranteed pieces of info that the rest of these players are on this A-bomb site.
Rigon is just the boss of middle. I can't believe it. First half and the second half, he literally rules the roost in middle. Poddy connects. And it'll be Rigon to seal the deal. He is playing like a man possessed right now. 23 kills to his name. We've played just 18 rounds of Counter-Strike here on Mirage. And because of the damage that ENCE have inflicted in these rounds that they're losing, it means that Partizan do have a buy in the bank here. But if they lose this round, 11-8 becomes 12-8, and ENCE are sailing off into the sunset at that point. So there's a lot of weight on this next round for Partizan.
Your main man, Mr. Vladen, we've already spoken about how good he was in that previous round. That's where half of his kills came from. You can't just have these rounds where it's good to win one. He's the point guy. He's the dependable piece of this team more often than not. It's been him and Dragon doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Partizan in recent memory. So the fact that he's absent, yes, he's come up with a round win. Yes, that's impact. That is 1 round out of 8. If he was just giving even 20% more effort, if he was getting like 1 more kill a round compared to 0, like it would be probably seeing Partizan take this. But that's the difference right now. To be honest, it's really impressive. It's really impressive that they're actually 10-8.
All things considered, it is. Yeah, you're right. And it's not to say that Vladen can't find those last few percentiles here while the map is still going to help get his team across the line. Dragon comes through from lowers, he should eventually die, and he does. It's a huge flurry of frags going down in middle right now. Depression misses a key shot. That would have been the frag to get it back into an even numbers game. And ENCE are still hanging around. This is brave.
I know he's here, that's the thing. And they got the player advantage. But you're right, it is incredibly aggressive. Save, Depression, hit that flick, then suddenly you're put into Honor's even, and Rigon is on low HP. So what's the game plan? More often than not, Partizan have been ending B in rounds like this, where they're not really too sure what's going to develop. So a mid-window smoke, a creep, maybe you can get Depression going up Catwalk. Instead it's Vladen going towards Con. Depression to peek into Connector. Maybe Vladen can clear the close corners. But no one's giving anything away. And of course, they don't need to, because Rigon's holding that tight angle, and Multi can swing. It's brilliant.
I mean, he's just consistently finding impact here for ENCE, round in and round out, and really important kills. He's the difference maker in that skirmish in towards middle. There's so many kills going down, and he's the one who's constantly racking up frags for ENCE to keep them with their noses in front there in the round. And I highlighted the pitfalls, the consequences for Partizan economically if they lose that round. It means it's an eco here with ENCE on 11, should be able to get up to map point with relative ease. I say relative ease with all the ease in the world here. Doesn't get easier than this. It's 5 clocks. There's $0 invested into this round for Partizan.
I'm just thinking it was 9-8, right? So they're on double loss now. There's not going to be an AWP for depression, even with a bomb plant, which feels unlikely at this point. They're using this last round as a massive tactical timeout because they've already used all 3 of their pauses. So I imagine Collins is having a little group meeting in spawn for probably the next minute.
Fair enough. I mean, a tactical pause is 30 seconds. A round timer is 1:55. So effectively, you get like 3 tactical pauses in a round. I'm glad we've moved away from calling it French timeout.
Yes.
That and Zonic's law was like 2 of the most over-abused concepts and ideas but that we as casters really did just use every opportunity we could. Anytime you saw an 11-4 in MR15, you just wouldn't go without hearing that line.
Right, let's see how many kills Nature you can get. 2, Rigon. You want to get another 3k? It's what, 9 kills
Why
in
not?
3 rounds? Easy.
Yeah, absolutely dealing in multi-kills right now. He's got the whole of Partizan in his pocket. And now 4 opportunities for ENCE. It took them a while to get going here on their CT side, Brandon, but they have pitched up. They've arrived. And they're now in complete control. As you highlighted, no AWP for Partizan coming into this round. Rifles across the board. A healthy amount of util, but not as much as they would have liked. Still enough, though. And they're just going to be moving with pace and vigor in towards middle. And they're not pulling any punches here in this round.
Oh, but Poddy is. There's an important kill for Partizan. They got rid of Rigon, and they have no idea that Dragon is in over at the murder hole. Nice shot out of Poddy. My goodness me. That is pretty ridiculous. Miltzy's now got to juggle Connector, Palace, and potentially his spawn. Just slides into a corner. Kindo not clearing just yet, and I love this move out of Nature. He says, okay, you're in our spawn. I'm about to go in towards yours. Miltzy, good luck, mate.
Yeah, Milty's got to just try and stay alive for as long as he can here to enable Nature to get into the round. Time ticking away. That threat of CT is one that Milty is privy to. Oh, Kindo's going to clear him, though. That's so unfortunate for Milty because, like you said, he has to juggle so many different positions and angles and threats. And yeah, eventually he does just get found out. Nature, the last man left alive, 1v3. Going to collect the first kill without taking any damage. Of course, that then puts him on notice, but he's got a chance here.
Especially with Kindo low, the difficulty is getting over to the bomb site because Vladen, I doubt, will peek him by himself. If Vladen gives him this fight, that's the way in, but it's just a little jiggle out of Vladen. It gives him a little bit of leg. And maybe the rope for Nature to cast himself out on. Wide swing, good kill, but there's that trade immediately from Vladen. Nice try from Nature, but Partizan will at least hold on.
Yeah, Vladen thankfully able to get that trade through the smoke because that could have gotten chaotic quite quickly if Milty gets the kill and then rounds the corner. Turns into a game of cat and mouse at that point. Partizan will live to fight for another day. They've survived that first map point. 3 more to be played. We look at the finances for ENCE. $2,400 going their way if they lose a round, so probably enough for another buy in the bank. Going to be a long road back here for Partizan to try and see the light of day in overtime. And it's gone. Oh, we got baited there with the way we switched POVs between Depression and SDY. I thought SDY was the one to get the kill. Second AWP has been removed. A vital frag back for the T side. Poddy's been a little bit hard done by there. Looked like that shot should have connected.
I don't like this,
He's
Poddy.
going for more.
Oh, Poddy. Oh, no, Poddy.
He's dead.
He's dead. He's so dead.
How's he missed that as well?
Not sure. And now Nature's on this angle, and Depression just removes him. Shows how it's done, but you still got to get rid of this man, don't you? Lovely little flash to push Rigon off the angle. Where's Miltzy? He's in Palace. Is there any way Miltzy can just win this round with the virtue of Rigon staying alive?
I feel like, well, they'll just know he's the A anchor, right? So they're probably going to look to avoid the A sides at all costs at this point. And normally teams are super aware of that threat when you go late into A. And now their suspicions will be confirmed that he is over towards the, say, bomb side. Oh, I thought there might be a little chance for him to catch them as they try and cross cat into B, but not going to happen. He's probably best off just saving the AWP at this point. And Partizan, I mean, they keep leaving this late, but they're not bowing out a Mirage.
That was a 3v5 they just converted as well. Depression at the key helm of it. I think ENCE were rushing that. I think ENCE get the couple of opening kills and they just think, oh, we're going to win. So perfect. Happy days. It's not quite how it works sometimes, gents. And even if you get the double opening kills, you can't just then throw your lives away for nothing.
Yeah, I think Poddy in particular there was the more egregious of the two out of him and SDY, because SDY was still posted on the angle and just got banged up by depression, but Poddy really did try and force the issue. Missed a bit of a difficult shot initially, and then he missed a sitter afterwards, which was certainly criminal. He would have always died, but at least if he had gotten that kill before he did, would have left his team in a far better position.
Absolutely.
Here we go. No money in the bank for ENCE, Brandon. If they lose this one, 12-11 could very much result in overtime.
From a 9-3 half as well. That'd be pretty horrible for ENCE and for Partizan. I mean, they've already had an incredible recovery. Let's see if they can push it over the line here. HOTU is just jumping silently. Seeing if he can spot Vladen. He does get spammed out a little bit. Nade exchange, and HOTU just comes off far worse.
Yeah, look at the setup from Partizan, though. They've got all their eggs in one basket. They're entirely grouped up outside of apartments. Thankfully for them, it's not like ENCE are really pushing and poking to try and get any information. Yeah. But they still do have a pretty good inkling of what's going on right now.
I was going to say, it's actually, I don't mind this out of Partizan, because every single time they've been going for executes onto a bomb site, there's always a mid element, there's always a split, it's never been one-dimensional. So what they're doing right now is Collins is going to clear in mid, see if he can spot anything. He doesn't. He drops mollies. He's trying to get ENCE to move, and they don't. Poddy falls off the angle. He's here in time, flashes back, counter util in. But a great shot at Kindo, but Poddy, this time he's not missing any of these shots, but Kindo is trying to keep Partizan in the game. That man of Rigon still chimes in for one more between Miltsy and SDY. They've left Dragon in a really tough spot with 20 seconds. And that'll be that. Tucked in the corner, can't do anything, and he was really painted in within it. And between SDY and Miltsy, they are able to close. ENCE wipe the sweat off their brow, because that was a 9-3 half, and then it ends 13-10.
Yeah, fantastic work. Rigon in particular will finish the map with 30 kills to his name. It's at least double anybody on his team. What a return coming through from him. In fact, it's at least double anybody on the server. Rigon with a blinder gets the job done for ENCE, and we have John to break it all down.
All right, thanks, Hayes. Yeah, that was ridiculous from Rigon. I cannot believe the performance he had. I mean, it was looking like ENCE were dominating in that first half, and not just looking, they were dominating. Very patient across the board. Didn't allow Partizan to kind of set the flow of play, or set the pace, I should say. Always waiting for Partizan to make the mistakes essentially, and that's why ENCE were so confidently coming through with rounds. Only when Partizan realized that, hey, let's play more default, I think Brandon pointed it out in round number 10 on the anti-eco, did they win a round. And then what do they do immediately afterwards? They push and get aggressive in round number 11. So it's like they didn't learn their lesson, but then finally in that final round of play of the half, they do exactly the same thing they did in their anti-eco, more passive, waiting for ENCE to come to them, and that's what led to them getting that final round of the half. And it turned out to be quite a snowball of rounds that occurred for them afterwards. They take the pistol. You know, you had ENCE with flares and flashes at the beginning of that second half, but overall it felt like Partizan were starting to take control. Then we go down to 9-8, or get down to 8-9, I should say. And finally, you know, you have ENCE with a response. I think Kindo was just getting caught going up ramp, and Rygon caught Collins trying to sneak into mid. So yeah, no, I mean, I think Rygon was honestly one of the biggest pieces here for the squad. Unbelievable stuff when he came out with 3Ks in a row between round 18 and round number 20. I mean, round 20, of course, just an anti-eco, but still, to think that he outputted 9 frags in 3 rounds is insane in and of itself. And afterwards, you still saw, I mean, credit to Partizan, right? They were resilient. They continued to come through and try to push back against that flow that ENCE were trying to set the pace there in that second half, but they could not do it. And credit to Potty at the end. I think he hit some pretty crazy shots in the round that he hits the first 2 right into mid, and then goes aggressive again, a little overzealous, let's say, and it kind of cost his team the round. But in the end, he is that shining star for them on that B site until Rygon is called on to take over. But I mean, he got those 2 frags, he kept things at bay, and afterwards, you know, Dragon just couldn't do anything. It was a very tough spot trying to plant that bomb in the far corner, and when you're doing that, you're exposing yourself to market window, and then also you don't have much visibility on the player that might be coming out for market entrance. So very well done from ENCE. You know, I think it took longer than they themselves expected it to take, but still, you know, a map win's a map win, and they go 13-10 to take this first one. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 2 for you guys.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
All right, we're back and getting ready for Dust 2 here as our second map. I mean, we saw a ridiculous performance from Rigon on that first map. 30 frags coming through, and now he goes on to Dust 2 here, Brandon, which is, you know, a fragger's paradise. Is where you can just pop off and go crazy. So I don't think he's going to slow down at all.
I don't think he will, but the problem for ENCE might not be him. It might be Poddy and how sort of inconsistent he was being a little bit, right? Like Matt mentioned it quite a few times. He was missing a lot of shots. He was overextending a fair amount, and Depression was playing really well, right? So I think that's the key consideration.
All right, well, we're live. Let's find out how it goes for Poddy.
Here we go. Dust 2 is live. Partizan have to win here on their map pick to force a third. Otherwise, they'll be eliminated in the quarterfinals and ENCE will progress through. Partizan need a stronger start here, Brandon, compared to what we got out of them on Mirage.
Absolutely. Let's see what they've got and whether ENCE are going to be dynamic on this CT side. Initially, nade towards long, a backup. No push in towards tunnels, which means that they're devoid of info a little bit. You see that Milty is juggling his attention between, do I hold mid? Do I come up and help Rigon? It's a very, very slow round for Partizan, but by slowing things down, I was going to say, you're not going to walk into the long contact. Well, you absolutely do. ENCE splash themselves back in, but there's no kills. Yeah, okay.
Wow, I can't believe how they've been shut down. They go all in. They fully commit there to the retake of long. Fladden looking to mop it up. It's not the cleanest, but getting one kill should be more than enough to seal the deal. ENCE just pushed all their chips into the middle of the table as they look to re-emerge back into long, and it costs them everything.
As soon as the dual Berettas sort of chime out with a few shots and you see the guys boosted, I don't know why you commit to that fight.
You
that
pull
feels
the plug, right? Yeah.
incredibly unnecessary, but they go for it. It doesn't work. That's a nice shot out of Collins. He grabs 2 in the round. Partizan, you said they wanted to have a better start? Well, here you go. And the T side was way kinder to them on Mirage. So for Dust 2, they're hoping it's exactly in the same vein.
Yeah, good way for them to open up here on this T side. Looking forward to the AWP battle between Depression and Poddy. Not something that we saw a huge amount of in that previous map, but here on Dust 2 should certainly be a prevalent factor in the outcome of the map. ENCE have gone for the force buy. A couple scouts, upgraded pistols, and an MP9. And it's more of a similar style from Partizan with what we got on Mirage. They play a lot of 4-1s, don't they? Compared to ENCE, it was a contrast where you just got a lot more defaults from them. So there's quite a difference in the style of approach between these two teams on their T sides.
Yeah, Partizan are also like 4-1 and then like really slow, trying to drag out these rounds to get a reaction or to guarantee that they're on the same page when they go for this space. Rigon, can he find anything with this scout? Oh, he's seen a lot of info and he's just tagged up Dragon. Nade tries to connect with him, but Dragon goes the other way and then into the other scout of Poddy. Partizan are now aware of both of these pieces, and Collins just rips Poddy's head off.
That's round over. That one kill there is immediately round over. ENCE are going to have to head for the hills, accept their fate. Good kill from Collins. Scouts were able to rattle off a couple shots there, just unfortunately not really connecting in any fatal fashion. Force buy will prove to be unsuccessful. Dragon already looking to make sure that they aren't able to save their guns, but HOTU will still come out on top of that one. Consolation kill at least. Even though this is Partizan's pick, I feel like ENCE will still be more than happy that this has ended up on Dust 2. In fact, if you look at the pick percentage rate for ENCE, they picked Dust 2 on 35% of the occasions they have it available to them. So this could almost just be their pick, right?
Yeah, it can be. I'm obviously like Mirage being picked by ENCE, fine. I am surprised it wasn't Nuke just based on how they match up against each other. But going back to this point, yeah, no, I do think ENCE will be more than comfortable with D2. This was a really good map when Glaive was playing in the squad.
Yes, probably their first very good map that they had in the pool.
Yeah, was that an ancient, if I recall correctly? And I think for Dust 2, what was interesting is that ENCE were always dynamically pretty aggressive. But it was the T side that I remember being the most sort of like specialized. I think CT, for them, sometimes has a lot of gaps. Just created by Util. Like right here, like SDY just dropped a smoke on that molly to peek behind it so that Poddy isn't sort of exposed. But it's one of those where we're taking a very long time. Miltzy will drop his, but it can't be the direct lineup, and that's going to create a gap. Flashbang over the top, and I feel like this still favors Partizan.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the fact that there's nobody on the bomb site itself and this one smoke grenade just locks ENCE out entirely means there isn't going to be a huge issue for Partizan to actually on the bomb site. They'll continue to pepper the smoke as well. And they're just chipping away at these CTs. ENCE would like some damage here. They've only gotten 3 kills in the past 2 rounds. They want to try and chip away at this money, but doesn't look like it's going to happen here.
Maybe HOTU can get a kill. That'll be an extra 600.
Could get one here.
There we go. Not too bad. Any more? No. So Partizan have, I think they've been playing some slow rounds. You spoke about 4-1s, and I think what's interesting here is that they're really sort of saying to ENCE, we are taking this map control off you. We are taking this map control off you. And then they completely slow down for like 30 seconds, reevaluate the situation, almost expect a reaction. ENCE haven't really given them that yet. I'm waiting for ENCE. Maybe it will come on this first gun round where they actually just start to push middle a little bit more. I love this idea. If this is a fast B, I love it.
Yeah, in the first gun round, when you already have a 3-0 lead, you've got the liberty, you've got the luxury of going for something like this, a pocket rocket strat, and they are going to go all in. Nate doesn't do a whole lot. Depression at range will take down Rigon. Nate, you only good for 1. That's round over. That is a fantastic way for Partizan to breach the B bomb site.
Yeah, really good call as well, because look, you know that this is going to be the first buy from ENCE. You know that they're going to be setting up to either try something or just play a default, a fast-paced play in towards B, and it's the small micro. It's the rushing towards the tunnels, and it's the immediate screech on the brakes just for 5 seconds. But it doesn't give away any audio. It doesn't incentivize ENCE to start reinforcing the B bomb site. They say, Partizan, well, if we get 1 swing, we'll post, and then we'll react immediately. It's actually very much like A ramp on Mirage, where the AWP is posted on the angle. If he gets the kill, you just explode in towards A. That was pretty much the design of that round, except it's on B, and it's on Dust too.
It's your go signal, right? As soon as he fires off a shot, he gets a kill, he gets a tag, you know that that's your moment to pounce. And they were just all over ENCE like a rash there on that B bomb site as they continue their strong start here on Dust 2 going up 4-0. And I'm right there with you. I think that it's kind of similar to going fast into A on Ancient as well. If you start 3-0 on your T side of Ancient, that first gun round where you also can kind of condition your opponents a little bit, because now it's going to be in the back of ENCE's mind pretty early on in the half that that's a threat they have to be aware of.
And that forces you to actually go for mid-aggression, whether that's in through lowers, whether that's Poddy, for example, peeking in from short to look top mid. But by doing this, as you're saying, it manipulates where the sniper is potentially going to be. And if you're Partizan, you can work around it. Like, I would not be surprised if Partizan either go for, again, a similar run back or a call in towards long pretty early. We've not really seen them take direct map control early outside of that B rush just then. So it really would not surprise me if they sort of go to take long now, because you imagine Poddy's either going to be floating towards B, or he's going to be short, or he's going to be lower. Like those are the 2 options. I doubt he's ever in long. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's I'm not sure. Some sort of a Harlem Shake re-envisioned. I don't know.
That's just how he thinks. He's trying to call the
Just
strat.
to get the cogs turning. Yeah. All right, well, Neurons firing off for SDY. Shots are really firing off here for ENCE so far. Not so convincing in the early stages of Dust 2 compared to what we got out of them on Mirage. But they have got a full arsenal of weapons here, despite losing that gun round previously, able to drop a couple guns. And here's Poddy making the play you're kind of referencing, and he's decided he wants to get out of there. He doesn't actually want to hang around. He's being chased, but Rigon's there to support.
Really important, but now you got to worry about short. Poddy's going to make it there in time, but space on the catwalk can be generated. If Rigon pushes this smoke, I don't think he will, but that would be absurd. decides against it. SDY now on the corner. Flashbang good to get Poddy off the angle, and he can stand here appropriately because Miltzy's got the space in long. This feels a lot better out of ENCE. And Partizan, I just described the setup they were going to do, and you just walk straight into it.
Clairvoyant, Brandon. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, surely from here, you're not going to drop the ball if you're ENCE, by far and away your best position that you've been in on the map so far. As for Partizan, it's going to be a group up with 3 players. Not giving any information away, but
Nice
Rigon off the
flash.
back of the flash will still be able to peek up and collect 2 kills in the process.
Really clever flash, because it's the way it lands, you're not blinding any of your teammates in window and door. You're also throwing it forward on that trajectory, so it might hit a player, and then you can get the audio that way. And it just also means they directly have to turn around and spam the smoke, potentially in CT, because it's either you look at the CT angle, and you're not going to get blinded by that flashbang, but that means the B-doors players can kill you, or you're going to get blindsided by that flashbang, and then the B-doors players can kill you. And either which way, it works. So awesome little flash by SDY. Very creative, and it puts Partizan in a little bit of a bind.
Yeah, it was well worked there from ENCE, not taking unnecessary risks, covering their bases. This duo of SDY and Rigon is looking tasty, Brandon. I know it's very early days, but they worked incredibly well together in middle on Mirage. Rigon already in on the action. Poddy nearly gets caught off by their 4 positions. He can't fall back, he has to fight, and he does that. He does exactly that. It's the best of his ability.
Yeah, I tell you what's brilliant about Poddy, and I think you mentioned this, and you say about how he likes to feel out the round, but also I think his decision-making is very instinctual, and it's more often than not the right result in the situation he's put in, because it looks bonkers him to refight and reface that, but ultimately, he's got the element of surprise by going for that fight. Secondly, he's going to get caught probably if he runs away. He's going to get run down by an AK, so it's... absolutely the correct decision. You don't want to give Kindo chances here because this is going to give Vladen space up long. However, the nade of SDY will finish the job, and now Vladen is in a precarious position. 2 AWPs on different elevations, bowing down at him, and it's a great shot on the first, but SDY will trade. What a round from SDY. Primary AWPer, who is it?
Yeah, good question, man. He's owning that role right now. I was surprised that both AWPs were just holding that long line there, waiting for Vladen to come through from long. I don't know if he threw some utility or something, so they knew he was there, and then maybe the mid player could cover top mid, guaranteed short being cleared. Probably had to be something along those lines as ENCE start to come alive here on their CT side. And just to go back to the point you're making about Poddy, I completely agree with you. I feel like his game sense is probably like one of the core fundamental aspects of his game that makes him such a good player. And he's also evolved to a degree, you know. He used to be very passive. He used to be super micromanaged, I feel like, until Glaive came into the team. I think Glaive massively accelerated Poddy's career and actually just gave him a huge boost. And I've just seen Poddy calling his own shots a lot more in the past sort of 6 months.
Gotta remember, look, we're giving all the praise on ENCE because these are a brilliant couple of rounds, and now they're changing the dimension again with the aggression. But it is still Partizan, 2 rounds to the good. You don't want to keep pushing here if you're Miltzy. Kindo holding for this directly. And Miltzy's going to use the shadow to his best advantage. Flashbang, it's good.
It's always such a gamble because when you get blinded, you don't know, should I spam? Do I hope they don't clear me? Do I hope they don't push? And unfortunately, he's just good for some damage. You're right, Poddy departed the scene. He's now the only player on this half of the map. They have at least taken control of upper tunnels. So they're getting information, but it's going to be a while before they can actually do anything about the info they've got. And Vladen's still controlling lower tunnels here. Rigon's going to be the one to cross paths, and he's gone down.
I love the fact that Poddy's come over, though, to sort of take attention away, potentially into catwalk, into top middle, then lower play can also work. Like, they are still doing things in tandem. Nader has been dropped in spawn for SDY to crack open this smoke, and now they can confirm no one's directly on this A bomb site. It means we can all get in position here. SDY just on the wisps of the smoke. No. Someone's going to walk through. That's brilliant. Someone just walks through the smoke. It is Dragon, and that allows the space to be created. Nature will trade him out. 3v2. No disruptive utility here for ENCE, and Partizan can put the bomb down.
There's going to have to be some sort of a massive moment from either Poddy or Nature, and Nature's now been dropped. Partizan on the money here. Again, keeping things very simple, but super effective. That one extra little trick thrown into the mix there by phasing through the smoke catches SDY off. I just felt super uncomfortable watching SDY, but he just didn't really have anything going for him there. No great options available. Kind of painted into a corner, had to push forward. Smoke was too late. He went down, and there wasn't really much chance in the round thereafter.
Good accountability as well from Partizan, because we've never seen Poddy that aggressive over towards the long doors. The fact he fired off a shot as well. Normally, when the AWP's completely solo, firstly, he's not really going to be completely solo holding that long line at the double doors. But secondly, if he ever was in that situation, he's never going to pull the trigger unless he's got that guaranteed kill. So I love the fact that they go back through depressions like, right, let me just flash just in case there is a guy on the doorway in Miltzy who's had a little bit of a rocky start to Dust 2. I love the fact that they've got that presence of mind to consider that. ENCE are trying to get tricky with it, and Partizan say, hold on a second. You can't get away with everything.
And they're also just very good at playing with an advantage. You rarely see Partizan drop the ball when they've got a 5v3. I feel like they're super good at converting those sorts of rounds, covering their bases, trading effectively. It's going to be Miltzy to draw first blood through the smoke, and Dragon's also particularly low right now. So the focus is going to shift over towards the B-bomb site where Rigon's been dropped. He's now wielding that second AWP, and it's cost him his life. Hang on, though. Nachu, how's he not gotten a kill there on anybody progressing forward? Oh, man. ENCE off the back of that opening kill have just had nothing else going for them in the round.
Yo, two dinks, and I can't believe, firstly, Dragon's alive, and he potentially could still be a menace in towards the long doors, holding for these exits. But secondly, and I guess thirdly, like how Rigon on this angle he's holding the entire time, and he's not able to catch the pressure. Then you've got Nature with a sublime flash, and that doesn't do any damage. It's baffling, but Partizan will take that all day long.
Yeah, there's two key moments in the round there for ENCE where they actually looked like they had the advantage, right? Rigon's AWP and Nature catching them as they try and come out of the tunnels. Neither of those players were able to take advantage of that opportunity. And you're right, Partizan all day long, baby. They're in control. Looking very comfortable on their T side right now in terms of how they're going through their motions and processes. Again, quick adaptations in the round here from Partizan when they kind of figure out what's going on. They're not wasting any time to activate.
That's better. That's the first time. Actually, it's not. I was going to say the first time we've seen an entry kill in a while for ENCE. They got one in the last round. This is the first time we've seen Poddy start to be influential here. About time, because that AWP has been really hit and miss.
Yeah, it needs to be more where that came from for sure, but it's going to be Miltzy who's called into action here in pit right now, and then SDY on the bomb site itself. ENCE don't know exactly what's coming their way, so they're still kind of covering all their bases. Poddy is gravitating back into the same bomb site. This is a nice angle from Miltzy, but he's still kind of been jiggled out, so they now know that he's here. It's still about buying time for as long as he possibly can. There's so much util barreling in his position, and he's actually been able to seek refuge in the smoke. Eventually, inevitably, he does get spammed down, though.
Yeah, at that point when you don't see him as you all jump in towards pit with about 8 mollies and 9 nades, like, of course, he's not going to be there. Poddy, again, flicky over towards long. We'll find one, and the second gets a snapshot onto Dragon just before he's completely exposed by that flashbang, and he's even able to get out of dodge. This is immaculate, and then it baits in the long player. Rigon is able to get both, and between the two of them, ENCE hold down A successfully.
Yeah, that is a very big round coming through from ENCE, and Poddy in particular looking a lot more solid with the AWP there, landing some vital shots. And now Partizan have to dig quite deep into their coffers to afford an investment here. It means it's a round where they don't have as much utility as they would normally, but still enough to piece it together. Lose this, though, 6-4 becomes 6-5. And then some of that Good work early on becomes somewhat negated. Miltzy, quite lucky to get out with his life intact. Partizan normally try and chase these players down and spam them through the smoke as they retreat, but no fatal blood spilled yet in the round. Look at this angle from Vladden. Oh, this is hard to clear.
I think they're going to, though. The way that they're approaching it, yeah. Vladden gets a nice shot. He's ready for the second player. Rigon's also... I don't think he's made a step, but he's given over a little jiggle, and Depression is still half blind when Poddy peeks over the top. Rigon now lets Partizan know, hey, by the way, I'm in all the tunnels. I know you don't have it. Stay outside.
Yeah, and he's also scooped up an Incendiary, so he can kind of try and hold on for that control, or hold on to that control for a little bit longer. Problem is there's still so much time left in the round here. And there are 3 players on the opposite side of that choke point. Oh, this is a big moment in the round. SDY, I think he's been spotted by Collins. No, maybe not. Gun barrel now seen by SDY. That guarantees the frag. Such a fine margin. And Rigon has smartly fallen back into the B bomb site. No need to continue to hold on to this forward position with the man advantage in play. Problem is, he's not going to have any support, mate.
No, he's not.
At least one. At least one. And he's now been spotted, damage found, and actually it's a team kill, and Kindo's low as well.
Look at this from SDY. Look, we're gonna come back to this setup in a sec, because I think it's absolutely brilliant. Was that a tag through the wall as well? This is a complete disaster. Nade doesn't quite land on default. It gets blocked by the box. Miltzy now chucks another nade in. They know these players are low. They're so hungry to try and get rid of them, but walking into this crossfire might be a little bit tricky, but it's made all too easy when Miltzy gets rid of Kindo. Vladden finds one, but that's all he's going to be able to successfully do on this bomb site. ENCE will defuse. And let's talk a little bit about this setup between Rigon and SDY, because the way SDY is standing on short, he is very, very tucked in. So even though it looks like he's playing individually on the map, guys, he's not, because he's gaining all this space in towards middle, and more importantly, the information. Rigon, therefore, can do 2 things. He can either be in tandem, can come back in towards lowers with SDY, they can swing together in mid, or SDY can say, mate, do not worry whatsoever about lower tunnels. You can fall back in towards B. You are not going to get flanked if you want to stay in upper tunnels just for a little bit longer. As soon as SDY takes that contact, that's when Rigon moves back. So they are playing together. Even though on the map it looks incredibly disjointed, it isn't, and it's a thing of beauty.
And think about how much ground that they're covering with that setup as well, between the 2 of them. And as you highlight, they might not be playing alongside one another on the sides or in the map, but they're still absolutely covering one another and key components that enables each other to maintain the position that they were in.
Miltzy, sorry, I'll just cut you off. Miltzy is on the angle that I always play in my Dust 2 pal, because I think, yeah, I'm going to get a multi-kill here, and I get 1 digged. Every time I just get 1 digged. So I'm excited to see what he can do in this off angle.
Well, you're not going to get to see much outside of what happens in the kill feed, and, well, he's managed to...
Oh, he's done better than I have.
Yeah, he's avoided the 1 dig initially, at least. He's at least been able to spill some blood. Normally, you see people sitting on the ledge, and then after you take contact, you try and fall into pit, but he'll just stand and bang, and ENCE will draw within 1.
It's really surprising that the pro player does better than me. But yeah.
Who would have thunk it, Brandon?
Can't believe it. I think we mentioned this when we first got the new animation update and stuff, but I think this is a very underrated, beautiful quality of life change. The size of the U2 on the floor. It makes our lives a bit easier, but also I think it is, oh yeah, it's just good.
Yeah, I mean, you and I already have a handicap in life, you know, having to just wear glasses 24/7. So I feel like we're no longer being...
Oh, gee. Should I give a little bit of lore? Should I give a little bit of lore to me right now live?
Okay. Yeah.
So I wear glasses, obviously, because I can't see properly, but also I've got quite a lot of double vision in one of my eyes. Okay. So when I am casting Counter-Strike, guys, if you look at the mini-map, it's always sort of semi-doubled when I'm watching.
You're watching 10v10 at that point.
So I'm putting in a lot of effort.
You've always got to kind of second guess exactly where the player is. Look
Absolutely.
At that from Rigon. He's just charged straight through. He's dead. Miltzy might look to try and make up for it. Don't know if Dragon's going to be exposed on the angle. My goodness. Both players exchanging glances, neither spotting each other.
Glass. Don't swap glasses, guys.
Oh, that never works. It is never a
Oh,
good
nice
idea.
shot.
SDY, though, doesn't need his vision to get that kill, Brandon.
No, he doesn't. And now you're sort of stuck, because if you're Partizan, you feel like ENCE have got sort of 2020 information of where everyone is and what's going on. miltzy, again, just locked in the corner. Dragon's really aware that there could be players here because Rigon was here just a few rounds ago. That's been the premonition set into his mind. The danger is that not only has he been spotted, but this is quite individual. He'll still win out the gunfight 1-for-1. And this now drags the rotates. If you're Partizan, you end A here.
Dragon was so good in terms of methodically clearing out his angles as he makes his way forward, not taking anything for granted, not making any assumptions. As soon as he spots out miltzy, he swings with confidence and conviction to get the kill, levels it back into a 3v3. And it's going to be an A finish here from Partizan. It's SDY, it's a big moment in the round, and that's info. Watching Dragon transition from tunnels in towards the Xbox means they're probably going to try and finish A.
They have got a smoke for the cross, so at least SDY will be blocked. I think this is really interesting, actually, out of nature. I was going to say he's maybe going to go in towards the smoke just to play with his team. Instead, look at this. Collins gets singed. He's then looking for CT players, but that is not SDY. SDY's got his Tech 9 out running through the smoke and completely offsetting Collins and making it uncomfortable. 4 on the bounce for ENCE. They made a 6-2 start into a 6-6 finish.
Yeah, 4-0 for Partizan at one point, as you highlight, 6-2 as well. That's a scoreline ENCE will be very happy to see here at the half. 6-all. Some quick lore, if we can continue the conversation about glasses for me, Brandon, is that I only got glasses at like 19, I think, for the first time in my life. And I just thought it was normal for people to have to squint to see the board at the front of the class.
That happened to me, yeah. I was like 16 or 17, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I guess everybody kind of struggles to see things at mid to long range and maybe have to squint a little bit, sit a bit closer to the front of the class. And then eventually, I think I had to get my license renewed for my drivers. And they were like, you should get your eyes tested. And then I went and got my eyes tested. And they were like, do you not wear glasses? I'm like, no, I've never worn glasses. I don't need glasses, mate. And they're like, no, you really do. They made me glasses. I tried them on, and I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Life was just all of a sudden displayed in 4K.
I need an operation on my eyes to be able to see properly, so that's going to be fun. But right now,
so does
I would rather watch the operation of ENCE going in towards B, because again, SDY is just leading the charge to the depression. He's trying to take space in towards tunnels, but I love this out of nature. Look at how cringe this is, because he's being all the way in the corner. I don't think Kinder's going to be ready for him.
No.
Oh, bye-bye.
Hang on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Nate, you're right. This is cringe, but he can now be bypassed. Depression doesn't want to waste time. Yeah, I thought he would just immediately try and activate. The problem is his teammates aren't in any position to try and pressure up ramp at the same time. So Nate just crunches in on him.
And I want to be clear. Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, this pistol round was immediately lost as soon as ENCE got that kill on the B bomb site, because everybody else was so far away and they never had a kit.
Yeah, that was a way better point than what I was going to say. I was going to say, to be clear, I was using cringe as a positive adjective. Like, I love the way you played it.
It's the same as when we have those post plants on like Ancient where they just cycle the mollies on the B bomb site to deny the defuse. It's cringe, but it wins you the round. It's great in that regard.
Yeah, that's a Valorant.
Yeah, Valorant and cringe. It's just synonyms, aren't they?
It just works, yeah. 13 and 3 for SDY. I didn't notice he only had 3 deaths.
Yeah, that's actually crazy considering they were down 6-2 at one point. SDY also only had 1 kill in the first 4 rounds, by the way. So,
damn, okay.
Gotten 12 in the past 9 since then. Come alive in a big way. One of the big contributing factors to their successes in their fight back on their CT side. And they've now got a lead for the first time on the map as they come up against the 4 spy.
Wait, if he only got a kill in the first 4 rounds of play, was he like 0-3 or like 1-3?
It was in the pistol. So he was, let's see, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
1-1, 1-1, 1-2. He was 1-2 by the 4th round.
So he's 1-2. That means he's 12-1 since then.
Yeah. That's wild.
I'd be worried a little bit if I was ENCE. Never mind, Rigon accounts for it. I'm glad that they're holding just in case there are players close on the corner. HOTU will also drop a molly to upset Kindo. And the nade banks off. Poddy's then in the perfect position to capitalize. Missed scout shot out of depression. They're trying to make sure that they don't save any guns.
Yeah, this is damaging right now coming through from ENCE, because not only are they going to be winning against the Force Buy, they're going to ensure that that next round is made so much easier without having to play against any of these weapons. I say that. Depression making a bit of a nuisance of himself with that scout, as he is able to fall back into the safety of the B bomb site, try and get this long line with the scope, and well, he has got SDY on the opposite side, and that's not a man you want to go up against right now. He is a man possessed. He hasn't died in 7 rounds. I've just checked the numbers. He is 7 rounds on the trot here, been able to keep himself alive while finding kills.
Absurdity. I think, look, the one thing I will say, and there again, I guess most people won't really be thinking too much into it, but this was a feature piece on Mirage at ENCE's T side, is they were always hunting. They were never allowing Partizan to save anything. There was so many instances where the AWP was just denied by depression, and it just goes a long way. Oh dear. That was a chance there for College. You're right, this was looking a little bit scary. Maybe it still can be. Depression up and over, but Rigon and Miltzy are completely annihilating all of these players. And then Rigon could just come over the top with a flying MAC-10 kill. What a shame. And again, straight back to business, straight back in towards the hunt. I've been tagged, guys. He's in mid. Go get him.
I was grimacing for about 10 to 15 seconds while holding my breath for ENCE there as they're trying to breach into that B bomb side. And actually just really good awareness, good presence of mind for them to even clear towards car, because they'd already gotten a kill on the player boosted. Then they got taken contact through the doors. Then they also found a player in the back of the bomb site. But they didn't tunnel vision. They still cleared out car. And that was a big moment in the round. Getting that kill without losing any players in the process allowed them to breathe so much easier. And they've now built their lead to 3. What's that now? 7 rounds in a row for ENCE. Yeah, I don't expect Kindo to keep the MAC-10 here, right? There's no world in which they're going to keep the MAC-10 in this round. Right, Brandon? Not when you're down 9-6 in the quarterfinal and it's CT side Dust 2. Nah, he's still going to drop it and sell util to get it from us or a scout. Right? Dragon?
No.
Oh. How do you feel about that? Because I'm not a fan at all, but let's see.
I mean, he was probably going to be on MP9 util anyway, so I'm not the biggest, like...
hater. Like
yeah,
I am. Okay,
it's one of them. You know, not to put you on blast, but...
No.
It's whatever.
This is part of it. Counterpoints are important. And you probably are right that he would have been on an SMG anyway. I just thought I'd rather have a scout over a MAC-10 on Dust 2 at the bare minimum.
I don't mind it because it means he can then go push in. He can then be like the information gatherer for
Problem is
Partizan.
He isn't.
No, he's not. Instead, he just got flashed in mid. Depression on an off angle here. Rigon and SDY need to be careful, but in the same breath, so does Depression because he's about to get smoked off. SDY is not dead. That's a shot. That is incredibly lucky.
And Depression will feel hard done by. He's done the hard work there to get that angle, get the opportunity, and now Dragon is going searching. This is what you were talking about a bit earlier. Flash forward. He spotted out Nature. It's going to be tough for Nature to track this MAC-10, but he's going to be able to find the success. And look at the crunch now on this B bomb side. Vladden has the world on his shoulders. He's blinded up. He will still stand tall for one, but gets overrun by SDY. Run and gun. Exemplified.
Oh, wow. I just love the responsiveness out of ENCE. Like, I tell you what, I was looking at the map, I was so transfixed on this little Nature fight with Dragon. Like, yeah, Partizan, they pushed it in towards upper tunnels, that makes a lot of sense. And then bang, they're just straight out mid to B. Like, ridiculous. Nice nade. But unfortunately, that's going to be the only positive adjective to describe this round number 16 for Partizan, because yet again, they're saving. Rigon is already in at car, so Partizan can't go long. And ENCE are 3 rounds away from knocking them out the tournament.
Off the back of being down 2-6 at one point. And I feel like it's been a very rapid rate at which they've just soared ahead here on Dust 2 as well. When things click with this ENCE team, they're such a joy to watch, aren't they?
Yeah, I love watching them. Like it's been actually such a privilege being able to follow them for the last, I don't know, like 3 or 4 BO3s.
Yeah, it's true. You've actually seen quite a bit of them.
Like ENCE's socials, if you want me to come and community watch them on your channel when I'm not working, I'd absolutely love to do that because this team is just brilliant. I'd happily just sit there and watch ENCE games all day long.
Yeah,
absolutely. Hit me up.
All right, well, here we go. 10-6. Must-win round for Partizan. No two ways about it. They have run out of time. The clock's on the 11th hour. And this is going to be straight out long coming through from the T side as well. Kindo's been forced back by the util. SDY is chasing him though. Fantastic support utility. They're just chaining those flashes out long and Kindo never stood a chance. And they're not stopping either.
I was going to say, first time they've done this as well. And they just keep going with the aggression. SDY knows he can throw himself into the guillotine if it means they can take space. And look at this. You can't go for this if you're Partizan. You got to save.
I just love the confidence from Milty, the least experienced player on the server. Look at how much space he's been given, Brandon, to make these sorts of plays. The trust that they're putting in him right now. And he's delivering. And they're not even going to be able to save. It's just Dragon left remaining, and he's stuck now in short.
He's dead. Oh, no, he's not.
Yeah, Party is. You're right.
Oh, yeah, go. Ninja defuse. Just kidding. He's got no kit.
You little rascal.
Run away.
It was a little bit preemptive from from ENCE to run as far away as they have. I guess Milty is keeping tabs on things. Dragon, you do not extend out here, surely, right? There's no need to swing. Good discipline. Problem is, that's not even a silver lining, saving an M4 at this point. It's like a gray lining. 11-6. 9 rounds in a row now for ENCE as we keep that tally ticking over.
SDY's cooled off just a little bit. Now 17-5. There's still just absolute absurdity. But what's nice is he's done all the heavy lifting. And now suddenly Nature's having rounds. Poddy's coming into his element. As you say,
yes,
Milksy in that previous. And now again, Partizan trying to adjust. Brilliant from Dragon. Sinks his teeth into this long fight. And he's just able to remove both. Poddy has a chance to extract him through the smoke, but that doesn't happen. ENCE need to relocate, and they're going to try and do that through short.
Here's what I will say, is the flash that they threw over the top was never going to be blinding Dragon because he was so far forward. They needed a pop flash through the door as well. I like the plan there from ENCE. They're really trying to play on the front foot and continue to suffocate Partizan, but finally they've been stopped in their tracks. A 5v3 here for Partizan to finally get back to winning ways.
Instant denial of this smoke, and Nature has just spammed out Collins. What on earth is that? Dragon's now full blind, and the thing is, you will not know about this player in towards Goose. So Kindo will at least be able to grab one, but Poddy's got rid of Dragon. So now suddenly you know all the info. A fake plant trying to entice further defenders. That flashbang now confirms that one's in towards CT. And in fact, it's 2 of them. This starts to get a little bit precarious, to be honest, for both teams.
Yeah, but it should never have been precarious for Partizan, so ENCE won't mind that it's gotten a little bit edgy here. Great shot from Poddy, but surely they're never going to expect Kindo in towards Goose right now. SDY is the one that could find himself in a spot to bother. Oh, he actually had a chance in the fight, and now Poddy out in the open will tap down one, but USP for Depression will prevail to hold on by a thread for Partizan as they do win the round.
Yes, you bang on. Like, they just don't expect Kindo there because as soon as he's revealed himself, the last thing you expect him to do is just to remain in that corner, especially when contact's been taken in CT, especially when Depression's now swinging wide. You expect there to be a ramp fight. You expect there to be something here for SDY to sort of wrestle with, and instead Kindo, he's just living because he knows if he just lives the entire time, ENCE can't plant the bomb. ENCE going to feel constricted and pressured. So it's the right idea for him to obviously be a little bit baity.
Yeah, it was so incredibly close there for ENCE. And now it's going to be Dragon who finds contact in middle. He was the guy who opened up the previous round, floating around the map, but they found the trade this time. Good shot from Depression to shut Rigon down there. Rigon maybe just getting a little bit ahead of the game.
Go away. You know the ARC's B now. Just why on earth would you not just transition towards a short play? And that's exactly what they're doing. They're grouping up. They might overcook this, and they might go mid to B. They might put Poddy on the line and try and he'll try and hit the jump spot kill. And they're overcooking it and doing exactly that. I'm scared for Depression, but this is really brave. Like, the last thing you do is expect an AWP right there.
Yeah, exactly. So it works out for him. And now it's onto the A players to uphold their end of the bargain, and they're not going to have any problem in making that happen. At this point, HOTU, probably best he could do is save the AK. No way to win the round from here. And, I mean, AK armor, they're going to be buying in the next round anyway, so I think it's probably a little bit unnecessary, and I think he's kind of realized that best option is to keep the gun in play. We'll find a frag on one. Just if he had 5 or 6 extra seconds, then who knows what could have happened, but he will just drop down to his death, and Partizan keep themselves alive as they continue to fight back on Dust 2.
As you say, they can buy into this, but they're going to save a little bit of money in reserve. Looks like Miltzy's going to be prioritizing potential AWP piggy bank money for Poddy. I really liked the injection of pace, the aggression we're getting out of ENCE in a number of these rounds, but it does really feel like in moments they are forcing things when they don't need to.
Yeah, that's what I also felt like from Rigon in the previous, where he just swings through middle where his teammates aren't in any position to even activate, regardless of whether he gets the kill or not. And now a half-buy coming through here from the T side. Key chance here for Partizan to close the gap to 2.
They've read into this perfectly as well. It looks really fakey that they want to go mid to B, but actually the main hit is going to come through tunnels, and where they've been re-smoked, hence are now going to rethink their approach. I don't know how you get in towards short, though, and Kindo says, well, I'll tell you how.
Maybe
you're not going to.
Oh,
no.
Okay. I was thinking maybe they could push forward and not expect SDY there. It's a good flash. Never mind, Collins barely gets blinded. I guess it went slightly too deep. And Poddy eventually gets a kill back, but that's just the first kill in the round. And Partizan have actually looked super convincing in these past 3 rounds they've been able to piece together here on their CT side. This is looking like a team who are destined to push this game the whole way. They're not going to roll over.
I agree
we
with
still have
that.
a whole nother series after this, Brandon. HOTU against Sinners waiting in the wings.
Yeah, we do. It's exciting. We get to see the new look Sinners. I haven't covered them yet, but the first time Sinners has gone international, it's going to be really interesting to watch.
Everyone's just going international these days. Launders is in shambles. Wait, what? They've got another half-buy? Huh?
Yeah, well, some bought, some saved. It's now Miltzy, who saved previously, has now got enough money for a Galil with this half-buy. I'm not sure.
Feels like maybe a little bit of economic mismanagement here. I'm going to try and breach into the B bomb site. Dragon has them lined up dead to right. Mouse button 1 is all that's required here from him. So much damage inflicted. SDY! Oh my god, he did need both those kills though. Such low health between Miltzy and Poddy. Both down to 17 health. It's an easy cleanup for Collins, the first responder. And it is just a 1-round game.
I'd like to see a little bit of a default now from ENCE.
What worked so well for them on Mirage?
I was going to say, like, that Partizan were pushing into them, and I think that this pause is obviously to reflect. Firstly, does Poddy want to do anything with his set play? Hasn't really got a good spawn. He's in towards the middle of the map. Okay, does he want to get boosted? Do we want to commit 2 players into this fight? Poddy's been going for this mid shot a number of times, hasn't really had too much success with it. Do you maybe want to put him over towards B tunnels? He can hold a really deep line in case players are going to walk in late. Dragon's been doing that a number of times for Partizan. You can get the cogs turning. But SDY has to come up with a call that's going to be appropriate to the situation, so potentially a little bit more defaulty. But also there has to be a design of where they want to end in mind. The rest of it can be a little bit jumbled, but as long as they've got a clear start point and a clear end point, they can probably figure it out along the way. Shout out endpoint one time. Damn. RIP.
Yeah, Mr. Boys. Max, I saw, made a post talking about how he was looking for an opportunity. SDY, though, will create an opportunity. Boldly going through the smoke. Wait, what? I didn't ever expect that kill to come through. I thought he would have certainly gotten out with his life intact. That's a very good, strong kill back coming through from Kendo.
This is tense. Really tense. And they just go dry. ENCE just go dry in towards short. And I suppose it's sort of worked, but not really. 2v2. You now know whether both these players are over here. Vladin gets out of dodge. Look at HOTU. HOTU's flank. 1 HP. It doesn't matter. And Kindo is now left all out to dry. You think you know where both these players are, but HOTU was always on the move, and he might have just put ENCE onto series point.
It was such quick decision-making there from HOTU to shift into the B bomb site and recognize what was going on in the round. They're going to trade guns. HOTU has found 2 kills on 1 point of health, but do not count Kindo out of this. A molly into the back plat there immediately kills HOTU. 1 tick is all that's required. A molly into Poddy's position forces him out into the open. Then he has a 1v1 with the low health player. There's many different avenues here for Kindo to win this.
Oh no.
But his incendiary doesn't go in either direction, and HOTU takes the initiative. He gets all 3 of his kills on a single point of health.
I think that's one of HOTU's best rounds in an ENCE jersey I've seen out of him. Not in terms of the mechanical ability, but the cerebral approach to this. The decision to immediately go back. Yeah, phenomenal.
Like where it's a 11-10 round where you're about to get broken economically. Second map in the quarterfinal adds so much more gravitas to that play that you're referencing. So I'm right there with you.
Fast again, because look, SDY was able to get the opener. This time, Poddy doesn't strike true. But at least ENCE have got further information, right? Partizan are contesting middle. Sorry, not middle, long.
At least Partizan do have a full arsenal of weapons here coming into the round to try and fight. Keep the fight going, and there's the smoke break. Poddy is the one who pays the price. Very good opening kill for Partizan, who have to string 2 rounds together. This is going to be the easiest of the lot as well, but this time the smoke break will cost Depression his life.
Oh, Miltzy's got to be so careful here. Because you have got Dragon just by mid doors, but he's not going to go around the corner. It's all about containing for Partizan. And I'm a bit shocked that Collins has moved over here to jump over at B. That 1 grenade put forward by HOTU has drawn so much attention from Partizan. Look at how much noise he's making.
Oh my goodness. ENCE are going to thread the needle here. They have created this window of opportunity with some good decision making. There's going to be a quick flank from Dragon, but he has to deal with HOTU, who's deep in towards lowers right now. Does he at all peek out? He's not gonna. And this could be costly for ENCE because they may not expect somebody on short this early. And there we go. Milty's the one who pays the price. HOTU now goes searching, but Collins is there for him. My goodness. Partizan now with the 4v2 and the retake have every chance they need to keep this game alive.
Let's hear from Dragon, but Rigon in the corner. They might not expect him now. Oh!
Perfect.
You bang on the money. The fact that... No, don't do this now, microphone. We're at 12-11. the fact that HOTU doesn't see Dragon and then Collins is holding because Dragon's been able to get the contact, and normally there's the lurking from HOTU in lower. It's that anti-strap. It's that awareness from Partizan. And they can force OT.
Well, they've done incredibly well to get to this point in the first place, and this is now going to be one of the easiest rounds they've had to contest to try and get the game across the line into overtime. There's Galil's, there's a MAC-10, there's limited utility as well. All signs point in the direction of OT. ENCE have one last shot here. Was it 11-6, I think, at one point? and they're just going all in on this B bomb site. Vladden is going to be the player to try and lock it down. He has got some support, but the support's isolated. The Mac-10's charging, the Mac-10's fragging.
No way.
Zaz is the Galil. Partizan, is this really how it falls apart?
And it's sweet, almost trauma, to be honest with Partizan, because it was their first gun round. They did this to ENCE. How poetic is this? This could be the way it all ends. 5v3. They've got a couple of flashbangs that they've got to go off them, and they've got to move now.
Yeah, they do. They've got a couple of kits. They're trying to get cute with their retake. They're trying to find some sort of a favorable angle. You still have Nature's deep in towards T-spawn, so he knows there's no pressure from tunnels. Partizan leaving this incredibly late. They now smoke off tunnels. Util starts to barrel on in. It's going to be one-dimensional on the retake as they now start to commit forward, but they're being fragged, cut down at the choke points, and ENCE have done it. In the 11th hour, at their last chance, they win the quarterfinal.
Yeah, they do. I mean, immaculate result from ENCE. Partizan are going to be feeling a little bit hard done by because it's back-to-back, almost comebacks, to be honest, on both Mirage and Dust 2. We go to John to break this down before we regroup with all of us to close things out.
All right, thanks, Brendan. Yeah, that was a wild ride on Dust 2. And I mean, very back and forth strings of round victories for both teams. It starts with Partizan at the beginning looking fairly solid. You're like, okay, I understand why you made this map pick. A pistol round taken, the follow-up strong. Even when ENCE were challenging on their first gun round, nothing could really come to fruition. Partizan looking very solid on their approaches towards the B site. You're seeing it right there as they wiped out Rigon and Netu and forced the three other members from ENCE to go on to that save. And you know, finally ENCE strike true, and once they do, I mean, look, they only get those 2 rounds there, but after things settle down once more and a couple of round victories come through in round 7, round 8, it's round 9 that really shone for ENCE, and it really carried them forward for a crazy round, a string of rounds that they got in a row. I think it was 9 that they finished with before, you know, Partizan started their comeback trail. But I mean, round number 9, Depression gets caught by Pody in dark, and then Miltzy. This is the craziest part to me. Miltzy somehow survives in the smokes after a util barrage, and they're spending so much time hunting him down that it gives Pody another chance to dip in for a couple of frags, and he finds 2 more. It's crazy what he's able to do. Rigon comes in on the flank to get the last 2, and that's that key round. I really wanted to focus on it because after that point, ENCE start winning round after round after round. A 4K for SDY in round number 12 afterwards to get that score line from 6-2 to 6-6, and then it's all ENCE at the beginning of the half. Finally, Partizan managed to make their way back into it, but it's so much fantastic play, honestly, from both sides, and little details. I think it was in round number 23 where Collins has no reason to clear Netu in lower, only out of instinct. He's like, okay, he's usually in this spot. I'm going to have a look. And if he doesn't do that, they lose the round. There's just no way. Netu's able to strike for 1, probably 2. But because he gets that, they push to round number 24, and then ENCE, what do? They rush B. Just rush B, that's the answer. And they win it, guys. It was a really fantastic series, though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was brilliant from start to finish, and I'm impressed with Partizan, to be honest, because I expected ENCE to win this. I expected this to be maybe a little bit more comfortable than it was, so maybe we've got to start giving a little bit more respect to Partizan as well.
Yeah, I think they'll be a bit bleak that they fell short on both maps, weren't able to make the comeback happen. There was just that middle portion of Dust 2 where we really just didn't get much out of them. They were 6-2 up at one point, and then they won, 5 of the last 6 rounds of the map as well. So that accounted for 11 of the rounds that they were able to win, right? But unfortunately, they just disappeared for too long in the middle of the map, and that cost them at the end of the day.
Well, that's going to wrap up our first quarterfinal, yes. The third one of the day. We've got our last one coming up, and we've got to take a quick break because they're waiting to play our Sinners and HOTU guys. We're going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll have that for you.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him. He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
All right, we're back, gearing up for our last quarterfinal of the day. It's going to be HOTU up against Sinners. This HOTU team is a little odd to me because I looked at it and I'm like, oh, okay, your analyst became a player? Sure, why not? Maybe that's going to work out. It's more than worked out. He is their top fragger on the squad. I don't know what is going on the HOTU side there, Brandon, but it's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, let's just. I think it's probably best we bring up the graphic and take a look at it rather than me looking at my, audio levels all the time. But
we'll get that graphic up.
For HOTU,
I'll take over for now if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say for HOTU, it's literally just like they play really simple CS. They just hit hard. Like it's actually bonkers. Like the way that they play. Like I don't get it.
The one guy that I actually am really happy to see in action once again is actually Duke Fisherer. I remember when I was coming into casting international Counter-Strike in 2021, basically the only Kazakhstan roster, this was before anyone knew who Molodoy was or IC, it was 100 ping gods, appropriately named because they always had high ping, and Duke Fisherer was one of the players in that team. There was like Iceman or there was somebody like that. I can't remember who else was in that team, but he was actually one of the most enterprising players on that team, and it's just cool to see him back. I mean, this HOTU team's had good results. KDO, another one of those names people would be familiar with. Lamparda I've seen around. Is Mizu the guy who was the analyst before, John? I wasn't even
No, it was Duke Fisherer. It was Duke Fisherer.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
That's such a weird thing that he was in the analyst role, but it's good to see him playing once again.
Yeah, no, he was the analyst and he was the coach for GR Gaming. Before that, it's his first stint as a player in Counter-Strike 2, in fact. He hadn't played before for any team officially listed anyway. So yeah, I mean, he's been a revelation for them, without a doubt. As I mentioned, sitting at the top of the team at a 1.28 rating. We're going to see maybe the head-to-head afterwards, not sure. But yeah, he's been very good, Mizu behind him. Let's switch gears now and talk about Sinners, who've also made a couple of changes, right? Kisarek and Stressor have been brought onto the roster to replace Marisco and Zedko. Marisco's had been around anyway for quite a long time, since mid-2024, and now has found his way onto the bench here. How are you guys feeling about that?
Yeah, to be honest, look, this is Sinners' first sort of hurrah into international waters. They're very unknown players, to be honest. Like, Kisarek for me is more known than Stressen, but Stressen has been like one of the best players on this team recently. It's been surprising, but it's been a positive surprise. It's probably the best way to frame it. I didn't expect it a lot, but they're doing a good job, and I've always got a little affinity for Sinners. I don't know why. I always hold them near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I have been a big fan of Sinners for a while, and you know what? I guess I can just save the point for when we jump into the map, because John, we're bidding farewell to you now, mate.
All right, bye guys. Vito's there. You saw it.
Bye.
Have fun.
Let's jump into the action. The fact that it is going to be Sinners who have gone international, Brandon, is just a really, I'm sure it was a massive decision for them to make, because they've always been that regional team. It's the first time that Kisarek has gone international as well, and it looks like they've really hit the ground running. I'm excited by this project, and they've got a big opportunity here against HOTU to get themselves into the semis.
The only thing that's weird for me is, like, you've got Kisarek and Stressen that are playing really well, and then the rest of the guys in the core aren't playing amazing Counter-Strike right now individually. So I wonder if that's just teething issues, but we'll have to see. I've not watched them personally. And look at this. Straight down into B, into Lamparda. And Lamparda is still finding the kills. KDO will get traded. B-Stick has now heard them drop down vents, and he can say to his team, if we can get this bomb, is there any chance we could go A? Or maybe he can flank vents. Okay, well that works out perfectly, doesn't it? B-Stick just gets two kills immediately. Then you've still got the smoking kit. Lamparda's also dealt with. B-Stick is a beast.
I can't believe how he's been able to navigate all three of those frags. I mean, the first one was free when Mizu was busy reloading. Then he finds a favorable angle on the second, and then, well, he's not done just yet either. You were highlighting Stresserin and Kisarek, but this run's all about the IGL.
Can Mr. Duke for Zero do anything? The answer is no. As you got this nice little double setup, B-Stick is the one that takes first contact. Stress on low HP. It's just going to swing back in. A good double out of Lamparda, and yet it's all in vain because the in-game leader, he's got 500 IQ in the pistol, and HOTU are left a little bit shell-shocked.
I wonder what it's like for B-Stick calling now in English. It's obviously the first time that he has played in a non-native team. Of course, he's from the Czech Republic. Had a long career as B-Stick. I almost see him as like a Tabson of Tier 2 kind of thing. Just fully committed to one team for a very long time, looking to build up the region. And it's almost like his hand has been forced to go international. How many times did they try and change the roster, right? Bringing in new talent, fresh blood, bringing back players. Oscar. It happened with... Who was the other guy who constantly was coming in and out of the roster? Let's have a quick look here. Jog my memory. Neofrag was one of them, but I'm thinking of... come on, man. Let's have a look here. Zedko. That was the one who's had a couple stints with Sinners as well. And it's almost like their hand has finally been forced to actually go international now. And you were talking about how Kisarek and Stresserin have been the two strongest fraggers. I think that is okay because they still have B-Stick and Shock who will do like the engine work of the team, and then Peppo on the Yorp can also have big pop-off moments.
Two things. Firstly, that moustache on the skin is hilarious. Shock, nice. And that's the nice positive thing to say. Second one, I'm actually really surprised Shock's still in the lineup because he wasn't playing that well for like 6-7 months. I thought it'd be Zedco maintaining, but I suppose for the way this team's set up and the roles that B-Stick wanted, he's got a lot of trust in Shock. He's been playing with Shock for an awfully long time, so it's probably that dimension of it. But yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise to me.
I can understand why. I feel like he's been underwhelming for a long time. I feel like potential's always there, but that has to eventually just be realized and fulfilled. He's got some incredible first bullet accuracy. I've always felt like he has sort of like star player potential in him, but just don't really get the numbers consistently enough. That's a nice kill.
All right.
Gets out of dodge. Links back through the smoke, no problem.
Kisarek will trade. There's a massive spam going on to help the secret player maybe find something, but Sinners aren't there. And this is classic Sinners. You're going to see this a lot out of them. Really slow, really deliberate in where they want to go. They try to extract value out of almost every second in the round.
Classic B-Stick, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he's one of those IGLs who still has quite a tactical element about his game and the teams that he calls for, but he also does still have that ability to just flip through the gears rapidly when he needs to. These are the sorts of rounds they're generally very good against as well, because they cover all their bases, like you say, against these lighter pistols. They're not taking any unnecessary risks, not leaving anything to chance.
Misu is on a angle here. That's the... These kills are so good that they've just cut me off completely. That's actually just insane. Like, ridiculous. 5-7. Deagle comes over the top from Frontales. Bombs drops. It gets really difficult. It's a 2v2. But that is a ridiculous shot out of Duke for Zero. Remember, he's started here over in Squeaky, pushing the smoke. And Kisarek is on 3 HP, and they know exactly where he is. With 10 seconds, he's got to commit to the plant.
Oh, it's impossible for him. Even if he is able to activate the bomb, he's not going to be able to do much outside of that. But no, Frontales, in style, will match Duke Fisher's double. Deeg's doing the damage, and HOTU are on the board as a result. Just as we're waxing lyrical about how good Sinners are generally against these sorts of buyers and how they're going through the motions and processes so impressively, they've fallen flat on their face.
Well, it was always going to happen, wasn't it, the moment we say things like that.
Naturally.
So that's our fault, Sinners. I'm sorry. And now Shock has got a Tech 9 and no util. They prioritized all the weaponry here. So we need to see some headshots, gents, instead of B-Stick being a magnet for grenades.
Yeah, fights breaking out towards outside right now. KDO goes one and done. That gives some space for Sinners to transition into Secret if they so choose. But HOTU have already made moves of their own, committing 2 players down the vents.
Yeah, this is a nice little setup. Duke4Zero just waiting. As soon as contact comes from the single door, you imagine he's going to go. It's just a patience game. There's the contact. There's the kill, but Peppo, you imagine is going to trade him out, and he does brilliantly. And Beastic is also actually able to catch out Frontales. So for Lamparda, it's a difficult 1v3, but he's given himself a little bit of space, and he's picked up a smoke grenade.
Yeah, he's certainly going to give this one a little looky-loo here. Utility and the kit in play. AK at his disposal as well. Nothing on offer for him, though. Doors closed, and I think the windows are intact as well. No reason for them not to be. Oh, there is one opened up, actually. But he's got to get a move on now. He's starting to just scurry his way forward, and Shock might just try and take the initiative. Oh, he's dinked him. At least that will give him a big advantage now. Lamparda desperately looking for the bomb to try and drop that smoke. With limited health, though, it's going to be very difficult to try and avoid all of the bullets that will be coming his way. And Shock might now start to panic. He's tapping, and ironically, while he's completely blinded, he'll actually get the kill.
That's scary, though. That's a 1v3 for Lamparda. He's able to find the gap, the pre-fire onto the guy top rafters, threads the needle against Shock. Impressive round. But for Sinners, a really good result. They're able to win that one. They don't really stumble after losing that low buy. And now Frontales has got an AWP, but we've got MP9s, 5.7s. This does not feel great if you're HOTU. Sinners can just keep applying the pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this round for HOTU right now as they've actually gone all in. Frontales with the AWP going to be one of the most important aspects of the round. If they lose this, they fall behind the pace of the game by some distance.
The MP9 going for a swing out heaven is something I didn't have on the bingo card for round 5, but we do get to see it. Another one of these slow measured approaches here for Sinners, and a lot of prioritization. Now over towards heaven. And has there been a time in here? Yeah, there has been on Shock, but he now starts to see the player ascending. He needs to get a kill. He's got 4 bullets left, and he has to swap to the Tech 9. Oh my gosh, he has done it. But there's been kills elsewhere. Sinners have just collapsed.
Yeah, I think the bomb is now in full control of the CT side. 40 seconds on the clock for Shock and Beastic to try and recover this right now. Long-time teammates. But I don't even know if they're going to attempt this, Brandon. I mean, they're not in any position to consider. Duke4Zero, again, has gone through the smoke at the perfect timing.
Beastic will able to at least alleviate a little bit of pressure, and now he knows that Frontales is here. He's also been able to scoop up the bomb. No, he commits to it. Wow, I did not think he was committing to that plant. I thought he was going to fake it, get Duke4Zero out in the open, but Duke4Zero on low HP swings, takes the kill. HOTU, they get another round, and there's a tech pause because KDO has just DC'd.
I'm also surprised he doesn't fake the plant there to try and draw the player out.
That's what I'm saying,
enough time on the clock, and also he knew Duke4Zero was in lobby moments before that. And that's a very costly round for Sinners to lose. They've got absolutely no money, and that was a golden opportunity for them to go up 4-1, anti-eco 5-1, kind of sail off into the sunset early on here on their T side of Nuke, but HOTU have now kept them within arm's reach, and Sinners are inclined to force buy.
This is now back-to-back rounds where HOTU have only won on the low buy. Sinners are at a point where they definitely could have started to run away with the T side, but now it's a very even contention point for HOTU. Like, they can even just go into the lead and they can start generating momentum, which would be very bad for Sinners, because remember, this is Sinners' map pick. Yes, it's still very early into this map, but you give HOTU a little bit of momentum, they're just going to charge forward on it. Well, Kado's mouse is lagging.
Interesting.
Maybe give it
What
some
does that
water.
even mean?
Give it a little bit of food.
Yeah. Can't say I've heard of that one before. At least he's back in the server. We're hearing some ticks in chat, so hopefully that means he's going to be back soon enough.
Yeah, if your mouse is lethargic and is lagging a little bit, remember to check in on it. Pet care is key, even if you are playing Counter-Strike all day.
Yeah, make sure that wheel is still there in the corner. Can
That
keep
powers my
itself fit and
PC, I
healthy.
think.
Yeah. I've got... Never mind. That's actually
Okay,
best
no.
kept to myself.
All right, no worries. That's really weird, for sure.
Yeah, no, I know. It's one of those things that you just don't really think it through the entire way before you decide to head in that direction, and then before I committed. Anyway, we're back in the game. Perfect timing to just shift the conversation across here.
You reeled yourself back in.
Yeah, I had to. I like my job. And
Okay,
HOTU,
yep.
But they've now got a moment where they can kind of get some control here on Nuke, and they've gotten themselves an opening kill.
Is that just a spam through the smoke? The Frontalis break it? Yeah, I imagine they did break it. Another one, didn't see anything. It's just going to be an A-pop. Trying to get something extracted out of this round. Our Sinners. Through Hut they go. Straight in to Duke Fishura. And Lampada. Misu's also there, so Sinners think, oh, let's see if we can get the bomb down ramp. JK, Kado's here. Mouse no longer lagging.
HOTU have not taken a single point of damage here in the round, let alone been at any risk of losing a player in the process, and eventually Peppo will rip off ahead, but he'll go down immediately afterwards. HOTU just on the scene. They're so quick to make these moves. Not holding back, not playing too conservatively. Just suffocating Sinners, who are now going to have to eco.
Yeah, that's the thing for HOTU is when you watch them, look at how quick they are to react to things. Like suddenly there's like 4 people there. The over rotates go crazy on this team. Like genuinely, like they're ridiculous.
Yeah, very active, as far as I can tell in the pretty early stages here of Nuke. Mizu makes light work of the players emerging through from the doors. He's gotten himself a quad kill. Easy cleanup for him. Actually, the one name I haven't seen before is Mizu. Up some very good numbers lately, so I'm looking forward to seeing him get his job done here in the series and see what he's all about.
So yesterday, Zola was saying that this roster, this HOTU roster, was built around Mizu.
Okay.
So
They've got Mo as the coach, which is interesting.
yeah, Mr. Major winner.
Mm-hmm. With Gambit in 2017, I think.
Yes, sounds right. They beat Immortals in that final. The final no one expected.
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting game. I'll just never forget that Hobbit.
Oh, there was
perfect
a
from
hole. There was a
him.
hole in the door. Sorry,
Yes.
I didn't realize there was a hole in the door. I just thought that was insane. But it
I
wasn't
still think
insane.
it's one of the craziest teams to win a major, like Mo, Adren, Dozier, Zeus, and Hobbit.
It doesn't,
And they
just
didn't
doesn't
get
sound
much
real,
done
does it?
afterwards. Yeah, Zeus then left the team. He went back to Navi. Kane was the coach. It does sound like a fever dream. All right, big moment here for Sinners in the follow-up gun round. AWP in play for Frontales on the front lines. Clues in the name there for him. Misses his shot, misses the follow-up. Kisserek punishes, and Sinners on the
Whoa.
front foot as he's doubled down through the smoke.
Will be traded by Lampada, and Duke Fishura is still here, just in garage. As I say, look at all the rotates already. There's like 3 players outside now, and they just swing. They just swing and take kills. Shock's thinking, okay, well, you're all here. Sure, I'll just be on the A-bomb site. Duke Fishura, a little bit aware that this could be a possibility. Kado should have no idea that Shock is in towards heaven. Yep. Walk straight into that one. Immediate trade out of Duke Fishura. That's my analyst. He's 9-4.
Yeah, he's having a great time of it right now. Some really clean shots out of him. And it's going to be Peppo left alone in the 1 versus 2. He's going to have free reign of the speed bomb site. And he could get off the site here as well. He can do it discreetly. Lots of steps being made in towards Vent right now, but I don't think he's going to expect both players. It's a well-timed molly as he closes the door. Duke Fisher just charges straight through. My goodness, they both fully commit, and Peppo says, don't mind if I do.
That's a really silly thing to do if you're HOTU. Like, you understand it, right? Because they're accelerating, they're trying to catch him off guard completely, but you're giving away so much audio. You're also just burning in the fire. Peppo holds his nerve. He's been so good in clutch situations when he first joined the Sinners squad. Get to see another example of it there. Shout out Kisarek, because those are 2 beautiful openers. He gets outside. Finally, Sinners are back. And they've done already good work. 4 rounds on the T side, hoping just for a couple more. That would be more than enough.
Yeah, 4 out of 8 is already a decent return for them. If they could get 1 or even 2 more, 2 probably leave them feeling the happier of the 2 teams. Mizo goes searching. Thankfully for him, Frontales is in tow to trade.
He's gone down the vent. He's gone down the vent immediately to try and cut these players off. Duke Fishura's first bullet accuracy is crazy.
Quite something, yeah.
And now for Frontales, he can just hold for the secret push. Peppo is going to go and greet him in just a sec with Kisarek. And Sinners have to commit down B. They've got no other control.
Oh, Lamparda's in an absolutely power position right now. Oh no, the gun model's actually covered Stressor, and we'll get that frag for free. That is a kill that certainly does change the context of the round all of a sudden. It's forced Frontales back up the ladder to try and clear lobby.
This is so aggressive out of Frontales, but he has to go and do this. Missed shot. And that should create the space to maybe get the bomb down. They're being loud about it. Maybe Frontales can start to hear this. There's no rotate still, but that molly will give over the indication. It's a 2v2, and Frontales has let them know he's also down here.
Wait, hang on. No one's really looking for the single door right now. That's criminal. He's going to get a kill. Kisarek trades and then goes straight back into the site. He's not expecting KDO to have immediately taken back control and HOTU make the retake theirs.
I'm in disbelief, but to be fair to Sinners, if I'm trying to think about why they did that, you don't imagine the AWP by himself is going to drop down vents, then walk through the molly and be loud about it, then open the single door all by himself. There is no cover, there is no opportunity for anyone to trade him. But it's his individual play. It gets Kato on the line. Kisarek just assumes they're going to be playing together. They don't.
Yeah, I think what's the most impressive about HOTU's successes on the CT side so far is it's not only like they're winning the rounds off of strong starts, they've even been able to make a couple impressive retakes happen here as well. And now it's painted Sinners into this awkward position where they've actually had to save their money. I mean, forced here in the round because a save wouldn't have gotten them a buy in the next. Couple AKs, Tech 9s in the mix as well. Lose this though, then 8-4 starts to become a fairly plausible halftime scoreline. KDO can't get out of dodge. He's going to get chased down. Great opening kill here for Sinners, and they're going to try and ride that all the way into the B-bomb side.
Nice little ding as well onto front top.
Oh, Mizu's in the corner. Mizu's not going to get cleared, although Peppo does glance in that direction. Okay, 3 versus 5 now. And it's going to be a plethora of frags. Sinners just making this force buy look easy.
Yes, they are. Oh dear. There we go.
I'm just glad you're back there. I feared the worst for a second.
I always fear the worst. Oh no, now it's just
Okay, so sorry, that was all on me.
It's a Thunderpick.
That was all on me, Brandon. That's I take full responsibility. My humblest apologies. As Sinners level it up at 5 apiece, Frontales will remain alive. I don't think we're going to see the CT side invest here. It'd make more sense that they save and get a full buy in the next, but Doesn't look like they're having any of it. Frontales immediately drops the M4 across to Duke Fisherer. And now it's actually Sinners who have got a golden opportunity to pursue 7-5 on the half in their favor, which would be a massive return on their T side.
Yes, yeah, it would. I'm just going to speak in really small. Oh, never mind. Oh, we're back. Oh, dearie me. I need to hit this microphone.
The one time where beating up your devices actually is advisable. Either way, I said that HOTU were going to full force. They decided against it smartly. I'm glad they didn't go all in here, because they have got a full buy coming into the next round had they saved their money, which they have. It now all hinges on Frontales as they're looking to try and get themselves in towards lobby. In the meantime, Sinners are making moves. They're already so deep in towards Secret, and there's only 2 USPs for them to contest just. There's not really much of a problem or a risk in the round here for this T side.
Right, I'm now eating my microphone, so it should be fine.
How does it taste?
Broken. Frontales? Oh, can he do anything here with this AWP? It's going to be difficult if the doors all swing open all at once. They're in the right spot here. In fact, like, everyone is down B. I think now you know that this has to be the B stack. And yeah, Kisarek, I love that little bait to get Kato to open the door, and Mizu follows through. Stressen, in the meanwhile, has taken all the space. And Beastick says, never mind, I'm just going to kill you.
Man, there's been some really sharp moments in this half so far from Sinners where the individuals have just looked really good. Kisarek and Beastick, I think, in particular. I mean, I know Peppo also has 9 kills, but just in terms of sheer raw mechanical firepower and how crisp they've looked, Beastick and Kisarek, for me, have been on top, kind of alongside Duke Fisher. And Sinners have a lead now.
A very deserved lead as well, because they were winning so many of these rounds early. But Frontales just keeps going. The fact he's ready for Shock, hoping to grab another kill, it doesn't happen this time. So Frontales, his glass cannon will at least get 1.
Yeah, then Kisarek and Peppo answer back immediately afterwards, so to tip the scales in their team's favor. 2 kills in the blink of an eye. HOTU, I mean, if they end 7-5, they're going to feel like they've certainly left rounds on the table in this first half, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Considering that they won, what, 2 low-buy rounds and then weren't really able to get the ball rolling, I think Sinners had an incredible resurgence, considering that they're in the lead, and they were the ones that could have had their economy reset like multiple times in this first half. Is there any way this gets scary? Well, yes, because Peppo's got the bomb, and KDO's dealt with Stressen.
Okay, so back into even keel now here in the round. How do Sinners navigate their way into a bomb site from here? Because all 3 of their players are actually particularly isolated. KDO's timed. Oh my goodness, a 3v3 into a 3v1. Frontales on the A side, though. Is this where they're going to look to finish the round? I mean, it almost feels fair that he does deserve a shot with KDO having timed out. There we go. He's dropped the bomb carrier. This is no longer about looking for the plants. It's about looking for the kills. Frontales dropped down to 37 health, but he's still alive and kicking. Kisarek looking to try and desperately force this fight. Frontales is looking to stay alive, but Kisarek will round the site and get the kill, and that's 7-5 locked in.
That's such a shame, really, for like KDO to time out, and then Frontales is in the right place at the right time. He does everything in the round. He gets the opening kill. He nearly closes, but I love the little movement out of Kisarek. He makes noise on that left-hand side, then just immediately cuts it. Frontales has got to make a decision. His gamble is completely wrong.
And that's a huge return for Sinners, winning 4 of the last 5 rounds in the half there to give themselves a lead now going into their CT side. I mean, you look at their stats on Nuke. They played the map 12 times in the past 3 months. And they've had some really good results lately, beating Alliance 13-1, Metizport 13-8, Ruby 13-7. Those are some convincing victories. Looking to add another one to that tally.
Yeah, this would be a lovely result. for Sinners. I think as well, like, especially when you've just made this change, especially where you've gone international, you want to have one deep run in the tournament early, just to give, I guess, proof of concept of the roster. I think for Beastic as well, that would feel really good for his morale and just his confidence, like, okay, this was the right decision. And I think what's interesting here is the fact that everyone's actually playing to a very similar level. You've got Beastic, Kisarek, and Peppo all within just 1 kill of each other. Stressen, I know, is very good on the CT side, so I imagine he's going to step up a little bit. Everything's going quite well right now for Sinners.
Absolutely. Sitting pretty and winning a pistol round would go a long way in pushing them towards that finish line here on Nuke. That's a very good shot from Beastic. I must say, this is one of the most impressive maps I've seen from Beastic in a while. I mean, in terms of the volume of kills, but how clean he's looking in these gunfights.
As soon as you say that.
Classic.
Hey, he got the kill. It's fine. Nice
all that
shot out of
matters.
Frontales. That was sickening. He tries to clear Stressen, but Stressen just deletes. I said he was good on the CT side, but that is a little bit dramatic, Stressen. You didn't need to do him quite like that. 2 1-taps instantaneously.
Yeah, first time I'm actually having the pleasure of casting both Kisarek and Stressen. I mean, I might have seen Kisarek somewhere in one of the Polish teams before. I don't necessarily remember it, but you can just see how strong these guys are mechanically and why Beastic has decided to pick them both up. A lot of people will be looking at this and thinking, Sinners, you've gone international for Stresserin and Kisarek, really? But clearly they've got the vision, and I'm always one that's going to back Beastic's decision-making. Shock here, smartly falling back. Eventually can't fall back any further. Has to stand and fight. This is against the Force by the way. He gets 3 kills and an assist.
Frontales is trying to go through the smoke, but he can't figure it out. He's now just elected just to sit in the corner. And will eventually get removed. Stressen, back-to-back rounds, has now just sat in the corner and has got Sinners the round win.
All right, well, double digits now on the table for Sinners. Ripe for the taking. Just the Deagles to contend, and I mean, these Deagles have been plucky already. We've seen how deadly HOTU have been with these hand cannons in the first half. Duke Fisherer and Frontales in particular. Lampada also had an important double kill, I think. This is a nice angle from Beastic. You're not really clearing this as you... Oh. Yeah.
He got cleared.
I have so much more power than I realize, man.
Try it one more time.
Stresserin absolutely doesn't get any kills from this position. There's no way HOTU win this round.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, you've done enough now.
Well, I just jinxed on both sides to actually see what ends up happening.
Shock's going to kill them all, is what's happening here.
Okay, alright. Let's see KDO tear his head off 1D. Alright. You know what? It's one of those things where if you look at it, then it disappears, right? If you actually try. It's like, you know what it's like? Do you have any of those floaters in your eyes, Brandon, where it looks like it's just a little blurry? But whenever you try and look at it, it moves away. Gets a little shy.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a little shy.
Yeah, man. It's like, ooh.
Ooh, woo. I float away.
And then you try and look over. Oh, I'm over here now. It's going off in this direction. Can't catch me, but I am there. 10-5. And this next gun round is everything for HOTU.
I think this is fun, and I'm going to do a behind the scenes. And one of the things I love working about with JRT is that obviously he has to listen to us just bang on about stuff. And obviously we get a little bit silly sometimes, but I get immense satisfaction when he just types lol in the chat. That's how I know we've done a good job.
Little dopamine hit there for you, like a pat on the back. Yeah, fair enough, man. Oh, Kisaric peppering the smoke there actually ends up exposing KDO. And they both trade damage. Mizu didn't actually expect him to stop there. The counter strafe out in the open is enough to best B-stick. And look at this. They're not letting go of W. They're just charging all the way into this B-bomb side.
Mizu's now holding for this vent rotate. Shock's in a really good spot. Just to maybe be this late round closer. And Stressen can just replenish this smoke on Squeaky. Pressure's going to be applied to Shock here. If he can just deny the bomb, if he can just waste it enough time, that's going to be enough, because Pepo can be in quick pursuit. But I am worried about this angle because he's so deep that control room window can just see him instantaneously.
Yeah, Shock has just no room to maneuver right now. Himself and Pepo have to find some sort of a way to lock this bomb site down between the two of them. And Shock has been able to find a kill, but yeah, he was always going to go down immediately afterwards. And Shock is now, Pepo's so worried about a play through ramp, but that play doesn't exist. In fact, the point of contact's going to shift into the A bomb side. Stresser in Squeaky's good for one. There's a player in heaven as well. Pepo now has to shift to try and join up with his teammate, and HOTU will get a bomb plant in the meantime.
This is actually really difficult for Sinners on this retake because you've only got an AWP, and that's lurking through lobby. Mizu knows that the rotations maybe would have come from that direction, but Pepo hits the shot immediately, and it's up to Kado, who was this first player lurking lobby the whole time. Kisarek fired off at him over towards heaven, so now he knows that Pepo has to be coming from this direction, but who cares whether he's got an AWP or whether he's got a rifle, because Pepo hit both shots anyway. Sinners are 11-5 up.
You can't even fault KDO for how he plays that, just standing out in the open. He even advances forward, and you could see that Pepo was clearing slightly deeper when he rounds the corner than when KDO was positioned, but he's just able to adjust anyway with some gnarly flicks there. He gets both of those kills. Maybe not even necessary flicks, but just really quick shots out of him, and it's those shots where if you miss them, you just immediately die, right? But he connects.
Okay, time to be critical now. Major winning coach. Yeah, absolutely. Why is the first pause at 11-5?
Yeah, I mean, they were even falling apart at one point in the first half, right? They lost 4 of the last 5 rounds. Probably should have been looking to call a pause there at one point. Game almost entirely out of control, almost too far gone. Brandon, look at the kill distribution here on Sinners. There's, what, a 3-kill difference between the top and the bottom of the scoreboard. Everybody's positive.
What do you even say at 11-5 down when you haven't taken a pause all game? Just go, well, boys, it's not gone great, has it? Yeah.
Just hit the lol, man.
B-Stick thinking about getting aggressive outside just a little bit. Lampada up and over, hoping to find it. They don't. And instead, everything's going to be a little bit of just a stalemate.
Yeah, for now, I'm going to look to start to try and cross outside. And as we'll realize that there is a chance that they may have been able to get across here, so someone's going to have to respond soon enough. All the pressure on HOTU. They haven't won a round yet here in the second half. In fact, were they not leading like 5-4 at one point, I think, or something like that? I'll have to check back on HLTV, but certainly has fallen apart almost entirely for them. Kisarek draws first blood. At least there is still space being afforded them in towards Secret, but surely Sinners are going to start to respond soon enough and shift somebody down. There's just nobody in position right now.
They're going down Secret now, literally, as you say. You're going to have this double layering in towards Secret. B-Stick now walking forward first. And Kisarek's right behind him. Good trade space in here, and he's just seen the bomb. So B-Stick's going to give chase.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for HOTU. They're still focused on trying to deal with ramp and trying to lock down this bomb plant. That is a major kill onto Kisarek. Beastick will activate. He's now dropped that bomb carrier. And with only 13 seconds left on the clock, this starts to get awkward. Beastick continues to frag. Duke Fisher will scoop up the bomb. And KDO will provide the cover necessary in the meantime. Stressor now left in the 1v2. Opens up the doors. But then gets dropped by KDO. And HOTU will survive.
I have no idea how they survived that, because with Beastick dropping that bomb, Peppo overextends, right? Peppo doesn't need to go around the corner at ramp, but he's just trying to see for Beastick if there's anyone really close to him. And then just KDO hits some bangers. But yeah, they did play it a little bit individual there, Sinners. HOTU able to weave their way back in, but an awesome round out of KDO.
Absolutely. Hit some really clean and important shots. He's had a pretty quiet map so far, so good to see him coming to the table when they need him the most. And now, despite the fact that they lost 4 rounds to start off the second half, not a huge amount of money here for Sinners coming into the following. There's a 5-7 and an MP9 to plug the gaps. And a big part of the success for HOTU in that previous round was how they were able to get into secret without much of a contest. This time, Peppo's responded by taking the AWP down there.
Yeah, look, I mean, that makes sense that you've had so many instances for Sinners where they've not rotated quickly enough. So they remedy it by saying, look, start down there, don't move, good luck. And of course, it's the round that HOTU are going to slow it down. Kisarek goes 1 for 1, but again, that's still further information. Shock in the corner, maybe hoping that someone overextends. No one is.
Yeah, KDO now looking to make a move to try and bypass these players in lobby. And then start to crunch in towards the A bomb site. Stressorin's chasing him down, and he actually will come out on top of that fight. It's a key kill, but then Stressorin, that almost looked a bit lackadaisical from him. Beastick will be rewarded for his patience and his passive position. Man advantage now for Sinners, but I don't think they can do much to actually contest this bomb plant. So HOTU still have a pretty good chance, despite the fact they're down by a man.
Yeah, I thought Peppo might come up the vent, but he can't really because he's got the AWP. They should know about Shock, because obviously he fired off shots from ramp. And Beastick's in sports. So you got a pretty good idea of where these players are. Sinners just need to go together.
Yeah, and Peppo has to try and find a way to get up the ladder. Beastick is just going to charge forward with some assertiveness. It's now Frontales in the corner. Misses the shot on Shock and then gets taken down immediately afterwards. And Sinners make light work there with their force buy. They go up 12-6 and they've got 6 chances to finish off the job.
The money as well just isn't brilliant for HOTU. Like, they've got 3,500 each, so maybe you can get some AKs. It's going to be Galil's. Utility's going to be lacking. One of the best chances that Sinners are going to have to close this game, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. This will be their best chance, right? Because as HOTU start to string rounds together, they'll make sure they've got AKs and util, but it's not an awful investment for HOTU to try and keep themselves alive. The problem is they've only won 1 out of the past, I think, like 6 rounds we've had here in the second half. And now they have to win 6 in a row. They really have dropped off massively. I mean, it feels like a team that are really good at riding their momentum when they have it behind them, but once they've lost that momentum, it has been fairly abysmal, I'm afraid.
Well, the thing is their CS isn't structured, and like it's really one-dimensional. So as soon as you put a stop to that, and it'll be funny, like an in-game leader like Beastick will eat this alive, like more often than not. It's going to be really difficult, and it has to be the individuals doing the damage, where Lamparda's had a rough one. KDO's got 3 of his kills just in 1 round. Duke Fishura hasn't been the same Duke Fishura of the first half.
Not at all.
It's just been lacking.
And they need somebody to be the spark that can ignite the fight back. Someone to have a big multi-kill round. Spur everybody else on. I thought that might have been KD a couple rounds ago, but didn't really get a huge amount done afterwards. So here we go, 12-6. Again, it's a very similar look from HOTU in pretty much all of these rounds, Brandon. Very slow, grindy, working outside, working secret, not getting a huge amount done throughout this portion of the round, and then hoping they've shifted the pieces enough to find a gap for an execute.
It looks like finally Peppo's going to be tested and rewarded after 2 rounds of not being able to do anything. But Kisarek gets removed, and wow. Duke Fishura has just walked into Garage and has just dropped the bomb. Beastick and Shock now combine. Oh, but Pepo pushes. I said he was being patient. He's anything but. Beastic is now all alone. At least he's got the C4.
Yeah, he has, and an AK here to aid his cause as well. 40 seconds on the clock. This is no longer about getting the bomb. It's about just looking for the kill. And I thought Beastic had that frag dead to right, but Mizu just crouches in the middle of the fight. And I think that Mizu kind of baited Pepo. Can't really fault Pepo for pushing. He's thinking, okay, Beastic's dropped the bomb in garage. So that means HOTU's attention is going to turn to actually trying to recover the C4. And he's thinking if there's anybody in secret, they've probably turned their back. And I think Mizu may even have sold a little audio cue footstep that he's shifting away from secret stairs. I didn't catch it, but it looked like he did step. And that's what drew Pepo forward, thinking he'd fallen back.
All right. Well, then, correct me, because I was surprised he pushed. I understand it, obviously, because the bombs dropped, as you say, but having no direct info about outside because you've played such a passive line, obviously your main player in Kissarek's been removed early, it's still such a risk to just go there by yourself, you know?
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I can get behind the play.
Oh, no, of course.
I think it was unnecessary. Certainly a big moment in the round. Mizu with the multi-kill there to get his team across the line. And now this is a ghastly force buy for Sinners. My goodness.
Yeah.
Doesn't get easier than this for HOTU when, as far as an investment is concerned.
So if they win this, 12-8, Eco, 12-9, 3-round game. That's if they win this, though.
Surely, right? Surely this is a round that they have in the bag before we've even begun.
It's a nice little setup down here. B-stick. Oh. Why did I say anything? He was in the corner and then I say something and he moves.
Mizu just seems to be the boss of Secret right now as well. He's just winning every gunfight in that part of the map. And again, it's the exact same opening from HOTU that we've seen every single round here on their T side so far. Numbers towards outside, looking for fights, getting control.
Shock's heard them
and then
drop,
working aside
right?
from there. Yeah.
So Pepo has to be recalled back in. I don't really like how forward facing he is, but there is a smoke there, I suppose. 45 seconds. Again, just such a slow burn here from HOTU. They're really waiting for Sinners to react.
Shocksteeg is certainly one of my favorite aspects to watch of his game. I was talking about his first bullet accuracy earlier. He's connected a shot. He had 20 seconds on the clock, Brandon. This could start to get quite scary. Pepo will connect on one of his own. I'm surprised he's kind of exposed himself as much as he has. And it's now all on Stresserin. Good for the first, but he can't double down. If he gets both those kills, immediately just wins around for his team. Kisarek, though, is going to look to charge forward with the MP9. And he will be able to get the first frag, but then the kill at range is never going to work out. MP9 against the Galil. He comes off second best. And HOTU indeed make it 12-8.
Just about. But Lampada goes from outside killing Shocking Garage to then running down and bailing out his team. Pretty ridiculous, but my goodness me, that's about as close as it gets for the buy that we both grimaced at for Sinners. A lot of damage being inflicted. Now this one has to be the force of the hand, has to be the eco. And for HOTU, they will, in fact, as we say, make this a 3-round game. Unless they get ecoed, which they shouldn't.
Nah, surely not. I mean, the one thing that is quite interesting is that Sinners have got 3 players behind default. But this MAC-10 should just chew them up and spit them out, man. Put them in some body bags. Right, guys? Yeah, there we go. Lampada will be the one to seal the deal. Some neat kills in the round, but not much to celebrate here for Sinners. 12-9, the imminent scoreline. Lose that, 12-10, Eco 12-11. So Sinners have got effectively 2 gun rounds between here and overtime.
No warp either, unless Pepo goes glass cannon. But to be honest, with the position he's playing, he's being told to go secret more often than not. I'd prefer him on a M4. So I don't actually think this is a really big detriment here to Sinners.
Yeah, probably not. He feels like a pretty good hybrid player in general. Look at this from HOTU. We're actually seeing a stark contrast in these past 2 rounds in terms of how they're approaching these rounds. KDO just charges straight through. Kisserek's completely blind. Stressroom keeps him alive for a little bit longer. He has to double down, let alone triple down. Fantastic return out of Stressroom. The question is it enough?
Love this out of B-Stick. B-Stick just says, okay, well, I'm going to go all the way around in towards lobby. I'm going to prevent you from going back. And they've just dropped vent. Frontales has got his knife out, and he's already opened up the door. Hits the shot on shot. Shouldn't be ready for Pepo, and he isn't. That's the bomb dropped. The issue for Pepo and B-Stick is that they're really far away from each other. Pepo should not peek.
Give it up, right? Yeah, give up the bomb plant. And just try and join up with your captain to affect the 1 versus 2 retake. No need to isolate any jewels. B-Stick will make his way down the vent, and Pepo's going to do everything he can to keep the attention focused on him. Does B-Stick go through the flames here? Maybe. As Duke Fisher looks to get off the site, he will be able to slide across into double doors. But Pepo will cut his head right off, and Sinners have got the job done.
Yeah, really important moment there. Stressen at the back of A bomb site said he was really good on CT sides, and he's worth his weight in gold. He actually bails out Kisserek for that first frag, and then just finds 3 more. A nervy end to that game, but Sinners are able to get it over the line, and now we go to John for a full breakdown.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Yeah, we're going to go right into this analysis segment. And really, Sinners got off to a great start. 3 out of the first 4 rounds on your T side is already nice, but we saw that recovery from HOTU attempt to come through. It was a force buy in round number 5 that I think both teams kind of playing with fire on with their economies, but, you know, it ends up working out for HOTU, at least, in that 5th round. B-Stick was trying to clutch a 1v3, and he almost gets it done, but it ends up dying on the plant attempt. Chose not to fake it, and I think it was being questioned by Hayes. I kind of agree. You know, just the micro details maybe a little bit off in that round for Sinners, and then that leads to a 3-round run from HOTU, and Mizu also gets the ace on the anti-eco, but that's not the main point. I think it's round number 9 where I felt like HOTU were about to run away with things, just because individually they looked impressive. Frontalis, by himself with the AWP, gets 3 ridiculous frags, goes aggressive into Squeaky, which you don't see very often, but he's trying to take that fight, wins it, even though he misses the first shot, and then falls back himself to go back to that B site and also get a ridiculous peek out of Decon in towards the site. So, I mean, look, individually, I think that's where it starts and finishes, unfortunately, though, for HOTU. And Brandon said it best, right? This is a team that doesn't really have much structure. They rely on the individual plays, and you could feel it, right? You could feel them kind of stumbling at the starting gate in a lot of these rounds because of the way B-Stick was calling the rounds, because of how patient he was playing them, and they just never really had an opportunity to crack through in that second half until like a brief spurt between round number 19 and round number 21. But after that, you know, Stressor in 3K settles things down completely, and Pepo ends it with that last frag to make it 13-9 in favor of Sinners. Another round I wanted to highlight, though, is round number 16, right? HOTU go for a quick play into the B site, and I feel like they made a mistake here because they had Sinners on the ropes. They were going into B, 2 players kind of isolated. They didn't recognize that, though, and then they get a trade, but they're not confident, so they go back up to A, and because of that, they had a man advantage going back up to A. But then as soon as they go in, they don't have the information, and then they get caught off, and it ends up being an even numbers 2v2. After that, it still looked rough, right, for Sinners, because you have Pepo on the op going to lobby. You're like, this isn't going to be possible. Even Brandon's like, I don't think this is going to happen. I didn't either, but he hits 2 rippers, right? The first one to make it a 2v1, then he ends up in the 1v1, doesn't care about the rifles. There's rifles available. No, don't need that. Swings with the op and hits another ridiculous shot. I mean, that's just on point for Pepo. And yes, you know, the follow-up round still goes to HOTU, but I mean, that was the critical one to give them that 11th round on the board. And then once you have that big of a lead, it's always going to be an attempted comeback on the other side. And while HOTU somehow in the most chaotic round I think we saw in round number 17 managed to go back and forth and take it to get a 6th, it just wasn't enough. It was too little too late from a HOTU squad that needs a little more of a second layer to their attacks. You know, there's not much after those first opening salvos are thrown, and if the individuals don't pop off, you don't get much afterwards. So anyway, look, we're going to go on to that second map. Sinners have the 1-0 lead. We'll break that one down for you after this break.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
All right, we're jumping back into things here, getting ready for Dust 2. This is going to be HOTU's map pick, and I think for a team that enjoys, playing individually, a little unstructured CS, I think Dust 2 is the perfect playground, and it has been great for them. 3 wins, only 1 loss. Last win against Trick, 13-10. Before that against Metizport, 13-9. And Sinners, this is a map that they're trying to work their way back into. It used to be their permaban, really, that they didn't really want to play, but I guess with these 2 new additions, they're moving into it now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what it's going to look like for Sinners here on Dust 2. Listen, I think it's a map that they will eventually be able to integrate into their wheelhouse. It's just about how much work they've been able to do on the map, and I think that they're just going to be really happy that they got the win on Nukes. They've got that 1-0 insurance policy behind them now going into Dust. So they don't have the pressure of having to win here on Dust to keep themselves alive. So, I mean, that probably also means that they can play a bit more freely, just kind of test the waters a bit more, and I'm expecting them to be competitive at the bare minimum.
Yeah, I think Stressor and Kisarek actually looked pretty good on the previous map for Sinners, though. Fitting it right into place on Nuke. HOTU, yes, they had their flashes and spurts and starts, but Sinners put them down pretty handily. I feel like, we could still get a good look from Sinners here on Dust 2 if those players continue to pop off for them.
Yeah, I think so too. Brandon doesn't, though. Brandon thinks Sinners stand no chance and they're going to get absolutely rinsed. But you are right. We saw some big moments from the individuals, and that could be enough to carry them across the line here on Dust. I mean, let's not forget the way that HOTU kind of just disappeared, towards the end of the first half and throughout the start of the second as well, which just does leave me slightly concerned for their cause. I will say Lamparda with the AWP had some moments. Was the Frontales rather with the AWP had some moments, so he's going to have to deliver in that fashion again here on Dust.
Yeah, no question. I don't know if Brandon can talk at this point. I don't know if the
We can try.
Oh, hey, there we go. Yeah, what are your thoughts, Brandon? Go ahead.
I think, look, the fact that Beastick's playing so well, I think sets a really good baseline for Sinners, and that's actually where I get a little bit scared for HOTU, because their individuals, they were there and then they weren't. For Sinners, it was consistent.
All right, well, we're going to jump right into the action right now, guys. Take it away.
Grazie mille, John.
Yes, thank you.
Go. Brandon's favorite time of the broadcast is over, and now we can cast some Counter-Strike.
Lovely. Now I can recline. You should see the casting position I'm in right now. It is horrific.
Would I not be too impressed with your posture?
I don't. You would not like it whatsoever, and it's still not really helping it, but we'll keep going. Lamparda takes space in towards lower tunnels. In fact, the whole gang's here, and Stresson's trying to block with a smoke.
Yeah, HOTU have left a lot of space open towards long, and I reckon... Oh, excuse me, it's Sinners on the CT side. Flip that. Sinners have left quite a lot of space, and that's why Pepo is now rotating back onto the site itself to cover it. But they're actually, if they don't start making any moves, they're very well set up to deal with what's coming their way, because even though Kisarek will be smoked off, he can still be a bit of a menace and try and draw the attention away from his teammates on the B site itself, and he's actually been boosted up. That's a nice clean tap on the first, trying to chip away at the other. And he does bring Frontales low. That enables B-Stick, and it's almost a flawless pistol round from Sinners to open up.
Brilliant. Like, that was a lovely little bait and switch there. The smoke isn't thrown properly, so it doesn't cover the boost. And as a result, Kisarek is just able to take enough attention for the players out B to all swing immediately. Only, what, 1 kill out of Duke Fissura. Not the ideal start here, and it was Sinners doing their best work on this CT side, so I really expect it to continue here, especially with how flat some of those rounds look for HOTU. If I'm HOTU, I just want them to be really aggressive, or I want them to really flex their individuals. That's what's got them here so far.
Yeah, and you're not going to beat Sinners at the game of trying to be tactical and methodical. That is not where you're going to find success. Play into your strengths, as you kind of highlight there. It's going to be an eco round from HOTU here. Frontales has got that hero scout. Become a very popular option on the T side of Dust if you save in the second round, and then essentially just get a scout in the gun round as well. And he is going to go searching here. If he can find this head of Pepo, there's a big chance in the round. Pepo smartly not offering up anything, though, enabling B-Stick, who just mops them up. Scout gets in on the axe, but just for 1 kill, traded immediately afterwards, and Sinners are off to a good start.
4-1 for Mr. Beestick again. I know that was 3 kills just there on an eco, but the fact he ends Nuke on 17, like, really is important to talk about, and that's why I wanted to bring it up for map 2, because the fact that he is able to be and just sort of like generating this amount of consistency is really going to help sort of give Stressan, give Kisarek the flexibility to move, and it also means that Pepo doesn't have to be sort of rooted in. When Pepo first joined this roster, he was getting really aggressive peaks, he was doing whatever he wants. It feels like he's calmed down a little bit now, and it has been sometimes figured out in the tier 2, tier 3 space, so I hope now with Beestick raising his individual level, Pepo can go back to reinventing himself.
I mean, the potential is just mega with Pepo, right? Undeniable. Had a number of very good AWPers to work with. Has Beestick, Oscar, 4C, Oscar again, Pepo now. And it's going to be Shock who's just standing out in the open. He's got Stresser in behind him, and they're both holding the line, waiting for somebody to peek. This just goes immediately one of 2 ways. There'll be nothing in between. Although, Shock could get caught with Util up. They drop that smoke grenade. They're going to chase him down. Stresser in there to try and alleviate some of the pressure. But Shock's gone down. It's all on Stresser's shoulders. And unfortunately, he'll follow suit.
I was about to say, look, Stressan's really good for just getting these kills and bailing out his teammates. Did it with Kisarek on Nuke floor. And then I was sure he was about to get a multi-kill there. But unfortunately, he isn't. I can't believe Shock gets so close there just to start jiggling with the smoke when he's not actually directly had a look in towards tunnels before he starts making that play. That feels like a little bit of an oversight.
Yeah, it was just, they were completely caught off guard there. Decided to try and change the setup at the worst possible moment. And as I was saying, the round lives and dies with how those fights go down in the B bomb side, because rotations were so far away. They were iced out by the utility as well. HOTU trading 2 for 1 was basically always just going to guarantee them the round there as they get themselves on the board.
And guess what it was? Just fast, direct, flexing their individuals, good trade spacing. Really, really important round for HOTU, and just sort of, for them, it's about remembering their identity and remembering, hey, look, this actually does work. Duke Fissura, as the analyst, is trying to remember which little bit on the roof to throw that smoke. He does get it done. But now for HOTU, they can just regulate themselves into a bit more of a default.
Yeah, good chance here for HOTU to pile the pressure on, because if they can win this 2-all, anti-eco to follow 3-2, they could already start to exploit Sinner's deficiencies here on Dust, a map that we know that they haven't had much success on. And again, it is just going to be the split here. 4 players through tunnels, 1 going to come through from mid. Well-timed smoke, but they're not going to respect it. They're just charging straight through the smoke of the back of the flash. Oh my goodness.
Huge. Oh, but Jufisora has been picked up, and yet again, Stressan is consistently able to find one of these kills. 3v3, Lampada low, and whoa! He's got through, but he hasn't. At the same time, Beestick will catch him. It doesn't take a lick of damage in the process. Remember, Lampada, 1 HP.
Yeah, that's going to make it so difficult now for HOTU in the post plants as they continue to barrel Util in. Kisarek, but be careful, he himself is also down particularly low. Pepo starts to search now through tunnels, edging his way forward while his teammates start to pressure door, but Lampada, that's a fantastic swing out of him. And now he's just going to try and duck down and hope that his teammate can get in on the act as well. Beestick's run out of ammo! Beestick has run out of ammunition, and KDO will get the kill as a result. Lampada gets a multi, and Sinner's probably kicking themselves if they drop the ball in the retake.
That is such a ridiculous wide swing out of Lampada. He times it to perfection, and he just completely annihilates the tunnels player. And yeah, Beestick, probably less said about that one, the better, mate. Cannot believe that he's run out of ammo there. He's going to be kicking himself.
Because he definitely gets the kill if he doesn't, and then has a good chance in the 1v1 against the low health Lampada.
Oh, absolutely.
And now it is just the eco here for the CT side. Beestick completely blind, would never stood a chance there against Mizu. And HOTU have the red carpet rolled out here to get themselves a lead for what would be the first time in the series, I think.
Nice flash.
Maybe. No, they did have a moment in the first half of Nuke, regardless. It's a good showing from them early on.
Boost up for Mr. Kisarek.
Oh.
And he falls quite quickly. Nothing gained here for Sinners, as you'd expect on an eco like this. And as you say, HOTU get themselves into the lead.
In convincing fashion as well. I mean, I know that was that one round in the post plant where it did get fairly close, but they're consistently finding opening kills and numerical advantage and putting Sinners in some of these awkward positions. Pepo's now going to have his AWP. First time here on the CT side.
Alright, what we got, Pepo? Because HOTU just want to keep going B. They just want to keep smashing their face into this bomb site because, hey, it's been working. B-Stick is going to boost up Kisarek. But the intent for HOTU right now is nowhere near long whatsoever. So Kisarek might be in for a bit of a boring one.
Yeah, that's the life of a long player. It's either, oh my god, they're all coming long at the start of the round, oh, nope, there's nobody here, and a minute's gone by.
Let me just dismount. Oh, he's here. That's
the
life of a long player.
That's true. All right, well, HOTU have been giving up quite a lot of space here. Not much of a contest anywhere on the map from Sinners. And they'll take the space that's been afforded to them as they set themselves up to fake over at A.
Well, good news for Sinners is they got 2 on B. Pepo can potentially be watching out for this mid lurk. Oh, dearie me. He's managed to somehow deal with Frontales in terms of giving him a little bit of a leg. Is this tunnel player going to come through? Yeah, he is. Stressen acutely aware of the possibility, and he's holding for him and Trust Shock. These two have been absolutely fantastic in locking down B in this round. And even with the USP, Stressen will just keep pushing forward. All 5 kills belong to the B players.
Yeah, that is insane. It's such good awareness there from Stresser and not to get tunnel vision and focus too much on the players that are coming through from middle, but also be privy to the looming threat there in tunnels. Because if that guy lurking through tunnels goes unchecked, he just gets both those kills immediately on the B players and it's round over. You highlighted Stresserin's proficiencies on the CT side. We got it out of him on Nuke, and he's delivering it here on Dust as well.
Important one for Sinners to win, really, because, again, if you look at the break points in these rounds, like Frontales can have an AWP, sure, but you lose this if you HOTU, you're back to square one. You spoke about the limiting factors for HOTU and the fact that they've not really been able to get a good grasp on this series and really had an extensive lead in this series. If they go down again, if they're unable to really run away with this now, after sort of, again, continuously allowing Sinners back into the game, that they can't afford for that to happen. If they let this happen right now, I look at Dust 2 and I think, do you know what? I don't actually think you're going to win this at all.
I agree. I mean, they've already struggled to try and get back into the game once the momentum's gone against them. They almost just like completely froze out of the server on Nuke. Didn't really have many ideas. They ran the same strat like 6 or 7 rounds in a row, and then they changed strats once where they just started going through lobby into A, and that's how they finished the map with those 2 hits in a row. So we haven't seen much innovation, much adaptation. And I'm left wondering, well, Mo's your coach, guys. He's done it all.
Yeah,
doesn't just have the t-shirt, he's got the whole wardrobe.
That's why I was annoyed in Nuke, where it's like, okay, let's call a pause for the first time as we're down 11-5. Like, what? Surely not. There has to be a pause. There has to be something here for HOTU.
This is one of those key moments in the game we're highlighting where it might look a little bit weird because it's still 3-all, but it's because of what we know HOTU have struggled with in the past. And I mean, we're not saying this is a make or break point for HOTU, but it is one of those key moments in the early stages of the map. Either way, not sure how long we're going to have to wait here for B-Stick to reconnect to the server. Sometimes these issues do tend to just lag on a little bit. I think we're better off just throwing this one across to a break if our producer is on the scene. Entertain the people with some music, and once everybody's back, once B-Sticks return to the server, then I reckon we can get back into the action. What do you think, Brandon? What do you think?
Do it. Please do it. Please put us in the break, production. We don't have anything more to say. It's free on Dust 2, production.
Well, I mean, we certainly can ramble on if we absolutely have to. Just switch into podcast mode, but...
Okay, let's do it.
All right. Tania to
It's better than
Spirit.
song mode, isn't it?
I was going to say Tania to Spirit rated out of 10.
I don't know, you know.
Oh, mate, come on. You got to be super high on the move, surely. That's a banger move right there. Giga banger.
Yeah, I like it, but at the same time, I like Zontix, so it's one
What
of
do
those.
you like about Zontix? Please elaborate.
I just think he's a good player. There you
Okay,
go.
fair
Their
enough.
podcast
Yeah,
over.
That is good enough. I mean, it is ultimately what matters at the end of the day is what you contribute in the server, and we can put that one back on ice. I rate a 10 out of 10. I am super excited about that move to Nia going to Spirit, but I'm also super excited because the game is live once again. B-Stick's back in the server, and we're underway.
Bang! Pepper gets his first kill. Immediately forces HOTU just out of that B bomb site. Gonna send them scrambling, and Kissarex boost this time. We'll get a little bit of action. And now we can't do it for the rest of the half.
Yeah, but it's okay, because if you just find impact that can give you a big edge in the round once from that position, then you've gotten its worth. The worst is when you use that position and then you die and you didn't get anything out of that little gimmick. .5v3. How do HOTU get themselves back in from here? Duke Fisher is just being peppered. He's trying to get back to safety. And he will successfully at least keep himself alive. I mean, is there any way for HOTU to get back in this round? Or do they just accept their fate?
Oh, is he timed out?
Reluctantly? Must have, right?
I think so.
Nope. He's back. We're good.
Oh, okay.
But they're definitely saving.
He just went AFK. If there was 20 seconds more, I could pose an argument where they go in long, they get the kill, they get the AWP on the angle, etc., etc. But yeah, it just took too long to formulate that. So instead, they are going to be saving.
Yeah. And the risk reward's just not worth it, because if they lose these guns, it's a full eco in the next. If they keep all three of these guns in play, sure, it sucks that you give up the round, but you're still going to have a full buy in the next. Frontales can afford AK armor, Mizu will go Galil, and they'll have basically a resemblance of a full buy there. But Sinners have gotten their noses in front again. And remember, our expectations, the bar's basically on the floor for Sinners right now.
Yes.
And
yeah.
as I was saying in the pregame, the fact that they're 1-0 up just takes off so much pressure here on Dust 2 right now to kind of test the waters and see where they're at with this new team on the map. Okay, well, here's the variation for Kisarek. This time he's taken space through the smoke.
Okay. I don't hate that directly. I like if he just tucks in. I wouldn't be a fan of it if he pushes, but actually he's just going to get out of dodge. Smart
Yeah, I don't
approach
mind
by
this either.
Mr. Kisarek, especially when everyone's taking short right in towards CT. He can't die. That's the one thing. He cannot die.
And he would have had he stayed tucked in, because it was a perfect flash clear coming through the combo from HOTU to clear the doors. And he wasn't there. Moments ago, he had just fallen back, and he's going to remain in control here by dropping that deep smoke. Does feel like there's just far too many moments from HOTU on their T sides where they stall out and they're just not getting anything done, though. It happened on Nuke as well.
You know, like the resident sleeper emoji? Well, that's
Yes.
kind of what this T side is for me.
Feels like it.
I'm
Which is
really-
just shocking
I'm
when you
really-
have players like Mizu and Duke Fisher.
I'm really trying to lock in on this, and it's just, I'm so bored. Like, what are we doing here, HOTU? 35
It's
seconds.
Be a late long take.
Yeah, we're going to fake mid to B. To be fair, Shock's thinking, you're going to come through short, aren't you? And they are, kind of. But also at the same time, they are going to come through long. Kato has to clear Kisarek, and he's... Oh,
my.
okay. That's insane. I was going to say he's caught looking the wrong way. 20 seconds. And now B-Stick has to deal with all these angles, and he can't manage it. This is insane. Fair enough. Sinners are caught sleeping at the wheel. The bomb's not dropped despite all these kills. And Peppo has still got rid of Jufizura. Now trades over to the M4. This would be an insane clutch for Peppo as he tries to elevate himself on the boxes. Kato thinks he's gone through the smoke, but Peppo has completely changed this angle of approach. But with Kato backing off, maybe he can put himself in a good position, but Peppo has absolutely destroyed them.
My goodness gracious. What a fantastic round out of Peppo. 1 kill with the AWP, 1 with the USP, if I'm not mistaken, and then he scoops up the M4. There were also only 5 bullets in the clip there for Peppo. I was concerned that was never going to be enough, but KDO does not expect Peppo to scale up the boxes. I think he thought he had him locked in CT or elevator, but it's that very quick decision-making from Peppo that gets him ahead of the clutch.
The fact he's able just to go to the USP and just pre-fire the guy. Maybe a shadow spotted there, but he's just like, nope. You're not killing me. Info was low. He'll swap to the pistol. He'll do the damage. Unbelievable rounds from Peppo. And that's 1 clutch in Nuke, 1 clutch in Dust 2. And look what it does to the money. Look what it does to the momentum of this game. That 1 round that has just been secured by Peppo could guarantee Sinners like 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's a good point because of what a key round it is to win and the implications that there are for HOTU as a result. I mean, there's even a world in which I think some players pull their knife out, jump back to CT and try and save their AWP. Don't even give the clutch a look in. Not Peppo though, mate.
Oh. Stressen's like, oh, me and Kisarek have seen this one before. We've been on the boost. Stressen just pushes the smoke. It just gets domed by Jufizura. And now it is all up to Misu. But he can't get by this AWP of Peppo, who, since that clutch, has now just started to come alive in his own way. And that's a scary sign for HOTU, because Frontales has been... Well, where is he?
Nowhere to be found, I'm afraid. 6-3. And now it's almost make or break for HOTU to keep themselves in contention. Feels like they've got to win this gun round. Maybe not for the map at large, but just in this first half to make sure that Sinners don't start to snowball out of control. And there's Frontales. Shock tries to jump across, and that's going to cost him his life. Kill.
Look at this out of Peppo. Now, I said last Dust 2 game that the AWPs don't really do this. They don't really take an aggressive line when they're on their own. But that has happened. He's been given all the room in the world to work with now. Break on this for Kisarek doesn't really reveal, but he's just trying to get a little bit of damage in, and he does get a little bit of damage. He does 3 to Mizu.
And Kisarek just holding a very tight angle, more just for information. And HOTU are going to fake the B split because they've gotten a kill on the player crossing. They're hoping that Sinners have stacked up the defense on the B bomb site, but Sinners are gambling. They're basically just going all in on Stressor and on that B bomb site. Peppo now spots them towards long. That's so much key information. Incendiary may even force it back, and they're going to have to reassess.
It's an unbelievable jump across the long doors just in case there is an AWP there. Flashbang. Is that going to be dodged by B-Stick? A little bit. He's going to get flashback in, but it doesn't really work out. So now between him and Peppo, they've got to stand their ground. 35 seconds left, and Jufizura is making his way up short. Kisarek has to kill him.
And he does, instantly. My goodness. And you're right, he had to kill him, because if Duke Fishery gets the frag, it's so difficult to breach the A bomb site. Look at the time, 22 seconds on the clock. Sure, Lamparda kills the B rotator, but he can't get to the B bomb site. Lamparda's doubled down. 15 seconds now as they start to push that bomb in towards the site. Kisarek goes searching, finally does drop Lamparda. 10 seconds. He thinks it's an enemy scaling up short. No, it's just his teammate. Peppo now left alone in another clutch. Wait, where's the bomb? Where's the bomb? There's no time. He's killed him, and he's won it again. Back-to-back clutches for Peppo.
Oh, Peppo banged him through the box. He